Well, I know I ain't a superhero. My eyes are laser beams. And I can't jump over buildings, and I'm afraid of everything.
Well, I tried to think them away, but nothing could keep them at bay. In the dark, I fight, they come right back. Yeah, seems nothing would stop them or last.
sun is setting on our love. Somehow you kept me. Guess I haven't cried enough. Let me love you down. Let me love you down. I never came over. I'm sober. Let me love you down. Let me love you down. I never came over. I hate when I'm sober. Let me love you down. 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 Let me love you down.
still standing. Keys are rusting. I'm not playing. Melodies are infiltrating. Now I'm colder than the weather. Steady going under pressure. I'm finally over being low key under these old covers. Now I'm back and I'm better. Steady going under pressure. Sit back and watch the paint dry. Take time and watch the door rise. Take time and watch the door
Lightning strikes and diamond mines. A bloody stone adorned on mine. A morning wasted on trivial. An evening wasted on primitive things. Around here everybody knows everybody. Their past lives documented to the closest topic. At what time does the conversation start and end? Yeah, always the good guys coming to save us. Promise a good life, thank God that you can. Always got Uncle Sam ready to save us. Thank God you came, thank God you came, thank God you came. We want, thank God. We want, thank God. We want, thank God. We want, thank God. The red sun, now we working for the past. Spent a whole damn house on your wrist to praise God. Spent like 15 work a salary on your wrist. A place of chasing what you want, when you want, if you want, till it's up in dust. Billions burning in the clubs. Oh Father, please, no chasing peace. I must chase green, but honestly, I feel a breach. We want, thank God. We want, thank God. We want, thank God. Thank God. Always the good guys coming to save us. Promise a good life, thank God that you came. Always got Uncle Sam ready to save us. Thank God you came, thank God you came, thank God you came. Be a friend till the end, we'll fight the good fighting. And the lives you've changed, the effects you've made. Is this the life you made for me? Always the good guys coming to save us. Promise a good life, thank God that you came. Always got Uncle Sam ready to save us. Thank God you came, thank God you came, thank God you came. Always the good guys coming to save us. Promise a good life, thank God that you came. Always got Uncle Sam ready to save us. Thank God you came, thank God you came, thank God you came.
strong? Do you ever think that maybe you're the one that's wrong? Do you ever lay and cry when you hear the favorite song? Oh, another summer come and gone. Do you ever think back, baby, when you were home alone? Do you ever think that maybe you're the one that's wrong? Do you ever lay and cry when you hear the favorite song? Another summer come and go, summer come and go. Another summer come and go, summer come and go. Another summer come and go, summer come and go.
I've been going colorblind, looking for the silver line. Wish the stars would all align. I've been cursing at the sky, let the rain fall from my eyes. I've lived 1,000 lives. You can't have my heart, you can't hold my mind. I won't stay, I won't change. You can't have my heart, you can't hold my mind. I won't stay, I won't change. Where's the ground? I keep falling off the edge. Lost my ground, now you're heavy on my head. Yeah. So full of love, so full of pride. While I sift through all my vices, like I'm running out of time. You're scorching my mind, propane to the fire, ignite my desire. I can't ignore the flame. You can't have my heart, you can't hold my mind. I won't stay, I won't change. Where's the ground? I keep falling off the edge. Lost my ground, now you're heavy on my head. Yeah. Where is the ground? Feels like I'm falling. I lost my crown. Feels like I'm falling. Where's the ground? I keep falling. Feels like I'm off the edge. Lost my ground. Now you're heavy on my head. Yeah.
spent. It's not the lack of your judgment that makes you a kid. It's the lack of your substance that keeps you locked in. Oh, and keeps them talking. Find out a way to spend your whole life holding hand with empty faces that you'll never see again. Search out a way to find a version of you you like. Why aren't you getting tired of me yet? Why aren't you 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 tired of me yet? When I get home, can I see? I'm scared that I might ruin everything I left on my own and see through. You're getting tired of everything. Why aren't you tired of me yet? 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 Why aren't you tired of me yet?
Where there's no boundaries to have and nowhere to go. Don't let them take your shine. Don't let them steal your mind away from you. Said if they owed you money, I won't need a penny from you. Oh, you're stronger than you think. Don't let these wounds sting. I promise soon. 'Cause you're 4, 5, 6, sometimes still goes. If your roof is tin and your house caves in and nobody else at fault, think I did something bad. I did something bad. Never question the hand they had. Say if they owe me money, if they owe me something, let's go round and spend it all. Said I'm not very lucky. If they owe me something, let's go round and spend it all. I'm so very lost. Things hadn't going my way. I've been on both lawns and the grass is greener over on their side. Let me tell you that
Not used to fields of nothing, empty plain. A highway memorial to fill up some space. And maybe the moon's only pretty 'cause it's far away. And she only wants me 'cause I'm keeping this place. It's all the same. It's all the same. It's all the same. It's all the same. Yeah. Maybe I can find meaning if I look hard enough. The reason you're here is the cause of your tears, and a check every month. Cut the loss. Cut the loss. Just you watch. I'm better than this. Just you watch. It's all the same. It's all the same. It's all the same. Yeah. It's all the same. It's all the same.
Nothing's better than being home with your loved ones. You won't be alone. When it's cold out, you'll be in warm in your own bed and from the storm. Home is calling when you feel adrift. It'll always be there and never missed. Life has got you all around. You never feel you got your feet on the ground. Home sweet home is where I wanna be. Home sweet home, a place to find some peace. You are worried of what's to come, but you never know until it's all said and done. You can stay home all night and day, resting your mind, keeping all bad thoughts away. Home sweet home is where I wanna be. Home sweet home, a place to find some peace.
Mic check, 1, 2.
Home sweet home is where I wanna be. Home sweet home, a place to find some peace. Nothing's better than being home with your loved ones. You won't be alone. When it's cold out, you'll be in warm. In your own bed and in from the storm.
How does one know? How does one see? How does one be anything at all? How does one How does one I get lost and I like it like that, yeah, I like it like that. Love has its cost, now on my back, 'cause boy, I'm bad. How does one love? How does one see? How does one be anything at all? How does one love? How does one see? How does one be anything at all?
The air's so fresh where I'm from. Palm trees, ready-made goods, don't front. Cause you was on your own time coming. Don't stop running. Burning the leaves in the backyard summers. Flower-scented breeze keep warming me. Tired of the priest keep warning me. Seconds from release, it's hard to treat. I'm too scared to breathe from my beliefs. The land of freedom, the land for me. Too scared to seek, too scared to be my own, you see. But I know I just need some selfish time. I need more relics that give me truth to what I know. Give me ruthless weight, all this paper weights, all the sacred faces, A6 laced in, strangers wasted. Flood a while you fall across the gap, no bridge stood, no man could reach. I pray 3 times a night, hope you hear it. I'm nearing heights I dreamt of, heights I fear. And since nobody else can hear me, let my ears bleed, let my heartstrings rip. Following the tide, Never was a sign to align to the ceiling on the moon, my stride. Low G's, low weight, low everything cheap. These lights, these streaks, my guide. Too bright, can't vision, need my lenses. Blue ball in the sky, keep turning on and on and on and on and on.
Is it a sign? Or is it just me? All of my life
We'll get started in a few minutes. I know there's still folks filing in. We will get started in a few moments as folks are filing in.
You happen to see if that cafe is open? It is. Yeah. Don't repeat your mistake. Yeah. Ham, salami, pepperoni with provolone, banana peppers, pesto aioli, and organic white bread. That sounds good. Eat it. Bad. But no bottled water options that weren't smart. Like, oh sure, smart water. Better than Dasani. Look, if it opens up the bag, like the whole, the new world. I might have to get one. How's it going? I feel like you haven't been here.
No, it was very fun. Then the roulette wheel turned and it was my turn to come. Have you been?
Okay. Everything's fine. There was like 2 hours of sunshine today.
I know, but I could see it coming, so I took a walk with the dog this morning to work.
Good idea. My wife's lunch was a little earlier today, so it was like 11. So I had to leave the house at like 10:30 to like pick her up, take lunch, and then for us to swap the car.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, okay, well, I'll just take the company car home, you know, do what I normally do. And she texted me like, actually, I'm gonna be off at 1 p.m. today. And I'm like, so I took the company car back. She picked it. I'm like, all right, well, I've got the car.
What does she do again?
Normally, she's a family advocate for the Cook Inlet Native Head Start, but they're off in the summer, so she's working over at this place called the Imagination Station.
Okay.
It's right next to the same place.
Okay. I thought she was something else too.
Okay, everyone, let's call this meeting to order. Tonight is Tuesday, July 21st. First, we will start with roll call, then we'll move into the rest of our agenda. Madam Clerk.
Member Handeland?
Present.
Member Martinez?
Present.
Member Gerker?
Present.
Member Silvers? Present. Member Presverdia?
Here.
Chair Brawley?
Here.
Vice Chair Volland?
Happy to be here.
Member Baldwin Day?
Present.
Member Scout?
Present.
Member McCormick?
Here.
Member Park?
Present.
Member Johnson?
Here.
Chair Brawley, you have a quorum.
Thank you. And I'll note a technical note. I'm hearing an echo, so I don't know if there's anyone on the phone. I know all of our members are present. If there's anyone else on the phone, if you could mute your line, and we'll make sure that we're muting in the room as well. There's some little bit of feedback. Okay, so next we'll move on to our Pledge of Allegiance and land acknowledgement. So Mr. Handelin, will you please lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Mr. Presverdia, will you lead us in the land acknowledgement? I'm sorry, read the land acknowledgement.
A land acknowledgement is a formal statement recognizing the indigenous people of a place. It is a public gesture of appreciation for the past and present indigenous stewardship of the lands we now occupy. It is an actionable statement that marks our collective movement towards decolonization and equity. The Anchorage Assembly would like to acknowledge that we gather today on the traditional lands of the Dena'ina Athabascans. For thousands of years, the Dena'ina have been and continue to be the stewards of this land. It is with gratitude and respect that we recognize the contributions, innovations, and contemporary perspectives of the Upper Cook Inlet Dena'ina.
Thank you. And I'll note, I'm still hearing some residual audio, so again, if there's anyone on the phone who's listening, please mute your line, or we will attempt to do that for you. Next, we'll move on. We have one set of previous minutes, so that's the special meeting of June 26. Is there a motion to approve these minutes?
Move to approve the minutes from the meeting of June 26.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Bowen, second by Ms. Baldwin Day. Any discussion on the minutes? Any objection to approval of these minutes? Hearing and seeing none, with no objection, these minutes are approved. Next, we'll turn to the mayor's report. Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Chair Brawley. Good evening, everyone. I hope you all enjoyed the weekend despite the rainy weather that we've been having. A few things before we get down to the business of the municipality tonight. We are making steady progress on housing, and so far this year, we're seeing encouraging increases in residential construction permits compared to previous years. However, there's much more work to do to meet our goal of building and rehabilitating 10,000 homes in 10 years. with JBEAR's multi-billion-dollar recapitalization project on the horizon, we also know we'll need another 2,000 homes in the next 5 years to support our military partners as they expand. Shifting to tonight's agenda, there has been a lot of discussion about the framework for a new Public Safety Advisory Commission. Public safety is the most critical mission of local government. It is the absolute core of what we do. It's also an area of tremendous interest to the people who live here. A Public Safety Advisory Commission isn't a new idea. We've had such a commission before, and it can help engage residents. We support community input, and we always want to be responsive to the community we serve. I want to thank our first responders because you all carry out this critical mission of public safety, oftentimes putting yourselves in harm's way to keep us safe. I especially want to express gratitude to our police officers, whose jobs put themselves at risk every single day. This was recently highlighted when 2 of our officers were shot and another injured in the line of duty, in what should have been a routine, low-level shoplifting arrest. Thank you all for your dedication, your bravery, and your willingness to carry this tremendous responsibility. Thankfully, those 3 police officers survived. And thank you, Chief Case, for leading your department through modernization, restaffing, and a renewed effort to engage community. You may have seen him at pretty much every community event. There's always room for more collaboration. However, to be clear, I will not support a commission with subpoena power or the authority to access personnel files. That said, I'm confident we can find a path forward for this commission, one that strengthens lines of communication with all corners of our community, fosters understanding, and helps us all work together and support each other in making a safer, more resilient community. Finally, before I close, I want to share a quick reminder that we are looking for new members to join the Youth Advisory Commission. This is a great opportunity for young leaders to get involved, especially as we stand up our Bloomberg grant-funded youth climate initiatives. And speaking of our community's incredible youth, I'm going to turn now to those here representing the municipality's Youth Employment in Parks program. Through this fantastic partnership between the Anchorage Park Foundation and Anchorage Parks and Recreation, these young people gain vital job experience, learn hands-on outdoor skills, and make a visible impact on the parks and trails our community loves. And I have seen that firsthand. These guys are strong, hardworking, and boy, you have done a lot. So I'm going to invite them up now to share a little bit about their experiences this summer. Thank you, and I look forward to our work tonight.
Yeah, thank you. So I see Ms. Nordland coming up. Make sure the microphone is on. There's a green button there. And please proceed. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Beth Nordland. I'm Executive Director of the Anchorage Park Foundation, and I'm here to introduce you to the class of 2026 for Youth Employment in Parks. This is our 20th season of Youth Employment in Parks. So we are excited to be with you here tonight. Youth Employment in Parks is a program, it's a project of the Anchorage Park Foundation and the Anchorage Parks and Recreation Department. And we hire teens for 10 weeks every summer, ages 16 to 19. These are the best jobs you can get. So next year you'll get an opportunity to help recruit for Anchorage teens around the city. If you want to open your brochures that you were given to page 5, you will see that we reflect Anchorage here, our Anchorage teens. We have employed 26 teens this summer, and they represent 9 high schools. They speak 5 different languages. 38% of the teens, this is their very first job. And we have 5 returning crew members. They're called senior crew members, and those are the ones in the bright orange shirts. So they have one extra year and season of experience. If you take a look at the map, you will see that we have a project. Those projects are numbered. All of those projects are in different districts. So you will see your own district. And we did a trail rehabilitation project at Cheney Lake this summer in East Anchorage. And there's a great before and after, amazing trail rehabilitation. They had a very popular project in Girdwood where they worked on the Middle Iditarod Trail. They worked for 2 weeks in Davis Park in Mountain View, working on the disc golf expansion. And that project, I think, is in the district that represents Chugach Eagle River, but it's also Mountain View. So it was a great project, and they got to meet with the community council there as well. Romig Hill Trail rehabilitation happened in West Anchorage. Great. Oh gosh, those trails look gorgeous now, and they are not muddy at all. Even though it was a very rainy summer, they really made a big difference on those trails. And this week they've been planting trees in the Greenbelt. So they've done a lot of work. If you turn the page to page 6, it shows all the kinds of impact that we've had, including planting 50,900 native plants, 5,671 tons of gravel moved. It's been a lot of combined work over 20 years of service in Anchorage. But as you can see, we're making a difference in every single neighborhood, and we are hiring teens. The teens on the map represent those little green dots. So you will see that there are several teenagers employed in your own district. So now we're going to hear from every teen about what their favorite project is, and they're also going to tell you what district they live in. So listen up for whether they all think that Girdwood project was the best. Okay, here they come, and we're going to have the first row stand up. Ready, guys? We're going to try to be orderly and just stand in a line, line up, and we will be out of here quickly. Thanks so much, everyone.
Good afternoon. My name is Javen Drodette. I live in District 3, and my favorite project was the Middle Iditarod Trail in Girdwood, partly because of the views. I mean, we all like Girdwood, but also partially because of the history and the significance of the trail. It's, I believe, a nationally recognized trail, very important to Alaska's history, and I enjoyed being a part of that.
Hello, my name is Gunnar Raspuko. I'm from District 2, Eagle River, and my favorite place to work at was Girdwood on the Middle Iditarod Trail. It was really beautiful there, and I just really loved the hard work that we were doing.
Hi, my name is Oliver Rozier. I'm going to break the chain. I am from District 6, and my favorite project was the Davis Disc Golf expansion. Just because of how dynamic the work was, there was a lot of variety over the 2 weeks we were there, and I got to try a lot of new things that I don't really do that often.
Hi, my name is Mason Malore. I'm from District 4. I really particularly enjoyed the West Hills project. It was a great challenge, and there was a lot of beautiful waterfowl there.
My name is Nathan Kotchery, and I am from District 6. My favorite project was the Davis Park project.
Hi, I'm Daisia, and I'm from District 4. My favorite project was Girdwood.
Hello, my name is Adeline Bernier. I'm from District 6, and my favorite project was the mini project in downtown Anchorage, helping redistribute and collect the bricks in Town Square.
Hello, everybody. My name is Pang. I'm from District 1. My favorite project was the Davis Park Disc Golf Course.
Good day. My name is Samisi Salala. I'm from District 5, and my favorite project by far was the Romix Hill project, simply due to the sheer difficulty and challenge it provided our program, and how we were all able to persevere as a whole through grit and determination, showing that even through the toughest of challenges, we were also able to complete the most excellent of work and be a service to our community.
Hi, my name is Ava Lindsay. I'm from District 6, and my favorite project was the Girdwood Middle Iditarod Trail.
Hello, my name is Marin Van Ameren. I'm from District 5, and my favorite project was the Davis disc golf expansion, mostly because I showed the most growth in that project, and I'm really proud of myself for that.
Hi, my name is Cordelia McCarthy. I'm from District 3, and my favorite project was the work that we did at Cheney Lake.
Hi, my name is Sage Price. I'm from District 4, and my favorite project was the Cheney Lake Stream Bank Rehabilitation Project.
Hi, my name is Annika Lindstedt. I'm from District 2, and my favorite project was the Middle Iditarod Trail in Girdwood.
Hello, my name is Sherman, and I'm from District 5. My favorite project was the Iditarod Trail. We were able to greatly benefit Girdwood and their community, and I'm so glad we were able to do that.
Hey, my name is Pia McCarthy, and my favorite project, I'm from District 3, and my favorite project was the Middle Iditarod Trail in Girdwood.
Hello, my name is Haven Dahlgren. I'm from District 1, and my favorite project was the Romig Hill restoration because it is right in front of my high school, and I thought it was really important for the community.
My name is Aiden Fry. I'm from District 1, and my favorite project was the Davis Park disc golf expansion.
Hello, my name is Aluk. I'm just up for my paper project is planting tree.
Planting trees, all right.
Hello, my name is Shraka. I'm from District 5. My favorite project is Cheney Lake.
Hi, I'm August Kaufman, and I'm from the 5th District, sorry. And my favorite project was working on the West Hills.
Hello, my name is Elias Bigley. I'm from District 6. My favorite project was the Davis disc golf expansion because that's when I started feeling really physically in shape from the work that we've been doing this summer. And the cottonwoods were also blooming, and I'm not allergic, so it was just really beautiful in the air.
Hi, I'm Addie Eldridge. I'm from District 2, and my favorite project this summer was the Romig Trail rehabilitation.
So that was Youth Employment and Parks Class of 2026. Thanks, everyone. If you have any questions, we will give it a shot.
Okay, any questions for members? I don't see anyone in the queue at this moment. Okay, Mr. Boland.
I don't have a question, but I would just say thank you for all of your hard work in making our community a better place.
Thanks, everyone.
All right. Yeah, and thank everyone for being here, and encourage folks to take a look at the report. Yeah, I will try to speak closer. Okay. Next on our agenda, so I believe, I'll just check, don't believe there's anything else from the mayor's report, so we will move on to the chair's report. So 1 second as folks are filing out, and I'm going to find my other piece of paper. Okay, please note for the record, the mayor was giving high fives to the youth as they were passing out, or passing out of the room. Okay, so next is the chair's report. So good evening, everyone. Welcome to our regular business meeting. I'm going to use my time tonight to give a few brief updates and address some process matters, some of which we'll take up when we're making decisions about the agenda order today. First, on the budget. So you'll see on the agenda under item 10B6, under a consent agenda, the Assembly is working to set our policy priorities for the FY27 municipal budget, which was discussed last week in our Budget and Finance Committee meeting. We will likely be discussing this further in the consent agenda, but I think big picture wanted to reiterate a few points. Thank you. About our budget and what we know today. So as many of you know, the municipality continues to face challenges in meeting public expectations for service levels due to the ongoing strain from limited income sources and rising costs. We also know that after years of building outwards, we have billions of dollars in deferred maintenance liability and will be increasingly unable to keep up with basic service levels if nothing changes. Additionally, the municipality will soon be confronted with a decision to potentially cut local services or reduce our local funding to the school district because of the local and state formulas have essentially created a zero-sum situation for our community. That is not the final answer to that, but it is a question that we anticipate having to deal with and will be discussing this fall in our budget cycle. All that said, we are making progress. The municipality has made major strides in the last few years to get our financial house in order. We've filled many staff vacancies, improved our fiscal systems, and are working to close long-term structural deficits. And we're almost caught up with our financial audit cycle with the publication of the most recent ACFR. And again, thank you very much to the folks in the administration and the Assembly and all the folks who have been really working hard to make that happen. So the next big question before us is what steps we can and will take, or could take, to achieve a better future than the status quo has laid out for us now. I really encourage the community to follow along in our budget process to learn more about our fiscal issues and engage in the discussions we're going to have to help us chart the new fiscal future for Anchorage. Next, I'll address short-term rental registration. So if you're not aware, the municipality has implemented a short-term rental registration ordinance earlier this spring that went live on May 1st. And the deadline put in code for that was for short-term rental operators to register their units basically within that 90 days, so next week, Thursday, July 30th, 2026. Registration is free. The application is fairly simple. So if you've been putting it off, now's the time to do it. Clerk staff have helped about 1,100 or over 1,100 operators complete this process so far for over 1,900 units, and that's the numbers we had last week, and the staff are certainly happy to assist. In the last week, the Assembly has also received requests for more time for operators, received requests for more time for operators to complete registration because this deadline is in the middle of our summer season when a lot of those folks are at their most busy. This deadline was set in code, and so to change it would require passing a new ordinance. That is certainly possible, but not something that we take lightly. So consulting with staff and council in this last week or so, and we don't have the item before us tonight, but we anticipate potentially taking up a resolution that would need to be laid on the table to request a short time-limited delay in that enforcement of the registration requirement. So essentially meaning that the deadline still is there, but the penalty for not having registered by the next day would not result in direct enforcement until later in the fall. So more on that if members wish to take action on that tonight. If and when we have that item before us, we can talk more about it then. But in the meantime, information about the new registration requirement, including frequently asked questions and step-by-step how-to instructions, is on the website at muni.org/STR. And again, I encourage contacting clerk staff if you are having issues registering or if you have questions about that, if you are subject to that requirement. In terms of agenda items, regarding the order of tonight's agenda, Assembly leadership's intent this evening is to ask the body to reorder a few portions of our agenda to take up some of the time-sensitive and labor agreement items before reopening the public hearing on item 13A, the proposed Public Safety Commission, and to take up the two items that are in section 12 at the end of this meeting. I understand there's significant public interest in all three of these items, but also there are Muni staff and other people present to address essentially 13 other public hearing items on our agenda tonight, most of which are very likely to bring little testimony or debate before passage. So we will address the order of the agenda during the consent agenda process, but wanted to preview that request now. And then the last kind of substantive update is when testing the meeting management software on Monday, our OnBase system, it was discovered there was an unknown issue with the media server. So the IT department has been working with the clerk staff on this issue for several hours yesterday and have been continuing to work today, but we're not able to resolve the issue in time for the meeting. So to be clear, we are streaming live on YouTube. We are recording this meeting. We are doing all the things that we normally do, but the live stream can be accessed tonight only on the YouTube channel directly instead of through our meeting management software OnBase. So it is available and it will be available online through that platform. Just not simultaneously connected. I'm sorry, it's available through the YouTube platform. It's not simultaneously connected in with our agenda platform at this time. So as always, we are keeping a close eye on the technology, aware of this particular issue and any others that may arise during this meeting. The meeting is still streaming online. And in terms of addressing this OnBase issue, on Wednesday, clerk staff will manually upload the recording to the meeting management software so that it will be linked as normal after the fact. So I know our periodic technology issues are frustrating to the public watching. Certainly they're frustrating to the staff who have to manage our systems, but we are addressing it as best we can. So with that, I'll read our usual meeting announcements so that we can conduct our business and conclude at the most reasonable hour possible. Our usual reminders: this is a business meeting. We're here to do the work of the municipality. Please help create a climate of respect in the chambers. Please refrain from personal attacks, speaking out of turn, shouting, clapping, and pacing, particularly during public testimony. Please keep signs to 8.5 by 11 inches in size. Please keep the aisle clear except when lined up to testify. Please do not approach the dais. If you do have something you'd like to share with members, please hand it to the clerk for distribution. If there is a point of order called, please, everyone, I will ask to stop speaking so that I may rule on the point of order so our record is clear. If the rules are not followed, I may interrupt speakers to call for compliance. If compliance with the rules doesn't occur, then I may pause the meeting. If there's an actual disruption, I will give a warning. And if the disruption persists or happens again, the person will be asked to leave. And lastly, I'll read off our public hearing item procedures. When you come forward and you're testifying on any public hearing item, please state your name. Please share the community council or area of the municipality or district in which you live. Please stay on topic, direct comments to me or other people on the dais, and I'll interrupt you if you're off topic. You'll have 3 minutes. Community council representatives have 5 minutes if they're speaking in that capacity. And assembly members don't typically answer questions during the public hearings, but they may address your questions or seek more information during debate. Public testimony is the public's time to speak. So with that, that concludes our report. So next we'll move on to committee and liaison reports. And I'll start down the line with Mr. Handelin today.
Nothing to report.
Thank you. Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. Just one thing to report from the CEDC's perspective. We did some work on youth transit, and I got some preliminary information back on that, and so I don't want to steal the thunder for our transportation committee, but year to over date, youth transit ridership on People Mover is up 34%, which is pretty significant, and more to have on that report, hopefully at the next CEDC meeting, as it relates to economic mobility and how we can use People Mover for getting our young people to jobs and et cetera. So that's good news on that front. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Next, Mr. Gerger.
No, I don't, nothing to report. Thank you, Chair.
Ms. Silvers.
Nothing to report. Thank you.
Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you, Chair. No report tonight.
Mr. Bollins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Budget and Finance Committee met on Thursday, July 16th. One of the big topics of discussion was a resolution that will be before us tonight on our budget priorities as the Assembly. And that sort of kicks off the budget process. The next, as part of that normal sequence, the next piece would be receiving the 120-day memo from the administration. So that was, in addition to the normal reports, the majority of the discussion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, Ms. Baldwin-Day.
Thank you, Chair. The Infrastructure, Enterprise, and Utility Oversight Committee met last Thursday, and we got an update on the rather explosive situation at the Anchorage Regional Landfill that came to light last February, where there was a buildup of methane gas in a building that actually could have ignited. And we, as a result of that, our solid waste services folks did a fantastic job of intervening in that situation. We have a new methane flare now, additional lengths of pipe, and a lot of monitoring that's going on. And very pleased to report that the methane levels are back to 0, which is exactly what you want in public buildings. They're also exploring some options for reuse of that methane gas, which is also a great step forward. We also received an update on the waste to energy project with a preferred site at the Anchorage Regional Landfill. You will see 4 different public information sessions coming forward in both August and September, and 2 open houses to discuss this project. Lots of upsides for the municipality here. This is an energy generator, would extend the life of the landfill by making the volume of trash that goes into the landfill much smaller, and would also generate revenue. We would have the ability to dispose of toxic materials and contaminated soils here in Alaska without having to ship them out of state, which is what we currently have to do. And then finally, we received an update from Anchorage Water and Wastewater, who is in the process of renewing a really important permit on pollutant discharge. It's called the NPDES system permit, or NPDES permit, and it is for our wastewater treatment facility. We already exceed the very stringent criteria that are in place for our treated wastewater, and we are working on re-upping a permit that is part of the Clean Water Act of 1978. So all of that is good work happening in our utilities. And the other thing I have to report is that the Municipal Audit Committee meets tomorrow at 12:30. That will be at City Hall, also streaming online, and we will be discussing the purchasing card audit that came forward a couple of months back. You may recall some conversation on the dais, so we'll be digging into that at that committee. I hope some of you can make it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Scout.
Nothing to report. Thank you.
Mr. McCormick.
Nothing to report, thank you.
Ms. Park.
Nothing to report, Chair. Thank you.
Mr. Johnson.
The Assembly Legislative Committee meeting scheduled for July 22nd has been postponed to August 6th. That'll be at 11 a.m. at City Hall. And the topics will include an update on the progress the legislature has made during the special sessions, wherever we happen to be on August 6th, and then also an update regarding federal legislation recently passed regarding housing. That is all, Chair.
Thank you. That concludes our committee and liaison reports at this time. Next, we will take up the addendum to the agenda, and before we do that, we will take up our laid on the table items. As a reminder, laid on the table items need to be read into the record. There are multiple categories of those, so as I'm sorting through which ones are informational or supplemental, I will read those, and then we do have, I believe, one for action, and I'll make sure that I've covered all the supplementals. One moment. Okay, and before I read those items into the record, I'll just note, this is not an item before us, but this is regarding AR 2026-189, which we took up at our last meeting. It was introduced, and we, at that time, had set the public hearing for August 18th, our regular meeting. So again, AR 2026-189, that is a resolution of the Assembly approving an administrative agreement between the Municipality of Anchorage and the International Union of Operating Engineers, Local 302. So just to be clear for the record, the direction that I'm about to give the clerk is that instead of having that public hearing on August 18th, we discovered that it is more prudent and it is possible to have that hearing at the regular meeting of August 4th, 2026. And so that would move the public hearing up from the meeting where we originally put it one meeting sooner to our next meeting. So I'm directing the clerk to make that change. Is there any objection to changing that public hearing date? Yeah, and the clerk reminds me as well that this was a code change that we made regarding how to count the required notice period for these administrative agreements for these unions. So we were able to make that happen more quickly. So next, I'll read a few laid on the table items that are supplemental or informational. Then we'll take up items for action. The first one It will be 10F11. It is Information Memorandum Unnumbered 2026, Answers to Assembly Questions. The next one is Information Memorandum Unnumbered, Information relating to the status and location of behavioral health facilities in the municipality of Anchorage. Oh, wait, 1 second. Okay, I apologize. The clerk has advised me that we do need to treat the item that's currently labeled as 10F12 as for action, so I will come back to that one. Yeah, sorry, the one that I just read, so I'm not reading that in the record. We'll come back to that one. The next two items that I have to read are supplemental. The first one is for 13A, it will become 13A6, AIM unnumbered 2026, an ordinance amending municipal code, chapter 4.50 to enact a new section for the Anchorage Public Safety Commission. That one specifically, if I can turn to it briefly, one moment. There are two informational ones, so I just want to be clear. So the first one is essentially answers to questions that were received from staff after the July 14th, 2026 work session on this ordinance. They have the same title, so I'm just being clear. That was the first one that was read into the record. And then there's a second one with an identical title that will become 13A7. That one is an ordinance, same ordinance, amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 4.50 to enact a new section, establish the Public Safety Commission. That one is, it contains 3 letters of support for the S1 version of that ordinance. So just to be clear, those two items have been read into the record as supplemental. I believe we have a few other items to read in that are supplemental. 1 second. One second as I confer with the clerk. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, so 2 other supplemental items at this time. One of them is an S2 version for AR 2026-192, a resolution, the title of that one is a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly directing the municipal attorney to arrange for an independent investigation into allegations of breach of the public trust set out in Assembly Information Memorandum 96-2026 and report factual findings and any recommendations for action. The other one is an AIM unnumbered attached to the S1 version of the AR 2026-192, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly directing the municipal attorney to conduct further investigation into assembly member travel, submit a public report, and if warranted, draft accusations. So those 2 items are now read in as supplemental. Next we will turn back to our, sorry, a lot of paperwork, folks. We'll turn back to our laid on the table items for action. The first one is proposed as item 10C3. It is Assembly Memorandum Unnumbered AM 2026, recommendation of an award of an indefinite delivery, indefinite quantity IDIQ contract to Granite Construction Company to furnish asphalt concrete hot mix. One moment. I'm seeking a motion to lay this on the table, so it needs a first and second, and then I will ask for justification from the administration.
So moved.
Second.
Motion to lay this memorandum on the table by Ms. Baldwin Day, second by Ms. Scout. And this one does take a majority vote, or no, sorry. This takes a majority vote to lay on the table, so asking for justification from the administration for this. Mr. Falsey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One of the grounds to lay an item on the table is that it is necessary to enable construction on municipal property before the construction season ends. That is our justification for this item. The further background is that we competed the procurement of asphalt, and the lowest bidder won, but then recently informed us they were unable to deliver small quantities or large quantities on the timelines that we need. So we are now proposing to award the contract instead to the second place bidder, and that will enable us to get through the remainder of this summer.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Halsey. Any further discussion on this item? Okay, then I'll ask members may proceed to vote to lay this item on the table. Thank you. At a motion of 12-0, this item has been laid on the table. It will be 10C3 in the consent agenda. If a member wishes to pull it, it can be discussed at that time. The next item I will read and then seek a motion to lay on the table. It's unnumbered AIM 2026, and it would be potentially item 10F12. Information relating to the status and location of behavioral health facilities in the municipality of Anchorage. I'm seeking a motion and second to lay this on the table. This will also take discussion, and then we can hear a justification. So is there a motion?
Moved.
Sorry, motion by Mayor LaFrance to lay this item on the table. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Perez-Verdia. So I'll turn to the sponsor, the mayor's office, to make a justification.
Thank you, Chair Brawley. This AIM contains information relevant to the Assembly's consideration of an addendum item for tonight, 10F9. It includes a statement from me, GIS map of behavioral health services located in the Muni with a link to the map, as well as a list of those locations. And because this AIM pertains to that item that is under consideration tonight, I've submitted this AIM as a laid on the table item.
Yes, Madam Clerk, can you
Mayor
clarify?
LaFrance, you said that was on the addendum. Can you remind me which item you said?
10F9.
Thanks.
Okay. Yeah, just so the record is clear, there was mention of a different informational item. The clerk has indicated this is a separate item. So next I have in the queue, Mr. Boland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to speak against the motion to lay this on the table. I don't think it's appropriate. First of all, it's not time sensitive as it pertains to an item that has already been taken action on, a grant that has already been awarded. So I don't think there's any justifiable argument that this is time sensitive. If it is in response to item 10F9, I will note that the sponsors, one of which is myself, did that in a timely fashion and were able to get that on the addendum. Lastly, I will say I feel that this continues a pattern by this administration when it comes to the conversation around Fairview. Last minute. All of this stuff comes in last minute. So what I would encourage my colleagues to do is to vote down the motion to lay this on the table. And what I would encourage the administration to do is bring this back on timely on the agenda or on the addendum for our next regular meeting. Thank you.
Okay, next I have Ms. Scout.
I'll echo Vice Chair Boland's statement here. I'll be voting no on this motion. It's frankly inappropriate at this time, and I hope to have this conversation in the future and think it would have been timely a couple of weeks ago, but right now I think we need to move forward. The grant has been approved. We submitted an informational memo in time, and I don't know why we're dragging this out. Thanks.
Next, Mr. Presvidia.
Thank you, Chair. I think I may have not fully heard the administration speak to the reason this is being laid on the table and the timeliness of it. So just would like maybe to hear that again about why it's necessary from their perspective to lay this on the table. Thanks.
Yeah, please respond if you have a.
Thank you. Through the chair to Member Presverdia. This information isn't new. It's been shared with the Assembly before and with the public in different forms. And as I mentioned in moving to lay this on the table or speaking to that motion, it's information relevant to the body's consideration of another item on the agenda. Seemed helpful to provide it. Happy to submit it again next week if that is, of course, the body's preference. Again, it's not new information, but a relevant map and a list showing how behavioral health facilities are located throughout the municipality. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, next, sorry, I see the mayor in the queue. I think that was to respond. So next, Mr. McCormick.
Just make a disclosure, as I'm going through the late on the table item, my company is listed as a resource here, Alpenglow Behavioral Health. I have a financial benefit from being employed there.
Okay, thank you. I understand it's a disclosure because your employer essentially is named in this item. It is an informational item, and so I'm not going to determine that there is a benefit that you would receive from what is already true, essentially. So thank you. So I'm not going to rule in this moment that you don't have a conflict on this item.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other members in the queue. 1 second as I confer with the clerk.
Chair, point of information.
Yes, Mr. Presvidia.
I'm looking on the screen and it says mover chair Brawley. Is that correct?
I don't have a spot for the mayor, so we indicate that it's chair, and then in the notes, I indicate that it's the chair on behalf of the mayor.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification.
Yeah, thanks for the question. So yeah, just to be clear, that was moved by Mayor LaFrance, second by Mr. Presvidia. We will correct or make sure that the minutes are correct. Okay, so after conferring with the clerk, just to make sure, so this is an informational item. The vote here is to lay this on the table. It does require a majority vote. So members may proceed to vote. There's no one less in the queue. Okay, on a vote of 5 to 7, this item has failed to be laid on the table. And just to be clear, that does not mean that this item cannot be submitted for a future agenda. It just can't be laid on the table tonight. Okay, I believe, let me 1 second as I make sure we got all of our laid on the table items before we proceed. Okay, I think we have addressed all of the pieces of paper that we have at this moment. If we did miss one, I can read it into the record at a later time, especially if it is supplemental, so we will address that if and when we need to. And as I said, there may be one additional laid on the table item regarding short-term rental registration that we will take up if and when we have it. So with that, I believe we have dealt with our laid on the table items, so the next thing is to take a vote to incorporate the addendum to the agenda into our agenda, including the laid on the table items. Is there a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Okay, motion by Mr. Volin to incorporate the laid on the table and incorporate the addendum, including laid on the table items, second by Mr. Perez-Verdia. Any objection to that motion? Okay, seeing and hearing no discussion and no objection, the addendum, including the laid on the table items, have now been incorporated into our agenda. And we will come back to that when we deal with our consent agenda. So next, we have our appearance requests. There is one this evening. We have Mr. Michael Patterson. So please come forward, and I will reiterate that you will have 3 minutes to speak on the record on the topic that you have provided. And you may begin when you're ready.
Hello. My name is Michael Patterson, and I'm an organizer of the Party for Socialism and Liberation. Assemblymember Martinez should resign. Many times I have seen Member Martinez use his official title, honorable. Martinez has not conducted himself in an honorable manner, from his misuse of campaign funds to his combativeness to APOC's investigation into his misuse of campaign funds. Martinez has demonstrated a hostility towards transparency and accountability. Moreover, it has also come to light that it's likely Member Martinez is misusing municipal funds. George, you should resign. I want to say that Member Martinez is not a problem. He is a product of a system that puts the interests of the few over the many. The same system that creates George is the same system that allows APD to get away with murdering a 16-year-old girl. It's the same system that allows landlords to have short-term rentals while there's a housing crisis that's killing Anchorage. It is the same system that is failing the people. The system is the problem. George is a product of it. Not only should George be held accountable, but the whole system needs to be ruthlessly scrutinized and held accountable. Member Martinez resigning would be a good start, but clearly there is a lot of work that needs to be done to make Anchorage a place where the government serves the people, not the other way around. This is part of a larger problem of why we can't solve fundamental issues in this city. It's because we have a status quo that does not care about regular working people, but we have politicians, special interest groups, and others that take advantage of this system of government that we have. It is getting old, and we are getting tired. You should resign. Save the city the money of the recall that is inevitably going to happen, and do the actual honorable thing. Resign.
Okay. Okay. Next, we have our consent agenda. So we will move down the dais and contemplate which items to pull, and then we will go from there. So I will start this evening with Mr. Johnson. Any items to pull?
Yeah, items 10B4, B5, and B7.
Okay, I have 10B4, 10B5, 10B7 by Mr. Johnson. Any other items? Okay. Okay, not hearing you. Next, Ms. Park. Sorry, resetting the public testimony. There we go. Ms. Park, any items to pull?
Nothing, thank you.
Mr. McCormick.
No items, thank you.
Ms. Scout.
Pull 10F1, thank you.
Okay, 10F1. Any other items?
No, thanks.
Okay, Ms. Baldwin Day.
10B6.
Okay, 10B6. Any other items? Okay, Mr. Volland.
No items. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Just a clarification, is it B457 and B6 or D?
I have 10B4 through 7 pulled at this point by multiple members.
No, B, not D.
Yes.
Correct, okay.
Yeah, there
thank
are
you.
no D items pulled at this time.
Thank you. I have no items to pull. Thank you.
Next, Ms. Silvers.
No items, thank you.
Mr. Gerker.
Yeah, 10 Alpha 1.
10A1. Any other items? Okay, next, Mr. Martinez.
No items.
And Mr. Handeland.
No additional items.
Okay, so I will read them back out. We have 10A1, 10B as in Bravo, 4, 5, and 7 pulled by Mr. Johnson, 6 by Ms. Baldwin Day, and then we have 10F1 pulled by Ms. Scout. And I've not heard any additional items. One second.
Madam Chair, just a quick point of information.
Yes, Mr. Gerker.
I don't know if it's a microphone problem. I'm having a really hard time hearing you down here, or maybe it's just my age. I'm getting older. I don't know if it's that or what, but it's really, really low over here. Just FYI.
Same.
Okay, thank you. I will really try to speak into the microphone, and we can try to get that corrected during the dinner break. Thank you for letting me know. Okay, I don't believe we have additional items to pull at this time. So I'll read them one back out. 10A1, 10B, 4, 5, 6, and 7, 10F1, and I believe that's it. So now I am seeking a motion to approve the consent agenda minus those pulled items.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Volin to approve the consent agenda minus the pulled items, second by Mr. Gerker. Any discussion? Any objection? Okay, seeing and hearing no objection, then the consent agenda minus the pulled items that were already named has been unanimously passed by the body. So next we'll move on to our first item, which is 10 Alpha 1. So I'll read it into the record. Resolution AR 2026-198, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing Chugiak High School as the 2025-2026 ASAA Division I softball state champions. This item was pulled by Mr. Gerker.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Gerker to approve, second by Mr. Handeland. Any additional discussion? Any objection to adoption? Okay, seeing and hearing none, this resolution is unanimously adopted, and I believe we have Mr. Gerker reading and then Mr. Handeland presenting. So if anyone is here for 10A1 recognizing Chugiak High School, please come forward.
Whereas the Chugiak High School Mustangs softball program has produced championship caliber teams over the last 5 years. In the years 2021, 2022, 2024, and 2025, the Mustangs were runners-up, and in 2023 and 2026, they were crowned the ASAA Division I state champions. And whereas this season was cut short due to how long the winter weather affected the softball fields. The Mustangs were only able to play 7 conference games and 4 non-conference for the season. Despite this adversity, the Mustangs pushed through their games with sturdy defense and solid hitting. More than half the Mustangs had a batting average of over .4, and even more of the team with a higher on-base percentage. The Mustangs' total hits for the season were an impressive 230, with a total of 21 games to finish the season, which includes the games played both in regions and in state. Whereas this year's championship team consisted of 15 student athletes: Tess Buddy, Allison Craig, Emery Drake, Riley Green, Tori Jolin, Abigail Lanehart, Brooklyn McCormick, Samantha McCulloch, Emily Swain, Aubrey Sim, Alyssa Silva, Isabel Showstrand, Peyton Smith, Shelby Strange, and Rachel Wood. The team was led by head coach Michelle Strange and assistant coaches Sam Strange, Andy Dorflinger, and Kim Stoltz. And now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly commends the Chugiak High School Mustangs pushing through adversity early this season and becoming the 2026 ASAA Division I softball state champions.
Thank you. And I know folks have just sat down. If you would like to say something on the record, you're welcome to. Otherwise, we can pass. So anybody who would like to come say hello, please come forward. You can turn the microphone on with the green button. Just state your name and your affiliation, and then please feel free to speak.
Michelle Strange, I'm the head coach at Chugiak High School. I'm actually a Chugiak High School alumni, so go Mustangs. Thank you for this opportunity to recognize our young student athletes, our female student athletes. We had state in Fairbanks this year, so usually when we actually travel for our sports, we don't get the recognition that we sometimes get here in our hometown. So I just would like to thank everyone for the opportunity to recognize all the hard work that these athletes have done throughout the year. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I see we have some athletes. Please feel free to come forward and if you'd also like to make some remarks. And yeah, just turn on the microphone before you speak. There you go.
My name is Isabel Shostrand. My name is Aubrey Sims. And I'm Abigail Lanehart. And Road Chug. Turn it off.
Thank you.
Chair Brawley? Chair Brawley?
Yes, Madam Mayor, go ahead.
May I be added as a co-sponsor, please?
Yes, thank you. I neglected to ask about that. Yeah, please direct that the mayor be added as a co-sponsor. And I will ask if anybody objects to being added as a co-sponsor. Okay, then we'll add all members to that one. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. And I'll just note, I know the audio, that's something we will figure out if we can increase the volume or figure out whatever's going on. But in the meantime, I will stay to this as close as possible. So next we have item 10B4. Let me find my papers really briefly.
I pulled it, Chair, if that's what you're looking for.
Okay, yeah, I want to make sure I can read them into the record. So the first one is item 10B4, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly adopting a policy promoting the social social capital in our community through legislation incentivizing volunteerism and strengthening communal bonds throughout the municipality and establishing the Anchorage Community Opportunity and municipal measures optimizing neighborhood social capital or Anchorage Commons initiative. This item was pulled by Mr. Johnson.
If I may, Chair, I would defer to the sponsor to make a motion first.
Okay, what's the will of the body on this one?
Move to approve.
Okay, motion by Mr. Martinez to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Silvers. Mr. Martinez, would you like to speak to it?
I would defer to the member who pulled it.
Mr. Johnson, go ahead. I see you're in the queue.
Yeah, thank you. So I pulled 3 of these resolutions tonight, and while I understand...
Point of information.
What is your question, Mr. Martinez?
Are we talking about one item or multiple items? I think it was presented multiple items.
Right now we are on this item, but I think we generally give members leeway to speak to broadly their intent. So I will ask Mr. Johnson to make sure your comments are relevant to this item. Thank you.
It's about this item, but also pertains to the other items I pulled. We, as a body, have taken up quite a few of these resolutions that direct staff, either administrative from the administration or the legislative branch, to prepare reports or to adopt new frameworks for decision-making, et cetera. And while I think they are generally well-intentioned, I've certainly supported a number of them in the past. There's a growing concern in my mind that there are enough of these currently outstanding that as we continue to add more resolutions and more requests onto this pile of work, that there's one of 2 outcomes that I could see happening. One, either we cumulatively start to consume a great deal of staff time, which is a limited resource, or we get to a point where these resolutions, because there are so many of them pending at any given time, lose their value as a direction to the administration. And I am generally of a position that I think before we adopt these, at least for my part, I believe it is behooves us to consider each individually, possibly through a committee meeting or other structure where we may ask questions, where we may ask staff what time they will have to commit to follow through on the requests we are making, and more carefully consider whether or not we want to approve these moving forward. As is noted in a later item in this body, a resolution that we passed relating to tax exemptions has the potential to eat up hundreds of hours of staff time. And I don't think we fully contemplated that at the time we adopted the resolution. It was a resolution I supported, but I think we need to be considerate of that before we take these actions. So that is my question relating to all 3 of the items I pulled. So if there was a motion to postpone, I'd be willing to wait and hear consideration or argumentation at a committee meeting, but I'm not prepared to support these items tonight. I will say there's an exception here for 10B6, and I would note that we did discuss that in a work session. We did have an opportunity to hear from staff on the impacts of that, so that is why I accepted that one.
Okay, next I have Mr. Voland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, first I have a question just on the tail end of Member Johnson's comments. Did you say 10B6 was the one that you supported, or was there a different one? 10B6 is the...
I clarified that I did not pull 10B6
Got it, okay.
because that is one we discussed at a work session.
Got it. I'm tracking. Thank you. I share Member Johnson's concerns on this item, 10B4. And I think as well on 10B5 in terms of the staff time and resources and essentially the amount of homework we are essentially assigning the administration, whereas some of this I think would be better suited as a legislative project within our branch. And in particular, this item on the proposed Anchorage Commons initiative, it calls for amendments to Title 21, amendments to Title 12, and amendments to Title 1. And I think that is something that the sponsor of this could bring forward in an AO. What are those amendments? I would encourage maybe to go through a committee process or working group process with the administration to help draft actual action items rather than saying, administration, you do this. And it also strikes me as sort of we're calling this an initiative without any actual work product of an initiative. So I think I would rather, if this were to be an initiative like the home initiative or other legislative projects we've called initiatives, I'd rather see the actual work product, the actual proposal. What is it that we're hoping to put into effect? And can I see that in a legislative draft? And so I think it would be a big project, a sizable one, but certainly not an insurmountable one, and perhaps one that the Community and Economic Development Committee could work on collaboratively with the administration. So I think for that reason, I will not be in support of this particular item. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Next, Mr. Martinez.
All right, back in the queue. So I call this the roll sleeves up resolution. Essentially, this is an attempt to recognize that social capital in our community is important, that volunteerism and strengthening community bonds through working together on things that are important to our community matter. But volunteerism isn't enough. Identifying what social capital means and how we honor it in our community, knowing that we're all we have, we rely on each other, even beyond municipal resources. Just think of the month of cleanup month in the municipality, working with the Chamber of Commerce, working with people all across our community. We can't clean up Anchorage without each other. And so this is an attempt to go back to some of our work around building community resilience. And the hope is that this is a strongly worded intentionality that we are identifying something. To Member Voland's point, I had been working on this with municipal staff, with our legislative staff, particularly the attorneys, for a while, and I do have like 3 AOs that can roll out, but I thought it was more important that we step back and ask the question and have the discussion about what does social capital mean in our community, and how can the administration work toward recognizing that, because I think this is a little beyond an assembly project. I think this is fundamentally how we value and recognize and think about honoring these social capital investments in our community. So I don't have a problem if this is postponed in terms of a project, but I don't want it to be postponed because we're asking the administration to do more things. I don't think this is necessarily new. I think this helps us codify some of the investments in volunteerism we already have in our community. So on that front, I hope that folks can move on this, or there is a destination point if this is postponed, that there is a commitment to continuing to work on recognizing social capital investments in our community as important. That's it, Chair.
Okay, next, Mr. Perez-Rodilla.
Thank you, Chair. I think that first of all, I appreciate this coming forward, and I think this is a conversation that I value, and I'm guessing the administration values as well, and I'm guessing a lot of us value. I think that the concern I have, similar to some of my colleagues, is the directing of the administration in such a way that it's not asking them to prioritize, it's not asking them to consider, it's directing them to take actions, which is not what I believe we should be doing with resolutions. I've been pretty consistent about that for many years. So I think what I would suggest is that we vote to postpone indefinitely, and that this item gets reworked in a way that allows it to give advice, give recommendation, give direction to the administration, but not direct them to act in such a way that we are getting involved and crossing the line in terms of governance versus operations. So that's my recommendation, and I will be a no vote on this, but I would prefer a motion to postpone indefinitely to allow this to come back in a new form. So thank you.
Thank you. I'll note the motion right now is a motion to approve. Mr. Martinez has spoken before, but there's no one else in the queue, so I'll go to you, Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Chair. To the administration, just from the vantage point of the larger question, how would you all think that we should approach this? And is there a commitment from the administration that if we somehow push this off of our agenda today, that we will have a meaningful discussion, or discussion is one thing, but direction toward action? And fundamentally, my hope is that we recognize the social capital investments that our community needs versus the volunteer nature that we think sometimes, people are just volunteering because it feels good. We as a city need people to volunteer. And so I want to really be clear about that, and I hope that the administration can at least recognize that and give me some sense that you all will take the approach of recognizing these investments in our community beyond this particular night. To the administration, do you have a commitment to having this conversation advance forward? Do you see a value in social capital and recognizing these investments in our community? Or as I call it, the roll sleeves up resolution.
Through the chair to Member Martinez, we are always open to the conversation. We're always open to collaboration. We recognize the value of volunteerism, social capital, et cetera. So our door is open, and we'd be happy to hear what you have in mind.
Thank you. And I would just add one additional item. Resiliency in a community is also built by these sort of mechanisms. And so the stronger we are in terms of being a more resilient community, the more volunteerism, the more civic engagement, the more recognition of those things are important as well. So I'll take that as an affirmative. Thank you, Mr. Falsey, and to my colleagues. I'm at your disposal with this particular item. I hope we can continue to advance the concept, even if this particular item doesn't advance tonight. Thank you.
Okay, next I have a few folks in the queue. Ms. Baldwin-Day.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So as someone who has been involved myself in the development of social capital, mutual aid most specifically, I appreciate the sentiment here. I think what I see in this is not necessarily a resolution, but a legislative roadmap, which I would love to see the sponsor come forward with sort of the suite of ordinances that would flesh this out in a really practical way. It seems like there are legislative projects embedded here that could be staged, that could be sequenced to actually accomplish the goal without having to move through this particular process and ask the administration to do a whole lot of analysis of our code, which fundamentally is a legislative job. So I also think that this requires pre-work with the community to understand exactly what types of social capital our community is interested in incentivizing. So I think there is work to be done before this is an item before us legislatively. So I think with that, I would like to move to postpone this item indefinitely.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Baldwin Day to postpone this item indefinitely, second by Ms. Scout. Do you want to further speak to that, Ms. Baldwin Day?
No, I think I said what I needed to say. Thank you.
Okay, and it looks like no one else is in the queue at this time, so the motion is to postpone indefinitely. One note, we are getting a couple reports that there may be some issue with the YouTube or audio. I want to state we are still recording. We are working to figure out this issue. And I guess if we do have further technical issues, then we will pause the meeting to address that. So with that said, the motion on the floor is to postpone indefinitely. Members may proceed to vote. Okay, on a motion or on a vote of 11 to 1, this item has been postponed indefinitely, 10B4. Next item, I will read into the record Resolution AR 2026-210, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly requesting a review of the municipal land use framework governing the siting of licensed cannabis establishments for consistency with AR 2025-159, the Anchorage Economic Development Framework, with particular emphasis on the framework's equity and opportunity pillar. This item was pulled by Mr. Johnson.
And again, I will respectfully defer to the sponsor to make a
Move
motion.
to approve.
Okay, motion by Mr. Martinez. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Silvers. Mr. Martinez, do you want to speak to it?
Thank you, Chair. This is a resolution requesting that the administration or the municipality review the cannabis licensing requirements for establishing where they go, where they are, and the entire framework. Essentially, at the CEDC meeting, we had the opportunity to, I was requesting a map for some time, and we had a small presentation from one of the local, one of the local folks who was getting a license, and I requested the map, a GIS map. We have a wonderful GIS team, and if you look at a map of where things are and where they aren't, you kind of get a sense that there are some parts of our community, for example, on the Northeast Community Council, there are a lot of folks there who feel like our part of the community has been targeted more than other parts. But if you look at a map, there are certain parts of our community that, I won't say targeted, I think it's a bad word that some people use, but there have been cannabis businesses cited in parts of town, and it seems that the map demonstrates some degree of density. There are places where they are more likely to be found than on other places. And at this point, one of the questions of equity, especially as it relates to, what's going on in our community, where are things happening, where are the burdens, where are the businesses, where are the opportunities, I thought it was important that we have a resolution today asking for the administration to review our land use policies citing or reviewing where licensed cannabis establishments can be. Because if there are any now equity questions, I think we can address them by looking at where they have landed. We have several years of data before us, and it gives us a real opportunity to make sure that we're not having communities receive too many burdens, not from businesses, but just from inequitable land use policies. And so the hope is that we can be consistent with our economic development framework that identifies equity as one of those pillars, and have the administration help us look at whether or not we need to revisit our land use framework governing the licensing of cannabis establishments and where they go. So my hope is that colleagues will support this, because I think this is a timely and relevant action. Yes, it does require work, but this is work that needs to happen. Some work just cannot be postponed. Thank you.
Okay, next I have Mr. Voland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this one I think is really interesting, because I think it does raise very important issues around equity, density, allowed uses in zoning and their impacts, overconcentration of certain uses. And I'll just say, I think for multiple reasons on this one, this is an assembly-led project, not an administration-led project. Because I haven't seen proof in concept of those things always being carefully considered, frankly. So this is another one where instead of assigning something to the administration, I think this becomes an AO. I think this becomes a public outreach project. I think this is an assembly-led project. I think I support the intent, but not the way to get there. So I'll be a no on this resolution, but I would be very interested in seeing a project come forward that addresses this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, next I have Mr. Gerker.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Very similar things. I think it's an interesting concept, and it will be a conversation worth having. I can guarantee you it'll be a very vigorous conversation for my community. I do think that I would like to move to postpone this item indefinitely.
Second.
Okay, there was a motion by Mr. Gerker to postpone this item indefinitely, a second by Ms. Scout. And I see there's a few folks in the queue, so I'll turn to Mr. Gerker, then I'll work through the queue. Any further comments on that?
Yeah, I was just going to say, look, this is an interesting concept. I agree with Mr. Vollen. This should be an assembly-led project. And if there is an AO that come from this, then I would encourage the sponsor of this resolution to do that and bring us an AO, and we'll go through that regular process instead of going through this route. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, Ms. Baldwin-Day on the motion.
Yeah, thank you. This seems to me to be a project that is really ripe for research and review by legislative services, but also by the clerk's office, which is the licensing arm of the legislative branch. And I think, conducting this work in consultation, of course, with the planning department is really important. However, it seems to me that really analyzing the results of that research and creating a policy for addressing any inequity is our work. And so I think it would be fascinating to see what comes of something like this. Again, I agree with colleagues that this is a legislative project and something that I would be excited to see come forward as an evaluation of our land use patterns, particularly with respect to cannabis establishments. So I'm in support of the motion to postpone indefinitely, but very eager to see this actually become a legislative project. Thank you.
Thank you. 1 second. Okay, just to be clear, so because this is a new motion, then Mr. Martinez has spoken before, but he can speak next, and then I have Mr. Perez-Verdiaz. So go ahead, Mr. Martinez.
All right. I respectfully disagree with my colleagues. We are a political body, and there are politics behind why things are the way they are today in terms of in land use decisions. The body has made policy choices in the past. And so is this the body that's going to analyze that? We talked about staff time and legislative time. We have a very limited amount of legislative staff, assembly staff. And so I thought it was more important, and I don't, unless someone can point out the language where it missed the mark, I thought it was more important that we step away from our political function as the policymakers, ask for a straight up review of land use policies that we currently have today through the lens of the policies that we've established already. So that we'll be doing the review. But to be able to give the administration and the city, the land use folks, give us the cold raw data without the political spin on it, I think that that's a better approach at this point. And so I hope that we can take that. I think this is a wonderful and a very important project that some folks might find vigorous. I find it timely. I think it's important that we have this conversation, but that we don't make predetermined judgments that often come from the political spaces that we're operating. So I'd rather have stepped back and say, is this even a problem? It seems that way on a map. And if this is a challenge, then how can we begin to make those policy adjustments? We will still always make the policy adjustments. My hope is that we can have some degree of a neutral framework to give us a sense that, according to the municipality data, there is some equity challenges that we now can begin to advance with AOs changing some of the code. But I don't know what those particular challenges are yet, and I don't know that we have the resources beyond the professionals in land use to just tell us what those land use things are, and then we get to evaluate whether they are meeting up to our standard of equity or not. So I encourage folks to advance this because I don't think it does. I think if it's a strong project, it can continue to be a strong project. And if we need to pick up some of the work ourselves as it relates to a complementary internal assembly project, then I think that's also valuable. But my encouragement to folks would be don't miss the opportunity. We have the land use folks all around already, and they can just give us high-level analysis, and we can still make the determinations of the policies to come. That's my encouragement. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Presvidia on the motion.
Yeah, I'm processing this. I'm thinking about this from a process perspective as well, and how this should unfold. I think it's an important conversation topic. It's certainly important for the businesses and the residents on the west side that I represent. It's been a conversation we've had for years, and so, but I think in agreement that I'd like to see this come through the assembly. I'd like to see 2 or 3 assembly members working together in collaboration with the administration to begin to really flesh this out, do some research, develop a baseline for what we're talking about here, and develop some potential strategies of how to move forward and bring this back for something that's a little bit more informed. So I'm going to be in supporting of postponing it. But again, important conversation to have. I just think that the process in terms of going through the resolution and tasking the administration with developing a framework, for me, is the wrong process. So I'm going to be in support of postponement. But again, appreciate bringing it forward. Appreciate the topic.
Yeah, I'll note the door closing was unrelated. Next, Ms. Baldwin-Day on the motion.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to say that, Midtown is another place where there have been questions from constituents about the concentration of cannabis businesses. And I would be very open to working alongside members from the east side and the west side to work on this project behind the scenes and then bring it back in a different form. So just wanted to put that on the record. Thank you.
Okay, there's no one else in the queue. Members may proceed to vote. The motion on the floor is to motion to postpone indefinitely. Okay, on a vote of 10 to 2, the motion to postpone AR 2026-210 indefinitely passes the body. Next, we'll take up item 10B6. So that is AR 2026-211, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly requesting fiscal information and analysis and setting initial policy priorities for the fiscal year 2027 municipal budget. This item was pulled by Ms. Baldwin-Day.
Thank you, Chair. Move to approve.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Baldwin-Day to approve, second by Ms. Silvers. Ms. Baldwin-Day.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to bring this particular draft to the attention of my colleagues and also to the public because this resolution looks a bit different than similar resolutions in years past. And I hope that folks will take the time to read through this AR because it provides what we hope is a level set in terms of the lay of the land, in terms of Anchorage's fiscal present. Like, what is our actual financial reality together as a municipality? One thing I wanted to point out that came up in our work session was the request from the Assembly that there be an accounting, essentially, of the total amount of deferred maintenance that we have in Anchorage, whether that's on our roads, our stormwater system, municipal facilities and buildings, and recognizing that doing that in a line-by-line way would be a significant lift. Our OMB director, Ms. Browse, pointed that out to us. That would be a lot of work to do that comprehensively. I just wanted to be sure that my colleagues and the public were aware that this is really a request for a high-level, sort of 30,000-foot view of what what is that dollar amount attached to the deferred maintenance in Anchorage? Much like you would take an inventory of your own house to understand when your boiler might be ready to go out or when your heating system might need maintenance. That is what we are asking for, but we're asking for that on a municipal wide level. So for clarity, this is not intended to be lines upon lines of spreadsheet, but hopefully something that's digestible both for us as the Assembly and also for the public as we think about what our future commitments are in terms of the buildings we need to maintain, the roads we need to repair, the drainage that needs our attention, and other capital projects. And I think that's all my comments. Thank you.
Okay, next I have Mr. Boland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to highlight one piece in this that is important to me, and that's in Section 3. And I believe it was Member Baldwin Day who helped finesse some of the language here. But it calls for when developing the Capital Improvement Program, the CIP, and the 2027 Capital Improvement Budget, the CIB, for the administration to make a thorough review and consider reprioritizing projects in terms of urgency, severity of need, and population density, such as projects to prevent future catastrophic infrastructure failures and deprioritizing projects that increase future maintenance liabilities or contribute to more diffuse infrastructure. And particularly that population density piece, that is consistent with prior guidance, policy guidance that was approved by the Assembly, that was brought forward by myself and former Vice Chair Meg Zolotel. That was AR 2024-323, the S version as amended. And what that did was to call for our scoring criteria for capital improvement, the program and the budget, to consider population density as one of those criteria. That it is important to consider in ensuring the greatest benefit possible to the most people possible. And I think that's important because on a lot of the swirling issues right now of equity, of zoning, of use types, right? We have limited certain areas of town. We have said, this is where you can have dense multifamily housing. Can't have it over here, you can have it here. This is where you can have your cannabis stores. You can have them here. Can't have them over here. This is where you can have your homeless shelters. You can have them here. Can't have them over here. And I think it's really important to consider housing density, population density. If we're going to say this is where you can live and also you have to put up with these use types, those areas of town should get the best sidewalks. They should get the cleanest and the safest parks. They should get the investment that often they do not. Mountain View and Fairview should have their alleyways paved. And so I'm going to be asking questions when we have our Assembly budget work sessions. How are we prioritizing population density? How are we prioritizing bringing up our multifamily neighborhoods when the capital budget is presented to us? And I really hope that that is a strong part of the criteria that is used to inform this budget coming before us. Thank you, Madam Chair. And Member Brawley.
Thank you. Been recognized in the queue. So I appreciate my colleagues commenting on this and everybody's participation in this process. I'll just note that we discussed this resolution, a very rough draft version of it at our June Budget and Finance Committee. We brought back a more refined draft of it and entertained at least one amendment at our July 16th meeting. I'll just note that I know that the original amendment sponsors wanted to have that information in the preliminary budget memo, the 120-day memo from August 31st. When we submitted this, we opted to put it in the requirements for the October budget, just to note what was realistic based on what we heard from the administration, but also knowing that that level of detail, and I think with some additional commentary as has been requested, would be where that lies in the budget book. And then lastly, I'll say, returning to comments I made back in March regarding school funding, the decision that we had before us, or at least most of us had before us, on the school budget in March is not the hardest budget decision we are going to make, and certainly not the hardest one that will come up this year or in a future year. So I would encourage folks to consider not just what your budget priorities are as individual members, in addition to what's here, but also what time and what commitment and what energy you want to put into this budget process this year. I think one option is to essentially adopt a continuation budget with whatever policy choices the mayor makes. And another one is going to be to actively dig into whatever areas you are interested in, and then work basically starting now until November to figure that out. I think we always underestimate how much time things will take, and it is a precious resource in this job. And so I very much encourage folks. This doesn't mean that we agree on what all those outcomes are going to be, and this resolution does not pretend to say that. It is asking for information that we need to make these decisions, and it is laying out some of the big issues that we know we need to address regardless of what the answer to those things are. So anyway, again, I would encourage folks to really actively participate in this budget season and consider that it has basically started now as opposed to when you get your budget book in October. So I'll take back the gavel then. So there's no one else in the queue. Members may proceed to vote on this item. And the motion is to approve. Okay, on a vote of 12-0, item AR 2026-211 passes the body unanimously. One update to note on tech issues. That is one of the things taking some of my time. It appears that our audio was cutting in and out on YouTube. It appears that it is back. I have a streaming version of YouTube on my computer that I can monitor, but I also note there are some issues with the closed captioning service. So at this point, we believe Google is the problem and not us or whoever owns YouTube these days. And I will also note there are challenges when you have public infrastructure or public records requirements that are based on a privately owned platform, but that is the world that we live in today. So we'll keep monitoring the audio issues, and again, if we really run into a serious problem, we will pause the meeting, but we are confident that it is still being recorded, and such as it is being streamed to YouTube. Next, we have item 10B7, AR 2026-212, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly recognizing that areas accommodating additional housing growth should receive priority consideration for supporting public infrastructure and community investments, and requesting an implementation framework for equitable growth-related capital prioritization. This item was pulled by Mr. Johnson.
I respectfully defer to the sponsor.
Okay, what is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Volland, second by Mr. Martinez to approve. Mr. Volland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am going to support this item, but I do have an amendment first that I'd like to make. It's a floor amendment that would strike Section 3.
Okay, there's a motion to amend by striking the entirety of Section 3. That's page 2, lines 13 through 27.
Second for purposes of discussion.
And then a second by Ms. Baldwin-Day. Go ahead, Mr. Volland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I think without Section 3, which again requests work product from the administration, that this one is of value. Sections 1 and 2, I think, are squarely within our wheelhouse, and I think this is complementary to the budget resolution that we just passed. It talks about that we should have priority consideration for infrastructure and community investments in neighborhoods where we have housing growth. It also calls for equitable prioritization on those same issues. I also think the policy guidance that was previously adopted that I read prior, AR 2024-323, the S version, speaks to that. And so with these sections 1 and 2 passing, I would actually see that as complementary to our budget priorities and something that we can look at when we're examining different budget matters, whether that's the CIP or if it's the bond proposals that we put before voters. I think that this can be a little bit of a guiding star. And I think, again, if we're going to allow housing growth in certain parts of town, we should really match that with infrastructure that can support that housing growth, and with amenities that can make quality of life better for all those folks that are going to live in that area. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Next, Mr. Martinez.
I consider that a friendly amendment. I don't have a problem with that amendment. And I just wanted to also say to that amendment, Yes, to everything Member Volin just described, but the term that we use in our 2025-159 is stackable return on investments. And we want to be able to concentrate those investments there. And I would just say I don't have a problem with the amendment, but I do want the skin in the game from the administration. And from my understanding, this particular item is something that they don't see a problem with as well. And so I think that there's alignment to the interest that we have in terms of making sure that investments go where the work is going to happen as well. So I don't have a problem with the amendment being removed, but I just wanted to flag for the administration that doesn't get you off the hook. Thank you.
Okay, any additional, Ms. Baldwin Day on the amendment?
Yes, I actually would be curious to hear someone from the administration speak to whether or not there are any portions of Section 3 that are already in development.
Through the chair to Member Baldwin Day, I'll have to pull Section 3 back up because once you eliminate it, I said the rest of this doesn't apply to us. So just a moment. So the proposed to be deleted Section 3 has us looking at a framework to incorporate housing growth, infrastructure need, and equity considerations into the prioritization of municipal capital and related neighborhood investments. I would say we have not given it a framework designation, but certainly that informs our considerations when we are building capital budgets in general. Beyond that, if there's more particular information that anyone wants to add from the administration, I would defer to those who may be in the audience.
Okay, yeah, I'm not seeing any additional folks coming up, so I will turn back to Ms. Baldwin Day.
There are no takers on Mr. Falsey's invitation. I think I'm particularly interested in whether we have put item A under the microscope, which is areas accommodating or expecting to accommodate additional housing growth under adopted municipal plans or housing reforms. Is that something that has been kicked around in our Community and Economic Development Department?
Yeah, I see we have Chief of Staff, Ms. Fleet Green. Please proceed.
Yes, through the chair, to answer the previous question as laid out, I would say one thing that we certainly do consider when we're looking at capital investments, both for roads, but frankly for park improvements, for libraries, for other municipal assets that we know either need work or expansion, we absolutely do look at the usage of those facilities. Frankly, I recall when I was here 2 mayors ago, and we put substantial investment into the Mountain View Library. One of the key questions was, what is the usage at that library that was at that point in time within Clark Middle School, and the demand for a standalone public library and how that library would be developed. I think as we move forward, as the mayor said in her opening remarks, especially right now when we are looking at potential growth with the J-Bear Fighter Town recapitalization and the huge potential growth that has in population and where that housing might be within the municipality, to look at the potential needs coming from that growth. So that's just one example. But again, to reiterate, when we are looking at capital investments, we do look at demand and future demand.
Mr. Bond, on the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question, and I think it's probably best for Ms. Browse if she's willing to come up. And this was not it's going to be an easy one. Had I known that I was going to make this floor amendment, I would have given you this question in advance, so apologies. But my question is, when we have our budget work sessions and we work through the CIP and the CIB, can your department work with PM&E, Parks and Rec to present to the Assembly how population density and housing growth can be part of prioritization and scoring criteria for the projects that are moved forward.
Through the chair to Member Volin, yes, we can. I also think that we will be having ongoing conversations about additional information that'll help sort of draw the story of how and why the decisions are made and how we could be making them into the future by sort of changing our current timing and process and things that we have seen succeed or fail from the past.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. I think that'd be very helpful. Appreciate that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thanks, and I have myself in the queue on the amendment.
Chair Brawley.
Thank you. I just want to remind, so this is on the amendment. I support the amendment. I do believe, one, that there are structures in place that we should be slotting these priorities into rather than creating an additional framework. And the second thing I want to remind members in context of kind of the interplay between in the budget and our capital budget in particular, our CIP, our one-year budget, and our program, which is a 6-year outlook. Both of those are items that we bring every year through our budget process for amendment. And last year, I want to remind members, I know 3 of you were not here, but for the 9 of us who were, the administration basically brought a capital improvement budget that removed all individual projects other than basically programmed traffic calming, things like that, that are not specific to a location, and basically asked members to bring amendments or to prioritize among ourselves collectively through our budget process where we should be putting those investments. I believe there was, I don't remember the total, but there was maybe less than half of us who brought amendments, and of course they were all serving our individual districts and priority projects in those areas. And I think there was a couple others that were brought because they were priorities and they were not brought forward by members. But I want to remind folks that this is an active participation process, and I think at the end of the day, the way that we make these prioritizations, we can ask the administration to do that in their budget. They make the first draft of the budget, we make the last draft of the budget, and we approve it. And so I also really encourage folks to take a hard look at the CIB and the CIP. That rolling 6-year list has been in our book since last year, and we'll be getting a new book, but it is available online, and to really ask folks to take a look and also to bring your priorities, each of us, to the table to have that discussion, because at the end of the day, we do have constrained resources, and it requires having a list to start from. And so that'd be my recommendation, and I would support this general principle without this amendment there. Thank you. Next, I have Mr. Gerker is on the amendment.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead.
Just a really quick, I guess, clarifying question to the sponsor of the amendment. If we take out Section 3, who is then responsible for developing this criteria? Is that something that we're going to do separately? Because that was one of the sections in there, is that they're developing the scoring matrix, is how I read it, for deciding where these projects are going to go. Is that something we're going to do separately?
So in this resolution, as I understand it, through the chair, sections 1 and 2 have to do with how projects are given priority consideration. And I think that is something that we can do in our own decision-making process as a body when it comes to, as Chair Brawley just said, passing the budget. Ultimately that's our responsibility. The administration gives us their proposed budget, and then we take it from there. In terms of the scoring criteria that's done on the front end, that is, I think, has more to do with the prior adopted resolution that I mentioned, AR 2024-323. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, PM&E and Parks and Rec have already inserted population density as part of their scoring criteria when they put their proposed CIB together, and that comes before us. And so, like I said earlier, I plan on asking in the work sessions that we have, how was that weighted? How was that considered in your proposal? But then, to me, this resolution that is before us tonight speaks more on to the back end of the process. What do we do then, legislative as a body? And I think this is essentially just a statement on the record saying we're going to consider housing growth, we're going to consider equity, we're going to consider, this is also calls back to population density as part of our criteria for decision making.
Okay, so the only real action from this then is to say, hey, this is something we care about that we're going to do in 6 months.
Yes, and that's why I see it as complementary to the budget priorities resolution that we just passed.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any further members in the queue, so members may proceed to vote on the amendment, and that's to strike Section 3 in this resolution. Okay, on a vote of 12-0, that amendment passes. We're back on the main motion. At this time, I don't have anyone in the queue. So members may proceed to vote on the main motion. Yeah, and just for clarity on the record, so Vice Chair Volin moved that, and second by Mr. Martinez. It got corrected. Thank you. Okay, on a motion of 12-0, AR 2026-212 passes the body unanimously. We have one additional item on our consent agenda, and that is item 10F1. It is an informational item, AIM 103-2026, report on fully tax-exempt real property pursuant to AR 2026-73 as amended. This was pulled by Ms. Scout.
Yes, I'd like to move to postpone this item to the August 18th meeting. My reasoning for that, this is a really important
Point of order, Chair.
memorandum. Oh, sorry.
Do we need a second
Oh,
before
sorry.
we?
Yeah, sorry, we do need a motion. So
Too
that was a
excited.
motion by Ms. Scout to postpone this item to the regular meeting of August 18th, I believe, is that right?
Correct.
And I will second for the purposes of discussion.
Okay, second by Mr. Volant. Go ahead, Ms. Scout.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, as I mentioned, this is a really important AIM. It's in this meeting packet and was added to the addendum, I believe, in response to a resolution passed on March 24th. And this report looks at the fully tax-exempt real property in the municipality, and there are some really critical recommendations and analysis in this report. Things like reorganizing staff internally, potential code changes, looking at cross-department collaborations and efficiencies to improve our processes around property tax appraisal and how our the entirety of our property tax base is impacted by exempt properties. I would love to dig deeper into this memorandum in a work session with my colleagues and want to give us some time to explore doing that before we simply accept what is in this memorandum.
Okay, just 1 second. I want to check for order. So I saw Mr. Johnson, you were in the queue. Did you take yourself out of the queue or did the computer do that?
It was some kind of computer glitch.
Okay, so I'm going to take Mr. Johnson first because I know you were at the top and then I'll work down from there. So Mr. Johnson, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I think I agree with everything Member Scout just said, but I'm not sure if I still find postponement of this necessary, since this is just a informational memorandum, and I don't think it actually directs, any next steps necessarily. So, I mean, I welcome clarification if there's something I'm missing here, but I do believe that we could accept this tonight as an informational memorandum and then still have the opportunity to dig into what sort of follow-on work is necessary here. So unless this is actually creating some direction that will, if adopted tonight, add to somebody's work in the coming weeks, I'm kind of the opinion that we could accept this and also do the things that Member Scout is advocating for.
Okay, next, Mr. Gerker, on the motion to postpone.
Yeah, I was just going to literally say exactly what Mr. Johnson just said. Typically, when we're accepting these reports, we're not making policy decisions or taking a stance on what the reports say themselves. We're just accepting that they've provided the report to us, and we're saying, okay, we've received it. Though I agree with what Member Scout was saying as well about the need for going through this and a little bit more work on it. Absolutely, 100%. I just don't think we need to postpone it in order to do that. A prime example that kind of comes to mind is, we accepted the audit report on P-cards. a while ago, and now we have a work session, or excuse me, it's going to be at our committee meeting tomorrow. So we have the ability to accept the reports and then do work on it going forward. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, next, Mr. Boland, on the motion to postpone.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I agree that this could be accepted tonight, but I just also wanted to put out there that leadership is looking at scheduling a future work session on this. We're looking probably at August 7th. We haven't set that in stone yet, but more to come, and we do want to dive into this as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Next, Ms. Baldwin-Day.
It sounds like a work session's in progress. I was going to offer that if there was interest, the audit committee could also take up this item. Thank you.
I appreciate the additional.
Sorry, Ms. Scout, need to be recognized. Sorry, thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Scout.
Thanks. Sorry. I appreciate the additional information and insight from my colleagues. I'll withdraw my motion to postpone and instead move to accept.
Second.
Okay, now we have a motion to accept this report from Ms. Scout, second from Mr. Voland. Any further discussion on this item? Okay, I think members' intent is clear. And yeah, I will note that we have not fully scheduled this work session, but that is the intent. And so it will likely be on Friday, August 7th. We have one other work session scheduled that day, and certainly we'll be engaging with the assessor to discuss kind of what that looks like. So then members may proceed to vote. The motion is to accept this report. Okay, on a motion of 12-0, AIM 103-2026 has been accepted by the body. That takes us to the end of our consent agenda items at this time. And I think I understand, I know there's a lot of folks in the audience who are here for one or more items. And so I want to lay out a possible path forward and see if there's a motion. So the proposal is to essentially, again, recognizing that we have one continued public hearing. We have two other items that are really internal matters, but I know are of great public interest on the 12s. So the request from the body, or the request to the body would be to change the order of the day to take up basically 13A through 14F, which is a one-time sensitive item, and then 6 small administrative amendments to labor agreements. Come back to 13A. Certainly, we know that there's folks likely here to testify, and then to also move the 2 items in the 12s to take them up after the
Point
last.
of information? I think you said 13A twice in there. Could you restate what you want?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
Where you're wanting to move?
I'm sorry about that. Yeah, so the proposal would be to take up 13B, and I'm sorry about that. That is considered a time-sensitive item. Then to take up items 14A through F. Those are all public hearing items. And then to take up 13A after that. And then to continue through our new hearing items, so 14G, H, and I, and the licenses, and then to take up the 2 items in the 12s at the end of the meeting.
Madam Chair, if I might make a motion. Is that in order?
Yes, please proceed.
Okay, I move to change the order of the day to take up item 13B, followed by items 14A through F, then item 13A, then item 14G through 14I, then the 15s, and then finally the items in section 12.
Second.
So we have a motion by Mr. Vaughan to change the order of the day as described on the screen. Second by Ms. Park, and I see we have Mr. Johnson. Go ahead.
Thank you. This might get confusing, but I would like to, can I make an amendment to a motion to change the order of the day? So first as a point of information.
Yes, that is in order.
Okay, so I would make an amendment to take up item 13A, followed by 13B and the rest as outlined here. I guess to make it more succinctly, what I'd say is I would put 13A as the first item we take up when we return from our dinner break.
Second.
Okay, motion by Mr. Johnson to essentially keep the agenda as it is, so taking up 13A, then moving through our items, and then taking up the 12s at the end. That was the change, and then the second was from Mr. Gerker, I believe. Do you wanna speak
If
to
I
that
may
further?
just briefly speak to my rationale is I know that we have a lot of people from the community here to testify, including a great many personnel from Anchorage Police Department, many of whom I don't expect are here to testify, but these are shift workers. Some of them are probably either just getting off shift, just about to go to shift, or perhaps in the middle of their rest period. And I think the longer we keep them here, I think ultimately would not serve the public interest, as we're going to expect many of them to show up for work either in a few hours or tomorrow morning, and that I think we would like them well rested so they could do the job that we expect them to do to the best of their abilities.
Okay. Next, Ms. Silvers, is this on the motion to amend? Okay, I can leave you in for the main. Mr. Bowen, motion to amend.
Sure. I appreciate where Member Johnson is coming from, certainly. I just thought I would give sort of leadership's perspective on why we wanted to go in this order. We see items 13B as perhaps pretty quick and non-controversial. That's also a must-pass item. The 14s, the early 14s, likewise, I think we can get through pretty quickly. Those are public hearing items, and I think there'll be a few people here to testify to those as well. But I don't foresee that they will be all that long. And then go back to 13A, to Member Johnson's point, there's lots of folks here to testify, including some of our officers. And then the 14G through 14I, those we wanted to get through just in case there was questions for municipal staff, with the idea that we could let them go home sooner than later if possible. 15s, as we normally move through those very quickly, we expect to do the same. And then last, we would reserve the 12s, which are those more special reserved items. So that's kind of where we were coming from and trying to put it together this way, but I can appreciate the rationale for the amendment brought forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thanks. Mr. Gerker on the amendment?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, so I appreciate that. Appreciate leadership's perspective. I would just, I guess, gently push back that the municipal staff who are here for these items later are paid to be here. And the members of the community are volunteering their time. So I think it is probably behooves us to try and get through item 13A first. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Silvers on the amendment?
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, the municipal staff are paid to be here, and it's not ideal. They're also scheduled to be here. I see many officers in the room. I see their spouses in the room. I'm speaking to the amendment now, but actually I oppose switching any order of the day because it doesn't add any efficiency. But what it does is it kind of continues a pattern that we are in of reordering items of broad public interest to the end of the meeting, which really results in marginalizing the voices of residents of our municipality. And so I'm going to support the amendment because I think that that solves one half of the problem of reordering of the day, but probably will not support reordering the day at all at the end of the amendment. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Boland on the amendment.
Yeah, thank you. I guess, I would push back on the efficiency piece. That is part of the reason that leadership wanted to do some reordering. I will note when it comes to to matters of broad public interest, I'm not sure which particular matters the member from East Anchorage is referring to, but some of the items that we have put to the very end of the meeting are not public hearing items. So just want to state that for the record. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thanks. I'll just ask, I guess we'll take a vote, motion to amend, so that is to keep 13A at the beginning to this change the order. So members may proceed to vote. Okay, on a vote of 10 to 2, the amendment passes. So to be clear, the motion to change the order of the day is to essentially take our most of our business as it is published, but to move the two items in the 12s till the end of the meeting. So that, just to be clear, when we would come back from dinner, we would, if this motion passes, we would start with 13A, move through the agenda, and then take up 12A and 12B after that. And so that is the motion on the table right now, is to change the order of the day according to, as I just described. So we'll get the language updated if we can. Okay, so. So yeah, just to be clear, even though it says on the screen, the intent would be to still take up 13A, even though it will not show up on the screen as written there. Any further discussion? Okay, members may proceed to vote on that change the order.
Member Park?
Okay, on a vote of 11 to 1, the motion to change the order as amended has passed the body. We are at the end of our consent agenda. I'll note just a couple things, because again, I know there's great public interest. This is the time that we take our dinner break. So I know we typically have about 20 minutes or so. I will ask folks to stay to that 20 minutes if at all possible, so that we are back here at 7:30, so that we can start our first public hearing item, which will be 13A. And then I will also note that I know you're seeing a lot of paper shuffling and checking with the clerk and making sure that we are following, because sometimes we have complex procedures and we know that we need to get it right, and we're trying to do it in real time. And so so thank you everybody for your patience. And again, when we come back, we will reopen the continued public hearing on item 13A, AO 2026-62, and we will proceed from there. Thank you.
Somehow you kept me. Guess I haven't cried enough.
to be. Secure the seat and don't release the opportunity. Now I'm colder than the weather, steady going under pressure. I'm finally over being low-key under these old covers. Now I'm back and I'm better, steady going under pressure. Sit back and watch the paint dry. Take time and watch the dope rise. Minutes passing, hours dancing. How the hell am I still standing? Keys are rusting. I'm not playing. Melodies are infiltrating. Now I'm colder than the weather, steady going under pressure. I'm finally over being low-key under these old covers. Now I'm back and I'm better, steady going under pressure. Sit back and watch the paint dry. Take time and watch the dough rise. Take time and watch the dough
Lightning strikes and diamond mines. A bloody stone adorned on mine. A morning wasted on trivial. An evening wasted on primitive things. Around here everybody knows everybody. Their past lives documented to the closest topic. At what time does the conversation start and end? Yeah, always the good guys coming to save us. Promise a good life, thank God that you can. Always got Uncle Sam ready to save us. Thank God you came, thank God you came, thank God you came. We want, thank God. We want, thank God. We want, thank God. We want, thank God. The red sun, now we working for the past. Spent a whole damn house on your wrist to praise God. Spent like 15 work a salary on your wrist. A place of chasing what you want, when you want, if you want, till it's up in dust. Billions burning in the clubs. Oh Father, please, no chasing peace. I must chase green, but honestly, I feel a breach. We want, thank God. We want, thank God. We want, thank God. Thank God. Always the good guys coming to save us. Promised a good life, thank God that you came. Always got Uncle Sam ready to save us. Thank God you came, thank God you came, thank God you came. Be a friend till the end, we'll fight the good fighting. And the lives you've changed, the effects you've made. Is this the life you made for me? Always the good guys coming to save us. Promise a good life, thank God that you came. Always got Uncle Sam ready to save us. Thank God you came, thank God you came, thank God you came. Always the good guys coming to save us. Promised a good life, thank God that you came. Always got Uncle Sam ready to save us. Thank God you came, thank God you came, thank God you came.
I've been going colorblind, looking for the silver line. Wish the stars would all align. I've been cursing at the sky, let the rain fall from my eyes. I've lived 1,000 lives. You can't have my heart, you can't hold my mind. I won't stay, I won't change. You can't have my heart, you can't hold my mind. I won't stay, I won't change. Where's the ground? I keep falling off the edge. Lost my ground, now you're heavy on my head. Yeah. So full of love, so full of pride. While I sift through all my vices, like I'm running out of time. You're scorching my mind. Propane to the fire, ignite my desire. I can't ignore the flame. You can't have my heart, you can't hold my mind. I won't stay, I won't change. Where's the ground? I keep falling off the edge. Lost my ground, now you're heavy on my head. Yeah. Where is the ground? Feels like I'm falling. I lost my ground. Feels like I'm falling. Where's the ground? I keep falling like I'm off the edge. Lost my ground. Now your hair's like I'm on my head. Yeah. Yeah.
Skip this bit. It's not the lack of your judgment that makes you a kid. It's the lack of your substance that keeps you locked in. Oh, and keeps them talking. Find out a way to spend your whole life holding hands with empty faces that you'll never see again. Search out a way to find a version of you you like. Why aren't you getting tired of me yet? Why aren't you 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 tired of me yet?
said if they owed you money, I won't need a penny from you. Oh, you're stronger than you think. Don't let these wounds sting. I promise soon. 'Cause you're 4, 5, 6, sometimes 2 goes. If your roof is tin and your house caves in, then nobody else at fault. Think I did something bad, I did something bad. Never question the hand they had. Say, if they owe me money, if they owe me something, let's go round and spend it all. Said, I'm not very lucky. If they owe me something, let's go round and spend it all. I'm so very lost. Things hadn't going my way. I've been on both lawns and the grass is greener over on their side. Let me tell you that walking the road after every turn, it scares me like it do. But it's all the rules, I always lose. I wake up and begin to choose. I don't know what to do. Yeah, dreams to have and nowhere to go. Don't let them take your shine. Don't let them steal your mind away from you. Said if they owed you money, I won't need a penny from you. Oh, you're stronger than you think. Don't let these wounds sting. I promise soon. 'Cause you're 4, 5, 6, sometimes 2 goes. If your roof is tin and your house caves in, then nobody else at fault. Think I did something bad, I did something bad. Never question the hand they had. Say, if they owe me money, if they owe me something, let's go round and spend it all. Said, I'm not very lucky. If they owe me something, let's go round and spend it all. Let me tell you a secret. Let me tell you all. Let me tell you a secret. Let me tell you all. Let me tell you a secret. Secret. Oh, secret. I keep it all alone. 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 I keep it, keep it, keep it. I keep it all alone. 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 I keep it, keep it, keep it. If your roof is tin and your house caves in, and nobody else at fault. Think I did something bad, I did something bad. Never question the hand they had. Say, if they owe me money, if they owe me something, let's go round and spend it all. Said, I'm not very lucky. If they owe me something, let's go round and spend it all.
Not used to fields of nothing, empty plain. A highway memorial to fill up some space. And maybe the moon's only pretty 'cause it's far away. And she only wants me 'cause I'm keeping this place. It's all the same. It's all the same. Yeah. Maybe I can find meaning if I look hard enough. The reason you're here is the cause of your tears, and a check every month. Cut the loss. Cut the loss. Just you watch. Oh, better than this. Just you watch. It's all the same. It's all the same. It's all the same. Yeah. It's all the same. It's all the same.
Nothing's better than being home with your loved ones. You won't be alone. When it's cold out, you'll be in warm in your own bed and from the storm. Home is calling when you feel adrift. It'll always be there and never missed. Life has got you all around. You never feel you got your feet on the ground. Home sweet home is where I wanna be. Home sweet home, a place to find some peace. You are worried of what's to come, but you never know until it's all said and done. You can stay home all night and day, resting your mind, keeping all bad thoughts away. Home sweet home is where I wanna be. Home sweet home, a place to find some peace. Home sweet home is where I wanna be. Home sweet home, a place to find some peace. Nothing's better than being home with your loved ones. You won't be alone. When it's cold out, you'll be in warm
be anything at all? How does one love? How does one see? How does one be anything at all? How does one love? How does one I get lost and I like it like that, yeah, I like it like that. Love has its cost, I own more back, 'cause boy, I'm bad. How does one love? How does one see? How does one be anything at all? How does one love? How does one see? How does one be anything at all?
The air's so fresh where I'm from. Palm trees, ready-made goods.
Okay, everyone, I think we're getting ready to get started if folks can come back to their seats. Okay, we're going to get started in a minute if members can take their seats. Okay, everyone, I'm going to bring this meeting back to order. So next on our agenda is our continued public hearings. We will start with 13A, AO 2026-62, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending an Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 4.50, to enact a new Section .4.50.120 and establish the Anchorage Public Safety Commission. I will note there are multiple versions on the agenda. Before I reopen the public hearing, before we get back into the public hearing, I want to just remind folks in the audience, so if you are here to testify on the item, you may line up at the dais. We do not at this time have anyone listed for phone testimony, so we will do in person. And then also because this is the essentially third public hearing on this item, and I know a number of folks have testified. I have a list of names here, either at our May 26th meeting and or our June 9th meeting. I will note that if you have testified, particularly on our June 9th meeting, there are 3 versions out there, one of which was introduced after the public hearing. But our rules are such that if folks have already testified, they may testify again on a new version, but they must keep their comments essentially to what is that new version. I will also note that the most recent version of this has many elements of the original version, so I will ask folks to use your discretion, but also to be mindful that we may have a lot of testifiers. So I will please ask everybody, if you are testifying for a second or third time, to please help us keep order. I will also note that folks will have, of course, 3 minutes unless you're here on behalf of a community council. And I will ask folks to keep order in the chamber, and I will also ask my fellow members on the dais to help me keep order as well. So with that, we will reopen or continue the public hearing. So members of the public may come forward if you wish to testify. And as a general reminder, the microphone is on when you press the green button and the light lights up. And then please remember to state your name and what part of town you're in.
Mari Mahana, District 5. Let me be clear. I stand behind our law enforcement officers at all levels, city, state, and federal. These heroes have one of the most stressful jobs on earth. They're the ones who help broken and bleeding people at car accidents. They are called to action when people are out of control due to anger issues, mental illness, alcohol, and drugs. They are called to attend to people who die on the streets due to drugs, homelessness, and alcohol. They are called by families who are being terrorized by someone in their own household. They are called when someone gets behind the wheel who is impaired and puts every car on the road in danger. Most importantly, they will stand in the way of armed, out-of-control people who want to hurt me or my family. Any commission formed should be focused on how to support law enforcement officers in doing their job safely so they can go home to their families at the end of the shift. Any citizen who is part of this commission should be required to ride along with the officers or participate in the Citizens Academy training. This committee should absolutely not have any power to subpoena records or make personnel decisions. I submit to you that a person who is not in your job field would have no credibility to judge your work. In conclusion, any law enforcement commission should be focused on doing what we can to support these heroes, not judge them. God bless and protect our law enforcement officers.
Next, please come forward, make sure the microphone is on. You have 3 minutes, timer is started. Please go, oh, make sure the microphone's on with the button. No, please press the button until,
Oh,
yeah, when the
thank
top
you.
light's up, it's green. Thank you, go
Okay.
ahead.
Chair Brawley and members of the Anchorage Assembly, thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of establishing an Anchorage Public Safety Partnership Commission. For the record, my name is Ann Ringstad. I'm the Executive Director for NAMI Alaska, the statewide organization of the National Alliance on Mental Illness. NAMI Alaska provides education, support, advocacy, and public awareness for individuals, families, and communities affected by mental health conditions throughout our state. NAMI believes that public safety is strongest when law enforcement, first responders, behavioral health providers, hospitals, schools, tribal organizations, community organizations, and most importantly, individuals and families with lived experience work together as equal partners. People experiencing a mental health crisis deserve the right response at the right time from the right personnel professionals. A Public Safety Partnership Commission provides the opportunity for ongoing collaboration to improve coordination, strengthen trust, and address the complex challenges facing our community. Our key principles are straightforward. Public safety systems should center the voices of the people with lived experience and their families. Promote diversion for treatment whenever appropriate rather than unnecessary involvement in the criminal justice system. Strengthen Crisis Now and 988 so behavioral health crises receive behavioral health responses whenever possible. Support specialized crisis intervention and trauma-informed training for first responders. Advance equality, cultural responsiveness, and partnerships across agencies and communities, and use data to continuously improve outcomes and reduce injuries, incarceration, and repeat crises. The inclusion of lived experience is especially important. Individuals and families who have navigated the mental health system offer perspectives that improve policy, training, crisis response, and community trust. Their voices help identify service gaps and create more effective person-centered solutions. Successful public safety partnership commissions across the country are multidisciplinary. They are not led by law enforcement alone, but bring together public safety, healthcare, behavioral health, education, nonprofit organizations, tribal partners, business, faith communities, and people with lived experience. This collaborative approach reflects the national best practices and has strengthened the public safety while improving community trust. Ultimately, we share the same goal, a safer Anchorage. By working together and investing in upstream prevention, collaboration, and compassionate crisis response, we can reduce violence, improve outcomes, and ensure that no one faces a mental health crisis alone. Thank you for your consideration and for your support of an Anchorage Public Safety Partnership Commission.
Thanks. Your time is up. Next person, please come forward. I'll also note, I will keep an eye on the queue if members do have questions, but otherwise we'll proceed. So please come forward, state your name, you have 3 minutes.
My name is Melissa Gould, and I'm a resident of East Anchorage. You've all heard from me via email, but now it's time to put a face to the name. I'm the wife of a police officer who has honorably served the city for 20 years and counting. I used to be that wife who was afraid to speak up, but not anymore. We've had to raise our kids to be silently proud of their father for the work he does to protect our community. Do your kids get to go to school and say what you do for a living? My children have not been able to experience that for fear of retaliation. As a police family, we say goodbye to my husband before each shift, knowing that he may not come home again because his job requires him to risk his own life for complete strangers every day. I'm not asking you to feel sorry for me. I'm asking you to wake up and see the risk of having individuals that know nothing about law enforcement advise the police on what should be done. I know that many members of the community are upset about the 5 officer-involved shootings this year. I am too. 2 suspects injured, 3 deceased. When looking at court view, each person has 1 or more criminal charges associated with their name. 3 have charges for violating parole or other conditions of release, and protective orders have been filed against them. One of those individual records show detailed charges of armed robbery, assault, family violence, multiple felon in possession, multiple violations of conditions of probation, tampering with evidence, exploitation of a minor to make porn, sexual abuse of a minor with penetration, possession of child porn, violating conditions of release, and murder. Before we start drinking the Kool-Aid that our APD officers are just trying to get their next trophy, maybe the Assembly and members of the public should consider looking at the root cause of what drove these individuals to make the choices they have and required interaction with law enforcement in the first place. We don't have a police problem, we have a public accountability problem. This ordinance, as written, will only continue to cause divide. I watched the work session last week. Some parts were helpful and some had me yelling at the screen. Training lay people within 6 months of joining the commission apparently makes someone qualified to provide input on whether my husband and other officers did the correct thing when making a split-second decision to save others and themselves. What an insult. Who is responsible for providing this training, and what is the cost of that training? Should someone convicted of a violent crime be allowed on the commission? There's a Citizens Academy designed to educate the public about our police department. Where do those folks fit into this commission? There's an assembly member who wants to pay commission members and give them access to any document under the sun. If someone wants full access to documents and protected information, then apply, put on the uniform and the badge, risk your life, and become command staff for the chief. Additionally, the fact that this ordinance as written rejects participation from current law enforcement or their families is your way of controlling the department. I know that this ordinance references other agencies as well, but I see this as an attack on police. If this ordinance passes, it must allow for at least 1 dedicated seat for an employed APD officer with current patrol experience. I know that this commission is only supposed to make recommendations. I have a recommendation. Some of you should refrain from running for re-election.
Next person, please come forward. Microphone is already on. You have 3 minutes, state your name, and then you can testify.
Okay. Good evening, Assembly members. My name is Danielle Price. My brother, Micah Bonin, lost his life after APD responded to a 911 call. I'm here today to make sure his voice and the voices of others living with severe mental illness are finally heard. When people hear about someone dying under a mental health crisis, they often remember only the worst day of that person's life. That was not who Micah was. He quietly helped the people around him. He painted and repaired an elderly neighbor's home without accepting a dime. He rescued an injured duck and cared for it until it could return to the wild. Kindness wasn't something he tried to show, it was simply who he was. Micah also lived with PTSD, a traumatic brain injury, and late-onset schizophrenia. He asked for help. He even petitioned the court for help, and he was denied. Our family did everything we knew how to do, but we could not fight this illness alone. He was left to battle a devastating disease until it consumed him. When Micah was in crisis, the crisis response team did not respond. I want to acknowledge something difficult. During that crisis, Micah fired his gun. I understand that created an incredibly dangerous situation for responding officers. My purpose is not to condemn law enforcement. I support the officers who put themselves in harm's way to protect our communities. My brother is retired law enforcement. I want to acknowledge, we can never know whether stronger mental health intervention during the initial crisis response and enhanced de-escalation could have changed the outcome, but I believe we owe it to every family and every officer to make sure those tools are available before the next crisis occurs. The officer involved in my brother's death has also been involved in multiple fatal shootings within a relatively short period of time. I believe that deserves thoughtful review, not because I assume wrongdoing, but because accountability, officer wellness, and effective training protect both officers and the public. I respectfully ask the Assembly to strengthen crisis response teams, mandate ongoing crisis intervention and de-escalating training, require regular psych evals for officers involved in repeated deadly force incidents, ensure independent reviews of use of force incidents involving individuals experiencing mental health crisis, and advocate for stronger mental health oversight in Alaska so system gaps are identified and addressed before another family suffers a tragic loss. This is not about choosing sides, it's about building a system that gives people in mental health crisis every reasonable chance to survive while giving officers every possible tool to resolve these situations safely.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Next person, please come forward. You have, state your name, you have 3 minutes.
My name is Catherine Jones. I am the mother of Tyler May. This is the third meeting because the people of this community asked you to slow down. They asked you to listen before a decision that will affect public trust for years to come. I hope tonight you continue to listen. I am not here because I hate the police. I am here because I buried my son. Tyler was 21 years old. He had people who loved him. He had a family, he had dreams, and he had a future that was taken away. My son was shot in the head while he was on the ground. As his mother, that is something that I will never be able to erase from my mind. Every day I wake up to carry the weight, the loss. Every birthday, every holiday, every family gathering reminds me that Tyler should be here. That is why I'm standing here today. I'm not asking you to prejudge any officer or any individual case. I'm asking you to recognize that when deadly force is used, the public deserves a public safety commission that is independent, transparent, and trusted. No police department should be expected to investigate itself without a meaningful public safety commission. Good officers should welcome accountability because accountability strengthens public confidence, honors those who serve with integrity. Families should never have to wonder whether every question was asked, every fact was examined, or whether every decision was made fairly. We should know that the independent Public Safety Commission exists to seek the truth, promote transparency, and to hold our public institutions accountable. This is bigger than my son. This is about the families that have lost someone to police encounter, every family that hopes they'll never receive the phone call. The people of Anchorage deserve a public safety commission with real independence and meaning authority, not one that simply exists on paper. We need a commission that can ask hard questions, demand transparency, identify patterns, and make recommendations and restore public trust. My son's life mattered. Every person's life mattered. I ask for you tonight to think beyond the vote. Think about the families that will one day stand here where I'm standing. Think about the kind of system you want if it was your child. Please do not settle for the appearance of accountability when our own community deserves a public safety commission that the public can believe in. For Tyler, for every family, for the future of Anchorage. Thank you.
Okay, next person, please come forward. Mr. Patterson, I know you have testified before, so I will ask you to speak to the S1 version. Thank you.
My name is Michael Patterson. I live in District 1. So I'm an organizer with the Party for Socialism and Liberation Anchorage. We do not support the S1 version. The S1 version is a lot of the same nonsense that we've been here saying over and over again. It's just performance. I attended the July 14th work session, and there was something pretty appalling that I think Assemblymember Perez Verdilla said about how if we want to have a conversation about an independent civilian oversight, then we should have that conversation. You have been here the entire time. You have been here the entire time for this conversation. If a $40,000 task force is not a conversation, if having all these people show up for the last 6 years is not a conversation, what is a conversation on civilian oversight? I think you're being obstructionist. I think you care more about the endorsement of the APDEA than you do care about protecting the community. Furthermore, we've had 18 shootings in 2 years. 11 of those have been fatal. The vast majority have been people of color. Not one officer has been held accountable. The Office of Special Prosecutions is never going to hold APD accountable. They never have. The fact that the mayor in her report today can say that essentially that if you do pass something that has independent oversight, subpoena powers, that she's probably going to veto it, go ahead, please do. We've been here for 6 years, coming down here, asking for true oversight. And the thing is, I want to say to the Assembly members who have been talking about Assemblymember Martinez in terms of holding him accountable for his actions, that's all we're asking for APD. If we're going to scrutinize one Assembly member so much for misusing public campaign funds and possibly misusing municipal funds, we want that when the police kill somebody. That's all we're asking for. We want an entity that can investigate, that has professionals on it, to make a recommendation about what should happen to that officer. Officers' privacy does not outweigh public interest when they kill somebody. When they kill a 16-year-old girl on camera, what we all get to see, and then we get to see the Office of Special Prosecution say, that's okay, totally justified. No, absolutely not. The S1 version is not what people have been asking for. You both know that. You both know that the S1 version is not even close to what people have been asking for. The people have asked for independent oversight, enhanced access to information, and the ability to recommend disciplinary action. You both know that. So stop playing stupid. Please. Do not insult our intelligence. You know that this is not what people want. You are more concerned about protecting your political careers than you are about protecting the people.
I have a member in the queue, I believe, with a question. Mr. Gerker, is it a question?
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that. Mr. Patterson, is there a scenario in your mind where use of lethal force is justified?
Yeah, if someone's shooting up a school, a mass shooter, yeah.
So if somebody's potentially a threat to somebody else with a deadly weapon, that is a justified use of deadly force?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
There you go. But I will say, I would like to respond. I will say that when you give an agent of the government the license to kill, as we have given the Anchorage Police Department, that should have more scrutiny, because that's literally the government that we pay for. And also,
Mr. Patterson,
can you tell me, I want you to tell me, do you think Easter
Point of
Leafa
order,
being
Madam
killed?
Chair.
Do you think Easter Leafa being killed was justified?
Mr. Patterson,
Do you
point of
think
order's
Easter
been called.
Leafa being killed was justified? Go ahead, say it for us. Do you? You think a 6-year-old child?
I'm going to ask the room to please come to order.
No, I'm done.
Thank you. Next person, please come forward. I believe, ma'am, you have testified before, so I will ask you to speak to the changes in the new version. Thank you. And please state your name for the record.
I'm sorry, I'm going to read this for Marcella because of her disability, but I'm going to let her answer those initial questions. They want to know your name.
Marcella Boskowski Grounds.
So I'm reading you this letter that's also included in the packet that you all received earlier today, so you can see it for yourselves physically, and this is her verbally as well. Hi, my name is Marcella Boskowski Grounds, and I'm here today about my first cousin, Cassandra Lee Boskowski. In September 2019, Detective Lee contacted me asking if I had seen or heard from Cassandra. I told him the last time I heard from her was in August 2019, when she had told me people were after her. I tried to get more information, but she didn't want me involved. At the time, I was also struggling with homelessness and couldn't help the way I wanted to. A few days later, he called again and suggested filing a missing persons report, and I agreed because the more people looking for her, the better. Years passed with little information. Then on July 6, 2024, Detective Lee called me and asked if I had heard of Brian Stephen Smith. He showed me photos recovered from his phone, and within seconds, I identified Cassandra. What hurt the most was learning that other agencies had already believed the photos were Cassandra years earlier, but no one showed them to me. We also found out the missing persons report was delayed before being submitted. That was devastating to hear. After that, my family and I started pushing for answers ourselves. With the help from Michael Livingston, we spent months gathering evidence for Cassandra's presumptive death trial. The jury came back in about 40 minutes and ruled that Cassandra was deceased and that her death was a homicide. Since then, we've organized protests, searched for her remains, and continued fighting for justice. We are still searching for Cassandra today. Our family wants accountability, real changes within APD, and better protocols for identifying victims and notifying families. If we had been shown these photos years ago, we could have been searching for Cassandra sooner. Cassandra mattered. She still matters deeply to our family, and no family should have to fight this hard just to be heard. I'll let you finish that last sentence.
Quiana, thank you for letting me speak today.
Next person, please come forward, state your name, and I may again remind folks, I know folks have a lot of things they want to say, but I want to ask you if you've testified again to please keep to the changes in the S version if possible. Please go ahead, and we'll restart the timer.
Okay, hi, my name's Amber Batts. I'm a born and raised Alaskan, formerly incarcerated, and a community advocate focused on police accountability and the safety of marginalized people. I fully support creating a public safety commission, but not with S1. But I'm asking you to not confuse community engagement with community accountability. Since the former commission ended in 2024, Anchorage police have shot 18 people and 11 people have died. I know other people have said that, but that needs to be repeated again and again. This ordinance calls the new commission independent and community-led, but how can it be when the agencies it's supposed to review are the ones in charge of it? Anchorage doesn't need another look-good commission that is powerless or apathetic to do anything. As it stands, the commission cannot investigate, subpoena records, or access information beyond what the public can already obtain. That's not oversight, that's a listening session. And yes, listening matters, but people have been listening for years. Families have demanded body camera footage, as the community has demanded answers after police shootings. The community has listened and watched as people describe what happens when law enforcement controls the official story and the evidence behind it. Public safety must be measured by whether the people most afraid to call the police can safely ask for help. I ask you to give the commission independent staff and counsel, require public tracking of police shootings, police use of force complaints, and body camera releases. Require meaningful representation from people directly affected by policing, including sex workers, formerly incarcerated people, indigenous people, people with disabilities, and families affected by police violence. Require meetings more than quarterly. Accountability cannot operate 4 times a year. Anchorage does not need another commission that sounds good in theory but does nothing to deal with the issues. When the police control the records, control the evidence, control the narrative, and control the commission that is supposed to hold them accountable, that is not public safety. That is institutional self-protection, and asking the community to call it oversight will not make it anything other than that. Thank you.
Next person, please come forward. The microphone is already on. State your name. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Rebecca, and earlier this year I turned 17 years old. Easter Laifa should have also turned 17 years old. But last year, at only 16, she was killed by APD. She had so much life left in her, and no one deserved to have the right to take that away. The only thing I'm up here asking from you is when you hear these numbers of how many people that were killed, I would like you to imagine someone in your life that same age. I'm sure many of you probably have kids, or your friends have kids, and they're probably in high school, and they're probably around that same age. And I want you to think about how you would feel if during a mental health crisis, they were perceived as a threat and killed. That's all I have to ask. Thank you.
Next person, please come forward, state your name, and you'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Roger Ketzler, and remember that name. May 19th, APD killed my son. The chief of police should step down. The 3 police officers should be fired or let go. Nobody is held accountable for my son's murder. I want justice for him. It's been over 2 months, no accountability yet, no videos, no nothing. There was a shooting a couple weeks ago in Fairbanks. They had the video to the parents in 3 days. In 3 days, it's going on 2 months because they're trying to hide something. They're trying to cut everything out. I want the chief of police, I'll never forget your face. The time you made a speech on TV that come on, civilians of Anchorage, you gotta do better. Not Anchorage, not the citizens of Anchorage. It's the Anchorage Police Department who gotta do better. You took my son's life. He might have been having a mental health crisis at that time, but he didn't deserve to die, just like many others. Why do they gotta shoot to kill? What's wrong with the legs, or arm, or something, or rubber bullets, or tasers? I'm sure the police officer hid behind a car, and from what I understand, he never shot no bullets when the cops got there. He just had a gun in the air, and the cops took his life. A goddamn bullet was lodged in his liver and, I don't know, somewhere in his arm. And I don't know, I never read the whole autopsy report. I want accountability for these police officers. Remember this name, Roger Ketzler, and Google me, because you have not heard the end of me.
Please refrain from clapping in the chambers. That is out of order. Next person, please come forward. Again, microphone is already on. State your name, and you will have 3 minutes.
My name is CJ Williams. First things first, I am not one of the families affected. You don't have to be to show up for that person to matter, and for blood is not the case of empathy. So I'm coming from a place where this person I have not that much connection to, but I see myself, I see my family, I see my coworkers, I see my colleagues in this person. Emil McCord was a man in a very bad situation who needed help. He was in a classic mental health crisis. There were reports that he had fired his weapon, and it was at a time where the crisis team was not available, and so he got people who showed up and shot him. Now, no matter what case you're in, studies show that most people are 2 paychecks from homelessness. And being that we are in relatively turbulent times, it's not a stretch to say that most people in this room could experience a mental health crisis. Just because Emil McCord was not my brother doesn't mean that my brother could not have been in that situation. My brother has been in many situations similar. Many people in my family have. I've had multiple run-ins with the police, but luckily they've all been positive. And I'm blessed for that. When I was a child, I had multiple junior police stickers. I would seek them out and chat with them. I had a police Halloween costume. I would tell them if I saw anything dangerous in certain neighborhoods or around my school when I was younger. And it's impossible to say that I don't appreciate them when they have shown up and when they have done their jobs respectfully, when they've taken the boundaries, when they've taken the responsibility of their jobs well. They're not superhuman. They're people with implied immunity and, unfortunately, impunity. And I believe that has to stop. I second everything that Tyler's mom said and that the person in front of me said completely. I don't need to know Emil. I don't need to be best friends. I don't need to be his brother to understand that that can happen to anybody in this room.
Next person, please come forward. Ms. Scappuccini, I know you've also spoken before, so I'll ask you to keep to the S1 version. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Cynthia Gachupin. I live in District 1. I'm the Executive Director of Empowerment Advocate Alaska. And one of the things that we do is assist families who are surviving family members of officer-involved shootings. I've done this since 2020, so I have lots of experience working with these families one-on-one. Earlier today, I gave the clerk some file folders. I hope you guys received them and looked at them. There are about 13 to 14 letters of support for Emil coming from family, friends throughout Alaska. There also was a statement by the Tyonek Native Corporation Board of Directors and the Native Village of Tyonek. And I also included the proposal that I sent to you guys at the July 14th work session, and I updated it a little bit based on what I heard on that work session. Basically, we're here today because, as Michael said earlier, we've been here for almost a decade having this conversation. So the idea that this new S1 version or the version before that or the version before that, you know, there's really any difference. Yeah, there's slight variations, but ultimately none of them are suitable. None of them are. And I made that clear in my proposal. The recommendations that I'm giving you guys are, if that's what you're going to pass, at least let's focus on victim-centered practices. My concern is that I don't think you all will. I really noticed that during the work session in hearing Perez Radia speak, and some of the other assembly members seem to agree with, that the conversation of justice and this commission they're not intertwined, they're separate conversations. They actually are not. They're not. They all belong in the same conversation. Yes, justice, I think, when we look at it in the technical way of criminal charges, yeah, that's not what the commission's going to do. But it does give families some form of justice if an officer who has shot somebody 3 to 4 times in less than 2 years is still on that police force, and that commission can come in and say, you know what, you don't have this job anymore because obviously there is something very wrong with that. That's not normal behavior, right? I think we can all agree with that. That's not normal. And if a commission can come in and say, as a disciplinary action, this person's off the force, we have concerns. I mean, that's the bare minimum you all can do when we're talking about the commission. I'd like to see, and I make it clear in my proposal, an investigative model. I do think eventually we're going to be at that stage because the model that you're proposing right now is not going to work out for these families and the community. But all in all, I want you all to really consider the things that you received. And like I said, I'm speaking as somebody who does this and has done this for a very long time. This isn't a new topic for me.
Next person, please come forward. State your name. I believe you've also testified before, so I'll ask you to speak to the new version.
Scott McCourt. Justice delayed is justice denied. My brother is dead, and your silence speaks louder than any promise you've made. Stop protecting a badge and start protecting the people who trusted you. And Sean Case, shouldn't your boys be out there serving and protecting?
Next person, please come forward. I believe you may have also testified before, so I'll ask, please keep to the new version.
Chair, sorry, just a point of information. Your mic is really soft. I'm not sure that folks can hear you.
Sorry. Yeah, as I stated, please come forward. Microphone is already on. I believe you may have also testified before, so please try to keep to changes in this new version. Thank you.
On May 19th is the day Emil McCord was shot and killed by law enforcement. That's the day mine and my siblings and my mom's world shifted in a way we'd never expect. I want you all to know this isn't something my brother wouldn't do with law enforcement. As far as I know, he would comply. My question is what really happened that night. Law enforcement took away so much from him, a better chance to achieve a new goal he was seeking. He's more than just a good person. He made sure his nieces were taken care of. Thanks to APT, they took a lot more than an uncle. He was always up for a good challenge. Anything he put to his mind, he would do it even if he failed. We would always remind him he tried his best. So why are we still waiting for answers? Why aren't we given any kind of closure? Emil's life means more than what they're saying about him on the media. My family doesn't deserve to go through this. Why does APD get to choose that for us? Not only did Emil deserve to be treated with dignity, my family deserves transparency, respect, and closure. APD shouldn't be the last to decide on my brother's life when they only had a 20-second interaction with him. I want you all to keep in mind, it's devastating to keep thinking about those 20 seconds. Try and get to know him for 26 years. And tell me if those 20 seconds is worth continuing your career. It's unbelievable that my family and other families have to make their second appearance today.
Next person, please come forward. State your name. Microphone's already on. You have 3 minutes.
Daniel King, West Anchorage, representing myself. I just wanted to check on one item on this for the makeup of the group. We say that you can have 3 members that are ex-police or retired police officers, or 3 members that are immediate family members in other jurisdictions that are police. But then it doesn't allow any municipal employees or immediate members of municipal employees. I think you should look at that just for the language that's getting used there. It's restricting it so that police could be on there, or members of families of police that could be on there, but not municipal employees. It seems overly restrictive to other municipal employees. And did you know there are 3 locations in our code that have the definition for immediate family member, and none of them are the same? So you should look at the definition that you want to use and reference it, or put it into the AO. Thank you.
Next person, please come forward. You'll have 3 minutes to testify. I can't remember if you had testified before, but if you have, please stay with the S1 version. Thank you.
My name is JC. I have not yet testified. I can't really say anything more than the family members or my party members have already. Yeah. Can say is, if this was something that APD could solve on its own, why did it get this bad? Why are we in this situation to begin with? If they could investigate themselves and solve it themselves, why haven't they? We have been at this for nearly a decade and not seen improvement. People are still dying. And we're focusing on the deaths here because that's the most extreme and tragic. But that is not the end of the discussion. APD has been complaints, thousands every year, about the brutality and cruelty that they use and excessive force. And we want to believe that they can investigate themselves. Today, I have sat here, sure you've seen me in bright red sweater, turned around watching them, stone-faced, chewing at the skin around their nails, while family members talk about loved ones that they have lost. They have showed no remorse, no intrigue, nothing. And we want the community to believe that a body that is mostly just opinions would change them. We've given them our opinions. We've given testimony. They have not changed. A council that has no teeth would be no different than tonight. If we cannot subpoena, if we cannot have consequences, what is the point? Thank you.
Next person, please come forward. Have you testified on this item before?
No, I have not.
Okay, thank you. So you have 3 minutes up, and please state your name. Thanks.
Perfect. Good evening. My name is Dominic Eubank, and I've served as an Anchorage police officer for the last 10 years. On March 18th, 2022, I was shot multiple times in the line of duty by a suspect armed with an AK-47 and a handgun. The injuries nearly cost me my life and left me with severe damage to my leg, including severed arteries and the loss of over 4 inches of bone that I had to regrow. My recovery lasted more than 2.5 years, included daily pain and the difficult process of that regrowth. I still live with nerve pain and limited functionality, but I share this experience to provide perspective. A call of a dispute and an assault between neighbors turned into near death for myself and 5 of my coworkers, just because we were police officers. I returned to full duty in July of 2025, not because anyone asked me to, but because I chose to. I understand the responsibility that comes with this profession, the scrutiny that follows these decisions, and the weight carried by those who continue to serve. I stand here today as a victim of violence that no one should ever have to go through. Sorry about that. Law enforcement is one of the few professions where a person can be judged, criticized, or even despised simply because of the uniform that they wear. Despite that, officers continue to show up every day knowing that they may be required to make a split-second decision under the most difficult of circumstances. Some proposed amendments risk creating an environment where officers may become more concerned about the fallout of the decisions that they are making while trying to do it at the best that they can with the information they have at the time. The reality is that public outrage often grows as more information becomes available after an incident. Officers, however, do not have that benefit of hindsight while responding to a call. They are often required to make immediate decisions based on this limited information, rapidly changing circumstances and real threats to public safety. But the officers are also victims in these cases. Many offenses, or minor offenses of shoplifting that turn deadly due to the desperation of someone not wanting to go to jail for the result of their actions. I understand that some level of oversight can be appropriate and necessary. However, asking individuals without formal training in use of force or police procedure to evaluate these incidents has failed elsewhere, and I believe it creates a serious risk here as well. If a commission like this was to be implemented, I believe there should be requirements placed on those that hold the positions to have backgrounds in police training, policy and procedure, force investigations, the law, and to participate in reality-based training with the department. And my 3 minutes are up, so thank you guys for your time.
Next person, please come
I'm in the queue, please. Officer, I just want to thank you for your service to our community, for coming out to testify, and the courage for coming back to serve the community. It's not lost on myself, so thank you very much.
How can you say that to him when families were sharing about
Please keep order. Please keep order. I understand this public hearing is not a conversation. Thank you so much. Next person, please come forward. Ms. Clark, I know you have testified before, so I'll ask you to keep to the S1 version.
Hi, I'm Emily Klock. I live in District 3, and I'm testifying on behalf of the Alaska Coalition of Justice, also known as ACJ. I serve as the coordinator. We're a statewide group that advocates for police accountability and transparency, and we've been meeting weekly since June 2020. In last week's Assembly work session, a question was posed about the purpose of this commission. What is the problem we are trying to solve? Simply put, we must be proactive in addressing the causes of officer-involved shootings rather than waiting for more people to lose their lives. Between May 2024 and May 2025, APD shot 13 people, 8 of whom were killed. In the summer of 2024, hundreds of people marched in the streets of Anchorage to demand accountability. Since then, APD has fatally shot 3 more people. This is a loud and clear wake-up call to explore root causes and solutions. We are all aware of the need for police accountability in Alaska. Even Mayor LaFrance recognized the overwhelming number of officer-involved shootings in 2024 when she called for third-party investigations into APD's actions. Over 80 people attended a community meeting in 2024 to express their pain and frustration about officer-involved shootings and to discuss solutions. ACJ has met with the mayor, assembly members, chief case, state legislators, the Crisis Now team, and others to explore solutions. Assembly members have also taken actions and been part of many discussions, including voting for a budget amendment to explore civilian oversight of APD, a work session about civilian oversight of police with the Inspector General of Columbus, and starting a task force that included a meeting with the National Association of Civilian Oversight of Law Enforcement. The majority of task force members voted for a commission with investigatory and subpoena authority and enhanced access to information. And since the introduction of this ordinance, dozens of community members have called for justice for victims and oversight of APD. The need for a commission with community oversight of APD is clear. ACJ supports amendments from Assemblymember Sidney Scout for the S1 version of this ordinance that strengthens the commission with investigatory authority, subpoena authority, and enhanced access to information. These amendments ensure the transparency and accountability that the community is demanding. We also support an amendment to create a relationship between the commission and the Ombudsman's office. In a press release on August 15th, 2024, after 6 officer-involved shootings, Mayor LaFrance said, quote, "We cannot and we will not accept this as a new normal in Anchorage. We lost a young person in our community who should have been starting her first day of school today. We cannot take back the pain associated with this loss, but we can do everything in our power to make sure this doesn't happen again in Anchorage. Please do everything in your power to make sure this doesn't happen again. It's been clear from the beginning that this commission needs strong oversight of the police. ACJ urges you to vote for Assemblymember Scout's amendments. Thank you for your time."
Next person, please come forward. You'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name. I don't believe you testified before. Is that correct?
No,
Okay,
I have
thank you.
not.
Go ahead.
My name is Christopher Martin. I was born and raised in Alaska. This is my home. I'm also white, if you have not noticed or can't see. It was nice to hear Mr. McCormick express his support for the police. I also support the police. When I was about 22 years old, a policeman saved my brother's life. He had been broken up with. He was depressed and alone. 2 friends got together with me. We stayed with him. We drank, we wrestled, we watched TV. He got erratic. The neighbors called the police. A man showed up at the door. My brother tried to force his way past his friends, past me, to get to the police officer to try to get him to shoot him. I was standing in the doorway trying to hold him back and begging that officer not to shoot my brother and kill him. And thankfully he did. He took a second. He respected the moment. He said, "Deal with this. Please don't make me come back." And I will forever be grateful to him. Oversight ensures measures are followed to make sure life is valued, escalations avoided, lives are not changed. That's important. It will bring more support from the public to know that police are being held accountable. To serve and protect, I'm pretty sure, is still on many badges. That's not referring to themselves. That's referring to the public. In the words they often use, if you are innocent, you have nothing to fear. So why fear oversight? I work in road construction with people with large pieces of equipment. If I endanger someone's life, if I make a bad call, I will be accountable. I'll be investigated. I'll be punished if that's necessary. I don't think police are evil. I don't want to abolish them. There has to be a standard. Cancer exists because the body will not defend itself against its own cells. When they become mutated, when they become destructive, when a body cannot heal itself, an outside treatment is needed. I almost lost my brother that night. I still think about it. I wake up in nightmares about potentially losing my partner, who is here tonight, who is Native, and whose life often seems to be considered less value than that of myself or my brother. Vote to protect the people who need you. Vote to protect the people who were born of this land. Thank you.
Next person, please come forward. State your name. You'll have 3 minutes. I don't believe you've testified before.
My name is Alyssa Specht, and I'm from Midtown. In 2019, I fulfilled a calling I had felt since kindergarten and joined APD as a patrol officer. I wanted to help people during the worst moments of their lives. I knew there was risk of experiencing physical and emotional trauma during my career. I did not know just how deep some of those experiences would cut, nor how unsupported I would be. When you drive your car, you know there's a risk of getting into an accident. When the other driver crashes into you, we don't say it was your fault because you knew the risks. We don't say it's the fault of the customer service employee when they are verbally abused because they signed up for it. Yet in multiple times I've been assaulted, I've had my profession thrown back in my face as if my fear, my injuries, my trauma didn't matter to anyone because I knew the risk. In July 29th, 2024, in downtown Anchorage, a man tried to murder me at work. He dragged me to my knees and tackled me onto the pavement while ripping my head backwards by my hair. He sat on my chest, pinning my arms with his knees, and began repeatedly hammer-fisting my head and face. I knew he wanted to know he was hurting me, but I was determined not to give him the satisfaction. When I would not cry out, he began raking his fingernails across my eyes and face. He then grabbed me by my throat and began strangling me. Ironically, I had taken the AST strangulation investigation course prior to this event. It is a special kind of hell to know the mechanics of how you're being murdered as it's happening. When I felt my breathing completely cut off, a countdown started in my head. I knew I had 30 seconds or less until unconsciousness, and then it would be over for me. When I freed my right hand, my attacker bit it so hard the ER doctor later feared it was broken. When my partner, who had been struggling with all his strength to stop the assault, realized I was being strangled, he knew he had to act immediately to save my life. Though deadly force would have been authorized, he feared hitting me or a bystander, so instead he used his taser. The taser had enough of an effect I was able to get my attacker off of me and put him in handcuffs. By his own statements, my would-be murderer attacked me solely because it was a woman. His former landlord came forward after my attack to say he had frequently spoken of and watched videos about harming women. In spite of he was not charged with attempted murder and was offered a plea deal which saw him back on the streets less than 9 months after the attack. And in spite of numerous violations of his conditions, he was released from all supervision last night. Too often when the public discusses officer-involved incidents, we are portrayed as monolithic in nature, all bad or all good, and often dehumanized. We're not all bad or all good. We're people and we're part of this community. My coworkers and I are not seeking to avoid accountability. The kind of authority vested in our profession demands the highest levels of accountability. Setting up a tribunal in which no context of law, case law, policy, circumstances, etc. can be offered by a law enforcement expert or representative of APD is not accountability. It's an inquisition to dole out punishment for punishment's sake. There is no relationship in which successful accountability is a one-sided process. I want to serve my neighbors to the best of my ability, and I want to work for a department that does the same. That is why I ask you to vote no on the version of the ordinance that excludes APD from the process and discourages progress. Thank you for your time.
Next person, please come forward. State your name and what part of town you're in. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hey, thanks. My name is Maxine Dugan. My group is the Community United for Safety and Protection. We're Alaska's sex worker group, current and former sex workers, sex trafficking survivors, and our allies. I myself have worked as a prostitute for 30 plus years and pretty much plan on working as a prostitute for another 30 plus more. I got my start over here in Spanard. It was great. So today our group wants to offer our condolences to all the family members who have received violence without their permission. And we are speaking in opposition to this version until it is amended. Because the commission is prohibited from conducting independent investigations to exercise subpoena power or influence personal disciplinary decisions, we will oppose this version. Until this version will be able to support restricting the engagement with active investigations, which limits the ability to address immediate community concerns regarding critical incidences. You know, the families here need their questions answered. The model stops short of the true civilian oversight because the effectiveness is tied to mayoral discretion in appointments and whether the assembly chooses to act on its non-binding recommendations. And since both the elected bodies can and do receive donations from police associations, the conflicts of interest become multi-leveled and hardwired. Until we ban police associations from donating to these elected officials who are supposed to hold them accountable, we are forced to continue to live under this police fascist state if this new commission is approved. For those reasons, I respectfully urge your opposition until amended to include independent investigations, subpoena power, and influencing personal disciplinary decisions. Thank you.
Next person, please come forward. State your name and you'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the Assembly. My name is Tomas Franjul, and I have had the privilege of serving as an Anchorage police officer for nearly 15 years. Normally this evening I would be volunteering my time teaching police recruits defensive tactics such as judo, Brazilian jiu-jitsu, and wrestling. But I came here tonight because I understand you've been hearing testimony about officers like me. And I felt it was important that you also hear from someone who has lived these experiences firsthand. My hope is simply that before decisions are made about officers like me, you'll understand what these moments actually feel like from inside the uniform. Last year, I was involved in a hostage rescue. It involved an officer-involved shooting. It ended with a mother and her 4 children going home alive. Before I arrived, the suspect had already fired at responding officers. As my team prepared to enter, I believed I wasn't coming home to my wife, my daughter, or my son. I was terrified. Fear was there, but so was our responsibility. We moved forward because innocent lives depended on it. We hoped it would end peacefully. We wanted the suspect to surrender. He had complete control over what happened next. We didn't go there hoping to use force. We went there with the intention of saving lives. The public often hears about officer-involved shootings. I hope we're remembered not only for the worst day of someone's life, but for the lives we were trying to save. I volunteer to teach defensive tactics because I believe the best use of force is the one that never has to happen. In nearly 15 years as a police officer, I've never had to strike a person during a use of force encounter. I attribute that to training. The better an officer can safely control someone, the more options they have. More options means less force, fewer injuries, and safer outcomes for everyone involved. The people who benefit most from that training are members of our community. In every profession, where people are required to make split-second decisions that can affect lives, those decisions are reviewed by people with relevant expertise. Not to excuse mistakes, but to distinguish between poor decision and reasonable decisions made under extraordinary circumstances. Alaska recognizes this principle through its Office of Special Prosecutions. If the Assembly chooses to establish an additional oversight system, I ask that it be guided by the same commitment to informed, experienced review. I spend my free time teaching officers how to use less force. And when force cannot be avoided, I hope you'll remember what's at stake. A husband going home to his wife, a father going home to his children, and a mother and her 4 children going home alive. That's why I put on the uniform. Thank you.
Next person, please come forward, state your name, you'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Sarah Short. I'm going to urge you to vote no and bring it back to work on it some more for a couple of reasons. As y'all know, I regularly walk the homeless camps, and it is near and dear to my heart that we have active accountability in all areas of our city government, whether it's APD, AFD, or you all as assembly members, in particular Mr. Martinez. I, last night, was called to a rescue, I guess you call it, of a person under mental health crisis. The only thing I could do when I got there, because I walk the homeless camps, people know me, and unfortunately, this person was my nephew. So I really am invested in this. If I called APD, are they going to take him down? Are they going to hurt him? I shouldn't even be thinking like that. Can I call APD? Can I call the mobile crisis team? I made the choice to call the mobile crisis team, and I have no regrets. I have frequently worked with members in APD, to include Tanya and Ruth, the outreach team. They're wonderful people. They do their jobs. They serve with integrity. When you serve with integrity, you can look at yourself in the mirror. When you don't serve with integrity, you should step back, take responsibility for your behavior, and you should take accountability. We need that with our APD force, and I applaud you for looking at those options, but we need more work because a lot of these officers do risk their lives every single day. We need them out there on the streets. When I'm walking these homeless camps, we need them. What we don't need is to have our funds for things like the mobile crisis team tied up in 17 flights for Mr. Martinez to visit his family. We need APD to have better oversight. We need a mobile crisis team. We need mental health assistance now. For 10 years, I've been asking the Assembly for a good treatment center, and I watch you guys drag your feet time and time again. Accountability is what we're talking about, right? So give us the right accountability, bring it to a real work session, and let the people have involvement. You don't need subpoena powers. You guys are not qualified. It is clear you can't even track your own travel budget by what you let Mr. Martinez do.
Next person, please come forward, state your name, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Karen Barnard. I've grown up here in Anchorage. I appreciate the police, and I appreciate everybody who has come forward and shared their experiences and stories. So we can all take a breath and appreciate that. I'm a diagnostic engineer. I built big machines that ran 500 users at a time, and you thought you're the only person on that machine. And the way we did it successfully and did these things so fast was the fox was not allowed to guard the chicken house. I was a diagnostic engineer. I did not work for the electronics designers. I worked for a separate control group. We built a control box. That box then ran diagnostics on all of the computer, the CPU part, the brain. And there was 55 chips. So I threw data really fast. I had to write reports. These guys, these engineers, they had to address my reports within 6 weeks because Intel said so. And I tell you, we built this thing fast. It had a lot of problems. And by having an oversight, it's called the Anchorage Public Safety Partnership Commission. You can believe that those hardware engineers showed up at my meetings because they were part of the experts. The experts always have to be involved with any solution. There also has to be a time. This business is going on years and years and weeks and weeks. We had 6 weeks. We couldn't turn out the machine. The US Navy, MasterCard, Visa, they have millions of transactions a second. It's amazing. They weren't going to wait. We had to deliver these, $500,000, $2 million machines on time. And so by having a commission that doesn't have authority is really a waste of time. It would be like me handing a report and say, if you feel like it, maybe we'll get this chip straightened out. Well, we got 52 more chips to go. How do you think that's going to work? It's not. And so I didn't quite pick up the right version, but whatever version gets passed, it needs to have some teeth. It needs to have the experts. It needs to have a conversation with the community, with law enforcement. The police are put into situations, we don't give them the training that matches the situations out there. So I see this commission as being the right direction, and it needs to have some teeth in order to be valuable. So thank you very much. I did attend a bunch of stuff last year, and I was wondering what happened.
Next person, please come forward. Mr. Lopez, I know you
ma'am.
testified. If you can speak to the S1 version.
So,
Thank you.
S1 version, and try to keep to some of it. So, Jamie Lopez, East Anchorage, formerly Coalition, formerly Homeless. So, I've watched this play out over a 2-year period, and more or less it was a lot of frustration about the officer-involved shootings. It was delayed, obviously, so hopefully that outrage would diminish. And the task force took place last year, and there were recommendations, and those recommendations have largely been dismissed. I don't think you got the result that you wanted, and so as a result of that, there was pressure. Pressure from members of the community, pressure from the law enforcement union and law enforcement officers in this room. And so, it's a power dynamic, and there is a power imbalance. We're all human beings in this room. We're flawed creatures. And so the question is, do you investigate yourselves, or do you have other people perform investigations? And the problem with this is you have any number of people, sometimes they have bad experiences with law enforcement, and then what has to happen is they have to wait for years. And sometimes they get no resolution at all. And so that was sort of the whole genesis of this commission, was to provide independent oversight and authority to look at the policies that are in place, whether they pertain to officer-involved shootings or even homeless policy. There are any number of marginalized people, the vulnerable and the poor in this town. They fear retaliation when they have bad experiences. They do not report things, and they do not have phones. And so I know there's a gentleman in the back of this room right now, and there's millions of dollars in salary in this room right now. And I hope you never have to experience poverty, because right now, if you cannot afford to pay rent or a mortgage, you're a de facto criminal, and you're being driven endlessly around this town to the point you break physically and mentally. And that is attritional warfare. And in a time of war, that's used against enemy combatants, but you're using it against civilians right now. So the S1 version, basically, none of these versions really meet the test. What you have is basically 9 members of the commission are chosen by the mayor, and it will be probably people that are cherry-picked. Then you have 3 other members, effectively, they are chosen probably for their support of the mayor's policies. And so this is no real independence to any of it. Lastly, I'll just finish on the thing about the homeless thing. I truly hope you relook at the Houseless Lived Experience Advisory Board and how that was essentially wiped off the map. And it really brought nothing because it didn't have the ability to enforce change. So hopefully you'll think about that again. Thank you.
Would anyone else wish to testify? Please come forward. Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, the public hearing is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move the S1 version.
Okay, I have a motion from Mr. Perez-Rodilla to move the S1 version. Is there a second? Okay, I see we have one person in the queue, but we cannot proceed with discussion on this item unless there is a second or the body makes a different motion. Okay. If we do not receive a second on a motion, then the item will die for lack of action. So I'll ask one more time, there is a motion on the floor Is there a second? Okay, there is no motion by the rest of the body, so this item has died for lack of action. Next, then we will move on to item 13B. So this is not the time to respond to the public, but just for clarity, I will state once again that our procedures are such that we cannot debate an item unless there is both a motion and a second to bring it to the floor. Please keep order in the room. Okay, I understand there's a few folks leaving, so we'll wait just a minute. Okay, I understand a lot of folks are heading out, so we're going to take just a couple minutes break. We will be back at 8:57. Okay, I'm going to bring us back to order. It looks like folks have exited the room who plan to. Next is item 13B, AR 2026-166, and that is a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage adopting the 2026 Housing and Community Development Annual Action Plan, 2026 Action Plan, which constitutes application to the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, for the Community Development Block Grant, CDBG, the Home Investment Partnerships Program, HOME, and the Emergency Solutions Grant, ESG, and appropriates the 2026 program year reimbursable grants from HUD in the amounts not to exceed $1,788,314 in CDBG entitlement when tendered, $616,173 in home entitlement when tendered, and $166,990 in ESG entitlement when tendered, all to the federal grant Fund 241 in the Anchorage Health Department. Public hearing on this item is now open. Please come forward if you wish to testify. And then I'll note the microphone is on, so please state your name, what part of town you're in, you'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening. Everybody woke? I'm in favor of you forwarding this grant and allowing the administration to continue with their aggressive, innovative plans for development of housing, affordable housing, sustainable housing in Alaska, to utilize these funds to continue to explore collaborative projects that will move housing affordability and sustainability in Anchorage and throughout the governing body. I'm for this grant, and I hope you take the opportunity to look at the model that the mayor and that administration is using and take technology and innovative, think outside the box, and use these funds wisely for all Anchorage. Oh, I'm sorry, my name is Adrian. We're FCDC. Thank you.
Next person, please come forward. Again, microphone is already on. You'll have 3 minutes, and state your name and you can testify.
Yeah, I'm Karen
One second.
Barnard.
While we reset the timer. Okay, please proceed. Go ahead.
Karen Barnard, I was just here. And I've been homeless for 2 years because of lack of oversight over bad landlords. So one of the things, I've been to a lot of homeless commission and the H-hand meetings, all sorts of stuff. In fact, I've been to so many people say, well, we see you there, we know we're at the right meeting. So I've appreciated all of the complexity of this, and it's great that we're applying for the HUD reimbursable funds. Through all those meetings I went to, I was rather appalled that many of the organizations returned a lot of money. And having been wrongly booted out of shelters that were designed for me as an elder, I discovered the elders have been forgotten and were just pushed in with everybody else despite our high risk of COVID, pneumonia, RSV, all of those things. And I found it very disturbing that so much money was returned. They could have put us into a place instead of just letting us wander for 2 years. I keep my privacy, and so what I've discovered is I've been on a wait list for a solo room at Complex Care since December of 2024. The reason I just heard was I cannot have a single room is they're taking people from the other shelters and putting them into Complex Care. And so, because I cannot go to the shelters because I'm high risk. I got booted out of Complex Care when I had COVID. They sent me to St. Francis Shelter with no notice and expected me to be in with the general population with COVID. So we need some oversight, and I would like to see, I'm gonna go look at what all the plans are and see how you're addressing the elders, because I've seen nothing. It's appalling. The elders need to be by ourselves. We need to have a solo room, and we're not given that. We're put in with people that are suffering addictions and highly allergic to all of the ashes that they bring in. They interrupt our sleep. They have a lot of distress that really has a negative impact on us. So we need to put some meat into these plans so that money does not get returned and the elders are assisted. I'm tired of being homeless. 2 years, long time. And it's outrageous given all of that money that got returned. Thank you for all your work.
Okay,
The
ma'am,
first
you have
person
already.
you just met was Adrienne with FCDC. Now I'm Adrienne,
I'm
First
sorry, ma'am.
Tabernacle. Can you hear me?
So folks can only testify regardless of how many roles you hold once in this case. So I'm sorry about that.
So my other personality can't testify?
No, I'm sorry. You are still one person.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. But you're welcome to send us a written testimony by email if you would like.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. Would any individuals like to come forward to testify? Okay, not seeing any, and no one is on the phone. Then public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Ms. Baldwin Day, second by Ms. Park.
Point of information for the sponsor, are you moving the original or the S version? Or the
Great question.
mover?
Thank you. Move yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, thanks for that, Mr. Johnson. The S version of AR 2026-166. Ms. Baldwin Day, would you like to speak to your motion?
Sure. This has been before us once, and we had unfortunately canceled a presentation at the last Housing and Homelessness Committee meeting, but I believe we received the presentation and additional information by email from the Health Department with respect to this S version. I I really appreciate the adjustments that have been made here from the initial version. I think the proposals are significantly stronger as currently constructed, and I urge my colleagues' support. Would love to invite Director Rash up to make any comments or to offer her perspective if she would like. Thank you.
Kimberly Rash, Anchorage Health Department. So this, like Member Baldwin Day stated, this S version really aligns with a lot of the plans that we have and strategies that we have throughout the municipality, so it really just ties everything in. And so I'm hopeful that you all agree and pass it tonight, because the next step after that is that we do have to process the paperwork internally and then get it submitted to HUD in time, so that we can meet the deadline and receive the funds and start doing all the great work that's listed in there. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions, Ms. Baldwin Day, or comments? Okay, thanks. And I apologize, I saw Ms. Scott was in the queue. Are you in the queue on this item? Oh, go ahead, Ms. Scott.
Thank you. I want to thank Director Rash for answering my questions in advance of this meeting, and also just want to state for the record, I plan to support this plan. I think it looks great, but I do wish we had been able to take the time to review some pretty major changes in this plan at the scheduled committee meeting. And so in the future, would really like to request that the chair of that committee make sure that we are able to line by line go through the funding being allocated here. It's really important money going out into our community, and I would have appreciated a conversation in advance. Thanks.
Okay, I have, I know Ms. Baldwin Day has spoken again. I don't see anyone else in the queue, so I will go next to Ms. Baldwin Day.
Yeah, I was actually going to ask a question of the chairs for housing and homelessness, if it would be possible for us to receive a little more of a deep dive, particularly on the funding that's been allocated to the housing redevelopment program. I've heard lots of questions from constituents about how this program is going to be rolled out and what the access points are going to be. There were a couple of slides in the presentation that was sent to us, but I think it would be very helpful to understand what exactly that will look like and how these funds are going to be distributed among the community housing development organizations. So I would personally appreciate that if that's something that the committee chairs would be willing to do, or perhaps we could do a work session separately to discuss that. I'm open to my colleagues' thoughts on how that ought to look.
Thanks. Yeah, please, Mr. Perez-Redia, please respond.
I don't want to speak for my fellow co-chair, but I think we'd be open to having it in the committee. I also just want to think about timing, and if we want to have it sooner than the next meeting, then certainly would be open to a work session as well. But there would be room on the agenda for the next meeting if we want to do that.
Yeah, I'm not proposing that we postpone action or anything like that. I'm just thinking through how exactly the process looks once we've appropriated these funds. So thank you.
Thanks. I don't see anyone else in the queue, but I would like to be in the queue.
Member Brawley, you're recognized.
Thank you. Just a question for the administration. Can you, probably for Mr. Falsey, but maybe for Ms. Rash, what is the timing constraint on this item? I know it's considered a must-pass per the administration. I am not asking because I would like to propose an extension or a postponement of this, but I want to understand kind of when this needs to be approved by. Thank you.
To Chair Brawley. So the deadline for HUD is August 14th. Before that date, we would like to get it submitted into HUD. Last year when we submitted it on the deadline, the system went down. And so an employee had to stay very late, and they also work on Eastern Standard Time. And so trying to figure out that was a bit much. So I would say that it takes about a week or so to do some internal routing of the document. to make sure that we have all of the approvals, which would put us to the first week of August. And so I'm urging and hoping that the body approves it today so that we can stay on track.
Okay, thanks for that information. I don't see anyone else in the queue, so members then may proceed to vote. And I will also note Ms. Silvers is planning to be on the phone for a period of time and will likely come back in person, but will be on. So before we vote, let me just make sure if she's on the phone.
Member Silvers, can you hear us?
Okay, well, I don't want to hold up the business of our meeting, so she will connect when she's able to, so we will proceed to vote. Okay, on a vote of 11 to 0, AR 2026-166, substitute version passes the body. Next, we'll move on to our new public hearing items. Oh. Okay, Ms. Silvers, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, thank you. So we will move on to 14A, as I said, our first new public hearing item. That's Resolution AR 2026-175, a resolution approving an administrative agreement, Local 71 2026-06, between the Municipality of Anchorage and the Public Employees Local 71. Public hearing on this item is now open. Please come forward if you would like to testify. Okay, seeing and hearing no one, public hearing on this item is now closed. Before I seek a motion from the body, I'm going to turn to Ms. Scout to do a disclosure.
Yeah, I have a potential conflict of interest. My partner is a member of Public Employees Local 71.
Thank you. So that, I guess we'll run through a few questions. Are you members of the same household?
No.
Okay, and does this person, you said this person works for Local 71, do they work specifically in the Municipality of Anchorage or for the municipality?
No, he works for the airport.
Okay. So we did have prior conversation with the attorney. Their advice at the time was that this would not be considered a substantial personal interest because there is no direct connection to municipal employment here, and so you do not have a conflict. So
Thank
you
you.
may participate. So now that we've gotten that out of the way, what is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Bowen, second by Ms. Baldwin Day to approve. Would you like to speak to it, Mr. Bowen?
Nothing from me. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, I don't see anyone else in the queue, so members may proceed to vote on this item.
Member Silvers?
Yes.
On a vote of 12 to 0, this item passes unanimously. Next, we'll move on to item 14B, Resolution AR 2026-176, a resolution approving an administrative agreement PLU AA 2026-08 between the municipality and the Plumbers and Steam Fitters UA Local 367 PLU. Public hearing on this item is now open. Would anyone wish to testify? Please come forward. Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Scout to approve, second by Mr. Voland. Ms. Scout, would you like to speak to it?
No comments.
Okay. Don't see anyone else in the queue, so members may proceed to vote on this item.
Member Silvers?
Yes.
On a vote of 12 to 0, item AR 2026-176 passes the body unanimously. Next, we have item 14C, AR 2026-177, a resolution approving an administrative agreement, ENG 302 AA 2026-02, between the Municipality of Anchorage and International Union of Operating Engineers Local 302. Public hearing on this item is now open. Please come forward if you wish to testify. Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public hearing on this item is now closed. I will note another item of disclosure. Previously, I spoke with Mr. Handeland. We have previously ruled that his interest or family member's interest in Local 302 is related to a different entity than the municipality of Anchorage, and so you do not have a conflict. So we'll save ourselves a step of that disclosure. The ruling is the same. So what is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Boland to approve, second by Ms. Baldwin Day. Any comments?
Nothing further. Thank you.
Okay, no one in the queue. Members may proceed to vote.
Member Silvers?
Yes.
On a motion of 12-0, AR 2026-177 passes the body unanimously. Next, we'll move on to item 14D, AR 2026-178, a resolution approving an administrative agreement AMEA AA 2026-10 between the Municipality of Anchorage and the Anchorage Municipal Employees Association AMEA. Public hearing on this item is now open. Please come forward if you wish to testify. Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Scout to approve, second by Mr. Boland. Any comments?
No.
Okay, Mr. Gerker, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is Mr. Hatcher in the room? Come on down. It's good to see you, Paul. How are you doing?
I'm good, Jared. Thanks.
Good.
Paul Hatcher, AMEA Union President, District 5 Representative or member, and an AMEA Muni employee, current planning senior planner. What can I do for you, Mr. Gerker?
So, Mr. Hatcher, yesterday you sent me an email unsolicited discussing PARA's prohibition on interfering with the union's administration. Do you mind if I ask what prompted you to send me that email?
So we, through the chair, Mr. Gerker, we had a Muni meeting. We have a quarterly meeting with HR, and Ms. Billingsley mentioned that there was some questions that you might have or had related to this AA, because it's not just the holiday pay, it's the merger of ASCA and AMEA at the time that we voted on in April. And so that was preemptively to provide you with any information you wanted. That was vetted and given to me by ASCA, Heidi Diagris, and Doug Carson, our business agent, to forward to you.
Familiar with Mr. Carson's work?
That's what he said too.
Oh, I'm sure he did. So I'm curious, because further down at the end of your email, you ended it with a admonition, I guess, of warning against interference with union administration. Do you believe, I guess, why do you believe it was appropriate to raise that prospect of unlawful interference before I'd even asked a question?
So there was question on dues increases, at least that's what we'd heard from HR that you had questions on.
Which I had not, by the way. I hadn't asked that.
I just, and raising of dues and,
Sure.
and that process
Yeah.
and things like that. We preemptively sent an email. There was question also, sorry, I'm trying to bring my thoughts together. Previous to now, if a member wanted to remove themselves from the union, they would basically send an email to HR and ask to be removed, which is actually not what they're supposed to do. It's something we've been talking to some of the other unions about. It's just a process that needs to be cleaned up. And so that is where that line came from, is to kind of eliminate HR having to be that person or be that entity to take care of the member. The member needs to contact the union and resolve that issue with the union prior to having that taken care of.
Okay, so just to narrow it down and just be really specific here, it's not the union's position that assembly members asking questions, debating amendments, or maybe even voting against a labor contract is an unfair labor practice?
Would you restate that again?
Is it the union's position that assembly members asking questions, debating amendments, or even voting against a labor contract is an unfair labor practice?
I do not believe so.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it. And for my colleagues, I don't have an issue with the dues language that we are presented with because it says voluntary over and over and over. Other unions might take a look. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, next I have Ms. Scout in the queue.
I'd like to call to question.
Okay, motion by Ms. Scout to call the question. Is there a second? Yes, I will note, there is no other members in the queue, so I think you calling it might have, I'm going to invoke former member Myers and say, sometimes we would vote on those, sometimes they were more of a signal. Okay, members may proceed to vote. There's no one else in the queue. Okay, yeah, let the clerk catch up real quick.
Member Silvers on approving AR 2026-178. Member Silvers, if you voted, I did not hear you.
Yes.
Thank you.
On a vote of 12-0, AR 2026-178 passes the body. Yes. Next, we'll move on to item 14E, AR 2026-179, a resolution approving an administrative agreement, IBEW AA 2026-04, between the Municipality of Anchorage and the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers Local Union 1547, IBEW. Public hearing on this item is now open. Please come forward if you wish to testify. Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Volin to approve, second by Ms. Scout. Any comments?
No, ma'am.
Okay, no one else in the queue, so members may proceed to vote on this item.
Member Silvers? Member Silvers on AR 2026-179.
Okay, on a vote of 11-0, item AR 2026-179 passes the body. Next, we'll move on to item 14F, AR 2026-180, a resolution approving an administrative agreement, IBEW AA 2026-05, between the Municipality of Anchorage and the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers Local Union 1547, IBEW Tech. Public hearing on this item is now open. Please come forward if you wish to testify. Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one to testify, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Park to approve, second by Ms. Scout. Any further comments? Okay, not seeing anyone else in the queue, so members may proceed to vote.
Member Silvers?
Yes.
Okay, on a vote of 12-0, AR 2026-80 passes, AR 2026-180 passes the body unanimously. Next, we are on 14G, AO 2026-95, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly repealing Anchorage Municipal Code 10.45.050, surcharge on admission charges to events held in George M. Sullivan Sports Arena. Public hearing on this item is now open. Please come forward if you wish to testify. Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Scout to approve, second by Mr. Volin. Would you like to speak to it, Ms. Scout?
I believe we've had sufficient conversation about this among the body. I appreciate those discussions and work sessions and committee meetings, and I'm also excited to see the Sullivan Arena with a new contract and want to support those new contractors. So excited to move this.
Okay, any other member comments? I don't see anyone in the queue. Oh, Mr. Volin, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to, I want to thank folks in the community who flagged some prior issues with operations at the Sullivan. And I really want to thank the administration, in particular, Mr. Falsey, for working hard on this and for, working to get us to a place where this contract can have good oversight. I think ultimately, though, I will want to plant a flag that the conversation around the future of the Sullivan Arena still kind of has to move forward. And we need to be able to think thoughtfully about the trade-offs. Is it an asset to us or more of a liability in the long term? But all that to say, big thanks. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, I don't see any other members in the queue, so members may proceed to vote.
Member Silvers?
Yes.
On a vote of 12-0, item AO 2026-95 passes the body unanimously. Next, we'll move on to item 14H, AO 2026-96, an ordinance authorizing acquisition of real properties legally described as lots 17 and 18 of Block 1 Laurel Acres subdivision, Plat 7144, generally located northeast of Minnesota Drive and west 100th Avenue. Public hearing on this item is now open. Please come forward if you would like to testify. Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Park to approve, second by Ms. Baldwin Day. Would you like to make any comments?
Yes, I'm really happy to see that this particular property is being taken care of by Cook Inlet Housing. This is about a dozen blocks from my house, and the property
Ms.
was...
Park, I'm sorry to interrupt. I believe you may be speaking on the next item. If you
Teschler. Oh, I'm so sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. Save those for next time. Okay, I don't see anyone in the queue on AO 2026-96, Laurel Acres, so members may proceed to vote on this item.
Member Silvers?
Yes.
On a vote of 12-0, AO 2026-96 passes the body unanimously. Next, we have item AO 2026-97, an ordinance of the Municipality of Anchorage authorizing the disposal of real property at less than fair market value located at 6721 Teschler Drive off East 68th Avenue in Anchorage and legally described as Lot 5, Block 2, Dawn Village Subdivision, Plat 76229. Parcel ID 014-06143 to Cook Inlet Housing Authority. Public hearing on this item is now open. Please come forward if you wish to testify. Anyone at all? Okay, seeing and hearing none wishing to testify, this public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, motion by Ms. Park, second by Ms. Baldwin Day. Please proceed, Ms. Park.
Thank you, Chair. I'm really happy to see that Cook Inlet is taking responsibility for this property. It's about a dozen blocks from my house, and there was a number of people living in this abandoned property for a long period of time that really caused a lot of distress to the neighbors. There were several addicted people living in that property, and it was a real detriment to the neighborhood. And I think it should give us pause to reflect that it is not only in certain areas of town that substance abuse is occurring, but in fact all over the Anchorage Bowl. And I will be voting for this and urge everyone to do the same.
Okay, any additional comments? Not seeing anyone in the queue, so members may proceed to vote.
Member Silvers?
Yes.
Member Park? Member Park, is your computer not working?
Okay, thank you. And a vote of 12 to 0, AO 2026-97 passes the body unanimously. Next, we'll move on to our new and continued public hearings regarding liquor licenses, marijuana licenses, or other potentially quasi-judicial items. So as a reminder, these are public hearing items. The first one is 15A, Resolution AR 2026-199, a resolution approving an alcohol special land use permit for a sporting activity or event license number 60762 for Mulligan's LLC, DBA Mulligan's in the B3 General Business District located at 9191 Old Seward Highway, Suites 10, 11, 12, within Toyon Subdivision, Track 3, Plat 8324. Public hearing on this item is now open. Please come forward if you wish to testify. Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Volin, second by Ms. Baldwin Day to approve. Any discussion? Okay, there's no one in the queue, so members may proceed to vote.
Member Silvers?
Yes.
On a vote of 12 to 0, item AR 2026-199 passes the body unanimously. Next, we'll move on to Resolution AR 2026-200, a resolution approving a modification to a previously approved special land use permit for Enlightened Gardens LLC, a marijuana cultivation facility with license number M21551, DBA Enlightened Gardens. Public hearing on this item is now open. Please come forward if you wish to testify. Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one to testify, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Mr. Volin, second by Ms. Scout. Any comments? Okay. Not seeing anyone else in the queue, so members may proceed to vote on this item.
Member Silvers?
Yes.
On a vote of 12 to 0, item AR 2026-200 passes the body unanimously. We have our last public hearing item tonight. So this is 15C, AR 2026-201, a resolution approving a modification to a previously approved special land use permit for Enlightened Extracts, LLC, a marijuana manufacturing facility with license number M21552, DBA Enlightened Extracts. Public hearing on this item is now open. Please come forward if you wish to testify. Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one to testify, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Volin to approve, second by Ms. Scout. Any further comments? Okay, not seeing any in the queue. Members may proceed to vote.
Member Silvers? Member Silvers, did you vote on AR 2026-201?
Okay, on a vote of 11 to 0, item AR 2026-201 passes the body. So I'm going to suggest two things, and I see Ms. Silvers is joining us back in the room. One is that we take a 5-minute break before we take up our remaining items. And the second is I'm going to ask for Mr. Gates or the attorneys to distribute. We have a laid on the table resolution related to, so this is something that we would need to vote to take up for action tonight. This is regarding the short-term rental registration that I spoke of before, but I want to give members time to read it and then we can get into it and decide if we're going to take action on that tonight. So I'm going to suggest 5-minute break, distribution of the item I just mentioned, then we will take that up, and then we will take up the 2 items in the 12s. Thank you. Okay, I think we're almost ready to come back to order. And I will note for members, we do have the laid on the table item that has not yet been read into the record that we'll get started once all members are seated. Okay, I'll ask anyone who would like to have side conversations, please take those outside for the time being. So before us is a laid on the table resolution, and this was something I alluded to earlier. Apologies for not having it ready for the consent agenda. It's been that kind of night. So I will read this item, and then I will note, because it is a resolution and it's proposed for action tonight, it would take 8 votes to lay it on the table, and that is to take it up. And then if we take it up, then it's a typical majority vote. So just to be clear, the first step we need to decide is if we are laying this on the table. It is AR unnumbered 2026. It would be considered 10B8 if it's on our agenda, but the consent agenda has already passed, so we will take it up as its own item. A resolution of the Anchorage Assembly requesting the Administration and Code Enforcement Division to implement a policy for enforcement of the new short-term rental STR registration requirement that focuses on obtaining compliance within a reasonable time and not on fines or deterrence of STR operations. So this, as I mentioned earlier in the evening, is an item, and we can make the case for the time sensitiveness, but I understand there are maybe 1 or more members that need to make a disclosure. So first I'll turn to Mr. Handeland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just want to let everyone know that I do own a short-term rental. I have completed the form and got it all submitted, so we're all good on there. But just wanted to make sure everyone knew.
Thank you. So I have spoken with the attorneys, as I know you have as well, and the ruling is that it is not a substantial personal interest that could benefit from the passage of this, not just owning a short-term rental, but because this is simply extending the timeline for compliance. Next, I have in the queue, so I'm going to rule that Mr. Handeland does not have a conflict. Next, Mr. Boland, do you have a similar disclosure?
Well, that's not why I was in the queue. I could make one, though, that I own a rental unit. I own or occupy a duplex. The rental unit for a short time was operated as a short-term rental, but now has been returned to a long-term rental.
Okay, thanks. I'll just briefly ask, is there anybody who feels they need to make a relevant disclosure?
Yes.
Ms. Park, go ahead.
So I have, in my home, I have a single bedroom that is rented short-term part of the year. So I have applied for the licensing and not yet gotten all the information back that I need to provide for the platform, but that is my interest, 1 bedroom.
Thank you. I guess I'm going to rule similarly that Ms. Park, because this is simply extending a deadline that has not yet passed, that Ms. Park does not have a substantial interest such that it's a conflict, and I'll see if anybody has objection to that.
Well, Madam Chair, I want to say maybe one other layer. I don't have an objection, but can I guess, raise a point on the disclosure? Would that be in order?
Yeah, I suppose make a comment. We'll see if it's an objection.
Yeah, so I know in the past, we've taken action on items that have been very broad and affected a lot of folks in the community. For instance, I remember when we passed when we increased the exemption on the business personal property tax inventory piece. I myself, as a business owner, helped bring that forward and voted on it, but it had it was very broad in its scope of impact to many, many people. So it wasn't like a specific thing that would benefit just me or just my business. So I think that's also something to keep in the context here. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. At this point, I've made a ruling. I've not heard an objection to that ruling. And so unless somebody makes an objection, then I'm going to rule that Ms. Park does not have a conflict. Okay. Not hearing any others, then, as I said, I've read this item into the record. The motion is to, or I'm sorry, there's no motion before us, so I'm seeking a motion regarding this item.
Move to lay on the table.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Baldwin Day to lay this on the table, second by Mr. Handeland. Sorry. Here, I'm going to request that I can have the floor as a member.
Sure, Member Brawley.
Thank you. Since I'm the sponsor of this, I will explain. This has been a discussion I think I mentioned earlier this evening, but I know that feels like a long time ago. So there is a deadline to register that is in code for July 30th, 2026, and that is quickly approaching. We have had multiple requests to either extend that deadline in some way or simply to not penalize folks who have not fully registered at that point. And so the alternatives before us would be to change code, which requires introducing an ordinance and taking action on it at a future meeting. This resolution instead would allow for essentially a time-limited extension where there would be a grace period where fines would not be implemented. Sorry, one second. Maybe actually I'm going to ask the attorney to explain what this does, and I think that should speak to the timeliness. Thank you. Mr. Gates or Ms. Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this resolution, it will basically ask our code enforcement officers and the municipal clerk's office and the administration, anyone responsible for enforcement of the STR registration requirement, that enforcement actions provide persons who aren't registered with like 30 days to comply, and if they do, then dismiss whatever fines are imposed. So it's just, I guess, assures them that they're not suddenly going to be shut down immediately on day 15. They do have sufficient time to do the fairly simple registration process and avoid any fines that were sent to the person. If they simply register and provide the registration number to whatever enforcement officer sent them an NOV, that we are encouraging that officer to dismiss all fines. Since compliance is achieved, that's the main point of the whole registration chapter for STRs.
Thank you. So the timeliness here is that this is our last regular meeting until this deadline. We do have a special meeting that is not intended to take up other items at this time. And our next opportunity to address this, therefore, would be August 4th, which could be retroactive. But because the request has been made at least 10 days in advance and the timeliness of this meeting, it seems like if the body intends to take any action like this, the opportunity would be tonight versus waiting for 2 weeks. So that is the timeliness. Other members in the queue, questions, comments? Ms. Scout.
Yeah, I appreciate this proposal coming forward. I have a number of questions. Apologies.
Point of information.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was.
Do we have a motion on the floor?
Oh, isn't it the motion to lay it on the table or no? Oh, okay.
Okay, so yeah, thank you for the clerk to keeping us in order. So first we need a motion to lay this on the table and a second. Then we can have discussion about timeliness.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, I was a little bit out
Sorry.
of order myself. And then if we do lay this on the table, which takes 8 votes, then we can speak to the merits of this item.
Okay, great.
So is there, I'm sorry, is there a motion to lay this on the table? Wait.
Who seconded? Does anyone
I
remember?
believe it was Baldwin Day and Handelin seconded, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. So we are in the space that we have a motion. So we are, so in order for debate, and I think, but because the motion right now is to lay on the table, we need to keep that debate more so to is this timeliness and do we want to take it up now?
Okay. I guess my questions around timeliness are perhaps for the clerk or the administration. I'm just trying to get a handle on, do we have an estimate on how many short-term rentals we have in the municipality and how many have registered so far? I'm wondering how many folks this would impact if this is a significant and timely need in our community to move this now.
Yeah, Madam Clerk, can you answer that?
Yeah, it's based on previous legislation. It was estimated that there is somewhere between 2,000 and 2,500 short-term rentals in the municipality. The last time we looked in the software, over 1,100 individual licensees have registered or have, registered 1,900 short-term rental spaces.
Okay.
Over 1,100 people have signed up for a place, and then they've registered over 1,900 units.
So how many are we waiting for? We don't know. Okay.
We're guessing somewhere between 2,000 and 2,500.
Okay, so more than double of what's registered so far. I have a question also for members Handeland and Park, who are short-term rental owners. How long did this application or registration take? Is it an arduous process?
Through the chair. It was, I don't know, it wasn't too bad. I think I took like 10 minutes. I mean, there was a little bit where it was a tad confusing, but overall
Okay.
it wasn't too bad.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Okay, Mr. Vaughn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to ask for a little bit of latitude on this one because it's hard to speak to timeliness of laying on the table without actually speaking to the item. I don't necessarily think there's a timeliness issue. What the resolved of the item does is extends essentially a grace period for the remainder of, it says for the remainder of 2026 at least. And then any found to be in violation would be provided a, quote, reasonable period of time, such as no more than 30 days to become registered. However, if you look at the whereas on page 1, line 25, when we passed the original ordinance, there was already a grace period built in. So if I'm understanding this correctly, the effective date of the ordinance would be July 31st. Then the clerk would have to become aware of a non-compliant operator. Section F, which was in the original ordinance, no owner shall be subject to fines for failure to register until 90 days after May 2026, but there's a 14-day essentially cure. Thereafter, an owner served a notice of violation for failure to register shall be provided 14 days to comply. And that's 14 days after the notice of violation, not 14 days after July 31st. So we've had 3 months for these short-term rental units to register. In my estimation, that's adequate time for a 10-minute process. There's been media about this. There's been messaging through the municipality to the public about this requirement. There's already a grace period built in. And so because of all that context, I don't think it can really be argued that there's an urgency here. I think that there already is essentially a mechanism to cure, and it's unlikely, I think when folks get a violation that they're not going to avail themselves of that process that Member Handeland described. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thanks. I'll just briefly note, not on the merits of this item, but there are 2 steps here. So I think the question before members really is this something that we want to even contemplate taking action on tonight? The second question is really the merits of the item. So I would suggest if folks have questions on the merits of the item, to hold those. And then if we can resolve the question of whether we take it up tonight, and I'm not speaking to argue for a specific point of, or path, just that we should resolve whether we are taking this up tonight or not. Ms. Park.
Thank you. So I just went to look at my application and found out that my login for the Muni doesn't work. I don't know how many other people have had problems doing this, but as to the timeliness, I would suggest that since this is our only meeting before August 4th, that we proceed with this AR. Thank you.
Mr. McCormick.
I'll be voting to take this up so we can discuss the merits. I'd push back a little bit on there being enough media or coverage for people to know that this is something, this new process is being required. I mean, we as the city here spend hundreds of thousands of dollars educating voters in town of all the new taxes that they could vote onto themselves and how much more money that they could give to the city. I don't think we've spent very much money at all in regards to asking for compliance. I think discussing the merits of this tonight before the deadline is in order. Thank you.
Mr. Gerker.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I would just say that to the timeliness, change management takes time, and it takes. There's a lot of people that's involved in this. There's a lot of operators here in the community, and it's clear to me that it's going to take a little bit more time. You know, I'm the liaison with the Visit Anchorage, and this is something that came up in the last board meeting. And what many of them said was, "Look, we're in the absolute heat of summer season. Everything's incredibly crazy for all of our operators, and it's easy for something like this to get lost." And there's a fair amount of, I think, concern within the short-term rental owner community about potential fines and violations that we could really alleviate with moving this forward. And I think that makes a lot of, and this is our last opportunity to do it before that deadline expires, where we could really alleviate a lot of concerns for owners. So I do think that this is timely. I do think it is time sensitive, and I do encourage folks to move it along.
Mr. Handeland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was gonna, kind of reiterate what Member Kirker had said there this is summertime. This is when everyone who's doing anything with tourism related, it's their busy season. And so having something that's new, even if it's maybe relatively small amount of time, you got a lot of things pulling you in different directions. And so I would encourage my colleagues to vote yes.
Okay, don't see anyone else in the queue. The motion before us again is to lay this item on the table, at which point we could take up the merits of that item. Members may proceed to vote, and as a reminder, this takes 8 votes because it is a resolution being laid on the table for action. On a vote of 9-3, this item was laid on the table for action. So I will ask members, if you would like to speak to the merits, now is the time. And when we get to that point, just as a reminder, then it will be a majority vote. And sorry, before that, we need a motion to approve.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion by Mr. McCormick, a second by Ms. Baldwin-Day. Mr. McCormick.
I just had a question on this. As we're reading it in section 1, it's saying the assembly recommends that for the remainder. Does that leave this up to the administration to determine if they will follow that recommendation?
So I will turn that question to the attorneys, I believe. We did have, I will say, we had some discussion about kind of what the language should be.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair and Member McCormick. This language is chosen sort of in recognition of the separation of powers here. You know, enforcement of codes generally an executive function, and so as legislation, if we pass code, maybe we can direct some there in code. But this is a resolution where we're asking for enforcement a certain way, but we can't demand it or require it in this sort of vehicle.
Well, then my question is to the administration, if this is something that they feel would be amenable if passed.
Through the chair, Member McCormick, we would support this approach. The object of code enforcement is to inform, educate, and then enforce. And I think this is a clear-cut intent. As we manage this change, we support it. And frankly, it's less work than starting an enforcement action and having to undo it.
Awesome. Thank you for that response. Thank you for your work with code enforcement. As kind of alluded to earlier, this is a new process. I think it's going to take time to inform people that are operating STRs. I appreciate the leniency and the time to come into compliance, and given the 30 days and giving people timely time to come into compliance when notified about this. For that reason, I'll be in support of this, and I wouldn't mind being out as a co-sponsor if you're open to it.
One second. Yeah, just to be clear, if anybody would like to be added as a co-sponsor, they are welcome to be.
Thank you.
And I see.
Madam Chair, I would like to be as well.
Okay, I see Ms. Park, Mr. McCormick, Ms. Baldwin Day. I guess, does anybody not want to be added? I don't want to be added. Okay. Okay, so the clerk will make note, as folks said. Next, we have Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I would like to offer an amendment on page 2, line 23. There's a phrase towards the end of that line between commas, for the remainder of 2026 at least. I would replace that with until September 30th. And then on line 25, there's a statement such as no more than 30 days. I would strike out such as.
Second.
Okay, motion by Mr. Johnson to amend page 2, line 23, and replace the phrase for the remainder of 2026 at least with the phrase until September 30th. And then on line 25 to strike the words such as. That was seconded by Mr. Voland. Any further discussion?
Yeah, just to explain my rationale quickly on the second part, such as, I feel like that vagueness is potentially confusing. I would rather we just provide a little bit more clarity on what our expectation is in terms of how long people have to come into compliance. And then for the other piece of it, making it September 30th until the end of 2026, I understand and I'm sympathetic to the argument that we should extend some grace for people to come into compliance, and also recognize that we're in the middle of the busy season. But I think extending our deadline for people to actually abide by the ordinance for an additional 5 months, I think risks going so far as to sort of undermine the intent of the ordinance that we did adopt by this body back in May. And so I think this is a more reasonable and balanced approach. I'm also being mindful of the fact that while I understand kind of the process that got us here and the timeliness of it, this is something we're taking up without the public really having any opportunity to weigh in. And I will say I've already gotten at least one comment where I have gotten a comment from somebody watching the meeting saying like, whoa, wait, if I had known this coming, I would have had some thoughts to share with the body on it. And I think we should proceed cautiously. I mean, again, I understand that we need to dispose of this tonight. I agree with that. But I would argue for taking a less significant step in light of the fact that we're doing this without any meaningful engagement from the public on this, other than those that have reached out and asked for an extension. So that's the rationale I'm providing. Thank you.
Sorry, just for the record, can you remind me who seconded the motion? Was it Ms. Baldwin Day? Oh, Mr. Bowen. Okay. Mr. Bowen. Okay, next, Mr. Bowen in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I'm very aligned with Member Johnson on this. I was actually going to make a very similar amendment. I think that the language "at least" is way too open-ended. And so I want to go back to sort of what we're doing here. So what we're doing is we are saying for an extended timeline, we're going to lengthen the time to come back into compliance. The ordinance that this essentially seeks to provide guidance to the administration on, I believe it was sponsored by, I want to say myself, Member Johnson, and Member Baldwin Day. And we built that into this to say, hey, again, this is like a fix-it ticket. You get 14 days to comply. So now we're saying for an extended timeline, you get a longer period on that fix-it, which, okay, we can do that. I definitely think that September 30th is a better timeline for me, because another underlying reason that we brought this ordinance forward, I think there was a lot of debate that we had, was we need to do this portion first, the registration portion first, so we can get the information that we supposedly don't have about how many short-term rentals there are, who owns them, where they are, and then that will allow us to then have more, what some would argue would be data-driven policy. So I feel like the longer we put this off, the less information we have, the less informed policy we can bring forward in the future about what, if anything, we want to do about short-term rentals. So I don't want to necessarily delay this indefinitely. I think that there is, yes, I think that education is great and giving people the opportunity. That's why there was that original language. But we also need at some point to make sure that people are complying so that we have accurate data that can inform us as policymakers. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Next, Ms. Baldwin Day.
Yeah, thank you. Just a comment here. That being that, at this juncture, it seems like connecting with the folks who reached out to us from some of the registration platforms, Airbnb, Vacasa, VRBO, et cetera, would be a good move to invite them to partner with us to let their users know that this deadline is approaching. And that was a commitment that was made particularly by Airbnb, the Airbnb platform, that they would be communicating directly with their users in the Anchorage area. And so I think this would be a great opportunity for us to leverage that relationship and any other contacts we have at other platforms to help us help their users come into compliance in a timely fashion. I'm fine with the extension through September 30th with 30 days to cure. However, I do want to be clear that I would not support any further extension of that deadline. So I'm good with it in terms of this initial step, getting everyone acclimated to the idea that we're registering short-term rentals in Anchorage. But you only get one grace period as far as I'm concerned. Thank you.
Next, Mr. Gerger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to real briefly, Member Johnson's point is well made and well received. When I was at the Visit Anchorage Board of Directors meeting this last week, and this item was being discussed, they actually weren't asking until the end of the year. So, it's when I saw those at the end of the year, I was like, oh, that's great. But they were actually asking for October. So end of September, October is pretty dang close. So I think this would serve the serve industry well and give us a little bit more time to get everybody booted in to the system without causing great consternation that there's going to be fines or violations or you're not going to be able to operate your business anymore, while also making sure that we do get the data in a relatively expeditious fashion. Thank you.
Mr. Handelin.
Thank you, Chair. To Member Baldwin Day's point, Airbnb did contact me about doing it. So I got a notification saying, hey, you've got to update your registration with it. I think I ignored it the first time because I had already filled it out, but I had not put in my number there, and then it came back with another notification. So I'm not sure if people are still getting notifications on it, but I do know Airbnb is sending those out.
Ms. Park.
Thank you, Chair. I will confirm what Mr. Handelin says. They are sending out notices from Airbnb and also, the notice of when it's due.
Okay, I don't see any other members in the queue, so members may proceed to vote on the amendment. Okay, on a vote of 12-0, that motion passes. So now we have the item as amended before us. Any further discussion? Not seeing anyone in the queue, members may proceed to vote. And again, the laid on the table was a supermajority. This is a majority. On a vote of 12-0, this resolution, currently unnumbered, unanimously passes the body, and thank you for the body's indulgence in taking up this matter, given the timing of this meeting, the next meeting. So next we'll move on to our last two items of the night. We are taking them up one at a time in order, so I will read them, but first I will state a couple very brief things, just so that we are clear about our procedure. Okay, so I'll briefly say before I read the first one of these into the record. First, we held a work session on Friday, July 17th, not on the substance of these two items before us, but on the process overall. So if members of the public have not reviewed that, they may find that of interest. Also, at a previous meeting, our last regular meeting of July 7th, when both of these items were on the agenda, the chair had ruled that Member Martinez has a substantial personal interest in both of these items, which creates a conflict, and so he is not able to participate in these either 12A or 12B as a member, and that was a previous ruling. But also, as I had stated last meeting, when these matters were taken up, that the member, and this is in consultation with our attorneys, the member may be present in the audience during the discussion. He does not have to be, but he is welcome to be as a member of the audience. And in addition, that for each of these two items, the member will have an opportunity at the beginning of the item, before a motion is made, to make a brief statement. This is, again, not public testimony, but we are making sure that we have a fair opportunity because this is dealing with a member. And then at the end of the other members' debate, the 11 of us, prior to a vote that is taken, this member in question, Mr. Martinez, may have another opportunity to make a statement. So to be clear, this may mean speaking up to 4 times, twice on 12A and twice on 12B, and he is welcome to use that opportunity or not. And then I'll remind members, on the advice of counsel, we are not currently in a posture of adjudicatory or quasi-judicial, but all of our rules of order still apply. And again, I'll remind folks there is no public testimony on this item. So with that, I see Mr. Martinez is leaving the dais, so we will move to item 12A, Resolution AR 2026-191, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly censuring Assemblymember George Martinez based on the findings of the Alaska Public Offices Commission and reaffirming the Assembly's, commitment to campaign finance integrity. I will note that there is only one version of this item. What is the will of the body?
Move to postpone indefinitely.
There's a motion to postpone indefinitely by Mr. Boland. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Park. Mr. Boland, would you like to speak to that?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So I don't know that this item, as I read it, is ripe at this time. There's a lot of information that has been swirling around on social media. There was an APOC violation publicly reported that came forward, and I think that this resolution, this item pertains to that, to the campaign-related piece. Since then, there has been made other accusations in the public arena, social media, that's sort of above and beyond the campaign finance issue that is referenced in this resolution. This resolution also says, we will consider this to be the end of this matter. However, issues, concerns have been raised about travel-related activity within the purview of official work. And so I think that that's a different question than this resolution. I also appreciated the opportunity to have a work session with the attorneys and for us to lay out their concerns around due process, and that if whether that be removal or something entirely different, were to be added to language around a censure, then we would need to have some type of investigation, some type of findings. And I think it's really important that we're all working off of the same set of facts. And I don't think that we've had that opportunity. I think over the past few weeks, facts have been put out to the public, and those facts have sort of evolved over time. And so I would like to get us to a place where, as policymakers, we can be working from the same foundation of facts. What we do with those is up to each member. But I think that this comes short of that. I would be interested in having either the municipal attorney's office or internal audit present us with their findings of fact, and perhaps an action like this could come back before us. But right now, I'm not at a place where I can determine whether it's this action or another action or no action at all is what is needed at this time. I think that there's a different item that we can take action on tonight that maybe would get us there, would move us in the direction of something that I'm talking about, but I don't think that this is here quite yet. I think I will leave my comments there for now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Next, Ms. Baldwin-Day.
Yes, thank you. So I agree with my colleague that this resolution is very narrowly constructed, and that was intentional because the facts pertaining to this resolution are quite clear. And in fact, this resolution to censure is only a recitation of the facts as we know them, as have been laid out by the Alaska Public Offices Commission and the eventual sanction by that body. So we're not editorializing here. And it was made clear to us in our work session that it is squarely within the purview of this body to issue a formal reprimand. And there is no disciplinary language in this resolution. It is simply an expression of our collective disapproval of the conduct of a member, which is in order, does not violate due process, and I believe merits our consideration because this issue, as my colleague rightly pointed out, is separate and apart from other allegations that have been raised since. There is a fundamental difference between something that happens with campaign finance versus something that happens with public funds in one's public capacity as an elected official. And so I do believe these are separate issues, separate questions, and we can dispense with one before taking up the other. So I would encourage my colleagues to vote no on the motion to postpone indefinitely and to take up this item as written. Thank you.
Next, Ms. Scout.
Thank you. I agree with Member Baldwin-Day on many of the points laid out. I believe that this censure resolution is strictly about the violations in the campaign finance realm. The investigation has concluded the facts are publicly available. And importantly, members of the public have spoken out and asked for us to take action on this and to hear them. And I think that's incredibly important for all of ours ability to maintain and build public trust. And I would urge my colleagues to vote no on indefinitely postponing this item.
Mr. Handeland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I would say that I would encourage not to postpone indefinitely on this. For the APOC issue, that is one thing where we do know all of the information. That is not something that is really at question here, and that's something that for the next item, we have pulled that out for our S1 version. And so I would encourage my colleagues to not postpone this, and let's dispatch with this.
Ms. Silvers.
Yeah, so I do think that this resolution does address a very different thing than the next resolution. And so, you know, the APOC violation is one thing that has been investigated by APOC. And I think handling these two very separately, as two separate matters, is something, it's consistent with what I've heard from my constituents in East Anchorage, that really want to have this dealt with separately as two separate matters and not conflated together in a way that's confusing or it just makes it so that it's harder to get to the facts. Thanks.
Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you. I have a question for council. So in considering this, we have in the subsequent item, S1, S2 versions that call for an investigation to take place. And I believe the intent is to sort of parse the item before us as being separate and not influencing the subsequent item. But I just want to fact check with council that if item 12A is adopted by the body, that will not in any way affect any of the actions outlined in the S1 or S2 versions of 2026-192. Is my assumption correct here?
Through the chair to Member Johnson, yes, that's correct. This censure resolution deals with the APOC violations and the S versions of item 12B. All the S versions pull that, no longer have the APOC component and are just directing investigation into municipal activities.
Okay, thank you for that confirmation.
Okay, I know, Mr. Boland, you've already spoken on this, so I'm going to first go to others in the queue. So, Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you, Chair. So some thoughts. Well, first of all, I my understanding from our work session is that a member can bring forward a motion to censure at any point, and that's the right of members, and that essentially this item comes with no penalties. It's simply a statement of disapproval, and similarly, we do resolutions all the time where we take a stand on an item that's going through the House or the Senate for our state or something that's happening in the world. We'll voice our opinion as a body about it. And so this seems similar to me, that we're simply voicing whether we are disapproving of something that a member did or not. And so, I'm not necessarily in favor of postponing it. I think we either need to vote to do it or not. I think that the information's in front of us. I think we just have to make the decision as a member whether we want to be a part of voicing disapproval of a member or not. So I will not be in support of postponing. I'd rather we bring up the item and vote on it. Thanks.
Next, Ms. Park has not spoken on this.
Thank you. I'm concerned that this S1 version documents both the APOC allegations and some questions regarding municipal expenses that have not been previously addressed.
Ms. Park. Yeah, I think based on your comments, so just to be clear, we're on AR 2026-191, number 12A, of which there's no additional version, so it's just this version.
Okay, thank you.
I know it's been a long night, so Ms. Park, you're welcome to get back in the queue.
Yeah, I'm still in favor of postponing, and I support Vice Chair Voland in that. Thank you.
Okay, next, Mr. Gerker, you have not spoken on this, so I'll go to you.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Look, many of my colleagues have already said this. These are two separate items. You have the APOC matter, which is egregious. Those are APOC's own words. This is a particularly egregious violation, and I do personally think is a significant violation of public trust. But this is separate from the next item, which is calling for an investigation into the use of municipal travel funds. I do think this should move forward separately, as we heard from council, and I think Member Perez-Verdia just articulately outlined it. We do have the ability as a body to voice our opinion on a matter or the conduct of a colleague. Consequently, I will call the question.
Okay, there's been a motion to call the question. Is there a second? Second by Mr. McCormick. A reminder, this is not a debatable motion, so now we need to vote to call the question. And to be clear, we are voting on the action of whether to call the question, not on the underlying item. Okay, on a vote of 6 to 5, that item has not passed. As a reminder, there are 11 of us up on the dais, but affirmative votes still need 7 votes. So now the motion to call the question has failed. I have Mr. Voland in the queue. Go ahead. And again, we are still on
Motion to postpone.
Postpone indefinitely.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. So I still think we should postpone, and here's why. I understand that we have the ability as a body to pass a censure resolution. However, first of all, I don't buy that these are 2 separate items. The rollout of all of these accusations that we have seen on social media started with the APOC, then moved into accusations around travel activities in an official capacity. This also came forward after all of those social media posts were swirling in the public. So there's that piece. Also, I would point you to the resolves in section 4. It says, the Assembly intends this censure as its complete and proportionate response to this matter. Upon Assembly Members Martinez's full compliance with the Commission's order, the Assembly considers the matter closed and contemplates no further action arising from the conduct addressed in the Commission's order. So, for my part, I'm not ready to close the book on this. And I'm more interested in activities that are related to Assembly travel and activities related to an official capacity. And I'll just put this out there. One of the things that I was interested in exploring was disciplinary action other than removal, but that could be that could go along with censure. So if there was a level of investigation done, and it was determined, okay, well, yeah, there was a violation of travel in an official capacity, then maybe there are other disciplinary options open to us as a body, open to leadership, whether that be a travel restriction for a time or something else. And so I would just like a little bit more time to say, okay, we disapprove of this action, but if there are other related actions, particularly the done in an official capacity, that we can actually take some meaningful action on that. I just don't think that we have that set of facts to establish that secondary disciplinary action. I think we heard that pretty clearly from the attorneys in the work session that we had. Finally, I do worry about, if we're going to say this is just relevant to, this is its own thing, and this is just the APOC activity, this is just the campaign activity, then I worry we're going to start setting a precedent that we bring forward a censure resolution every time we have an APOC violation. And that can very quickly get politicized, get weaponized, and I just don't think that's a good track to go down before we have established a more clear set of facts. And to me, really, the meaningful piece of that is in the performance of your official duties. There's also the layer where APOC is issued its fine. There's been a penalty in the public. And Member Martinez is going to have to pay that fine. So there's already been sort of a punishment in that regard. So yeah, just to recap, I'm interested in the follow-along piece of official capacity and what actions we might take that maybe are not removal. And so that's why I don't think this is quite ready. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thanks. The two other members actually all the other members in the queue have spoken before, so I have myself in the queue.
Member Brawley.
Thank you. I just want to be clear why I'm putting myself next here. I'm going to speak briefly as a member. I have really tried to be mindful of and responsible with the position that I'm in, which is the chair, and to not create a situation where it looks like the body is speaking or that the chair, capital C, the chair, is speaking on this item. So I want to be clear that I'm attempting right now to speak as a member, knowing that that is not easily possible. I am in favor of a vote to postpone indefinitely, so I will say that. I will also say that I am one of 11 people in this decision, and so I recognize, again, that I'm not directing from the chair's seat that we act in a certain way. But I will say I'm in favor of postponing indefinitely, and I'm in a no vote on the underlying item, not because I don't think that these matters are trivial, but that I am interested in understanding on what basis we are making decisions. And I have thought a lot about if any other name, any member that I've served with, any member that I could think of prior who's been on this dais, and if this was about them with the same facts, different person's name, would I vote differently? And I don't think that I would. I genuinely do not believe, even if we have this power, that we should proceed lightly or at this point proceed with any action against another one of our members. Because I have been in the middle of and I've watched all of the conflict this has created, all of the tension, all of the time that we are spending on this and not on our budget, not on housing, not on any other issue that we need to be dealing with. And I recognize that whatever I say is going to be spun in whatever way people want to make it, to say that I am not asking for accountability, that I do not care, that these things are not important. And I see people nodding in the audience, and I understand there is a no-win situation here, regardless of what side you're on. But we're down this path now. So I would just like to say that I am going to vote yes to postpone indefinitely. No, I do not know how I'm going to vote on the next item. That is a different discussion. But at this time, I'm not interested in using my vote, and I'm not interested in using my seat as a member to engage in this behavior in this way. Thank you. Sorry. Everyone else in the queue has already spoken, so I'm going to move through.
I have not spoken.
Oh, Mr. McCormick, you did call the question, is that right?
I seconded, but I didn't speak.
Okay, well, I apologize for that.
No problem.
Next, Mr. McCormick.
I agree that this is a position no one wants to be in. No one gets elected or campaigns to discuss other members' conduct. No one wants to be here. But nevertheless, we are. And we've been charged to manage and be responsible for the business of the city. And I'm a little taken aback by this coordinated postpone indefinitely move here, especially from the leadership. We're seeing the leadership. And I understand that you want to move on with the business of the city. We all want to move on with the business of the city.
I'm going to call a point of order on coordinated. It sounds like he's speaking to motive.
Mr. McCormick, can you rephrase that is not speculating on other people's motives?
Fair enough. We see the leadership here moving, as they both just testified, that they will be in support of a postpone indefinitely. And I understand that you don't want that to be twisted. You want to move on with the business of the city, as we all do. But it is a show to the public when they see those two people telling that their opinion is that we should postpone this. It is a show to the people that we don't hold members accountable, that we will let this behavior continue. I want to move on with the business of the city. I want to do so responsibly and with the trust of the public. We cannot postpone this indefinitely. It will be at our peril, the entire body's peril.
Okay, next I have Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, I think just briefly want to address one point in terms of whether or not we should consider this item and the subsequent item together, and if the results of investigation, if the second item passes, should inform our decisions relating to this. And I will say for my part, I think it is important that we treat these as separate issues. I think in the case of the item before us, effectively the investigative step has been happened, conclusions have been drawn, and in this circumstance, we have been presented with a potential course of action. So I think, for my part at least, it is very important that we parse out the way we respond to the actions taken as a result of an APOC violation, which happened as a candidate, and actions that may have been taken by a member as in their official duties on the body. And so just for my part, I would not put these together or necessarily allow my thoughts on one to influence the other. That's all I wanted to add.
Next, Mr. Handeland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just want to comment on the Mr. Volan's point on the APOC violation component of it. And as someone who's watches these hearings, watches what's going on, sees what happens with these fines, this one was particularly egregious. And that's where we sit there and we see the APOC staff saying that this strikes at the heart of campaign finance law. And this is the reason why we have it. And we're talking about personal benefit. I mean, this is like if you, to bring it to a comparison that people think of a speeding ticket. There's a difference between you are going a couple miles an hour above the speed limit or reckless driving. But to be sitting there saying, well, it's just an infraction with a car. They're drastically different. And when you go and look at this, with it being the fact of it's not a late filing or, oh, hey, I happened to misclassify something. I forgot to include an employer information on this. This is someone using campaign finance for personal benefit. And this is not, I mean, I went and looked through previous reports, and there's like one other where someone had mistakenly done it. This is not a run-of-the-mill campaign finance violation. And they said it in the report with particular egregious, and they talked about the truthfulness of Mr. Martinez. And as far as the fine violation, that was for his action there. But as far as being held to account for his behavior during that hearing, there was nothing that they did on that. And I think that's where we need to take a stand of, hey, this is another member, but we need to be saying we don't approve of this. Thank you.
Ms. Baldwin-Day.
Thank you, Chair. I don't think that we would be at this point of censure had the APOC hearing unfolded differently. And so I want to push back on this notion that taking action on this censure resolution politicizes APOC violations in the future. I recognize that APOC violations happen. Sometimes they're accidental, sometimes they are clerical errors. They do happen. People file late. These are things that occur and with some degree of frequency. But what is different, what is fundamentally different about this particular instance is the substance of the hearing before the Alaska Public Offices Commission. That is the point at which I believe we departed from the norm. And if you read the item, and the commission's summary is attached to item 12B, and I encourage my colleagues to read it if you have not. In that final order, the commission finds Mr. Martinez's testimony at the hearing was formulaic and evasive. At times, he outright refused to respond to questions or provide answers to straightforward inquiries. A later paragraph. The most troubling aspect of Mr. Martinez's testimony, however, was his persistent refusal to directly answer simple questions from the commissioners. Rather than providing information, he was evasive, vague, and non-committal. Further, when a witness is evasive under questioning, refuses or fails to answer straightforward questions, or is inconsistent in his answers, the trier of fact, i.e. the commission, is permitted to find the witness lacks credibility. Further, he was not forthcoming with investigators until pushed. He was extremely evasive in responding to commissioner questions during the hearing. we find his testimony not to be credible and disregard it. That is fundamentally different than an APOC violation. And that is the point at which I believe we have to hold our colleagues accountable. We have to hold ourselves accountable. And quite frankly, I don't care whose name is attached to such behavior. If it occurs on this body, we ought to call it out. Because it is, in the end, incumbent upon us to hold one another accountable. We are the only people who can do that apart from the voters. And so I ask my colleagues to please reject the motion to postpone indefinitely and let us do the work that is ours to do of holding ourselves to the highest possible ethical standard. That is our work. I hope my colleagues will join me in it. Thank you.
Next, Ms. Park.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with most of what's been said on the dais. We cannot support behavior that reflects badly on the rest of the body, and we have been tasked with making a decision here. I firmly believe that the two questions should be separate regarding the APOC conduct and any possible conduct within the municipality. So having said that, I'm wondering, and I do understand the reluctance to postpone indefinitely, would the chair entertain a motion to postpone to a time certain?
So the clerk has said that motion would not be in order. It would need to be made if we dispatch with this motion, and then it can be taken up separately.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so there's no one else in the queue. The motion on the floor right now is to postpone indefinitely. We will take up that motion, and depending on that, then we will be back on the main item. The members may proceed to vote on that motion to postpone indefinitely. Okay, the motion to postpone indefinitely fails 3-8. We are back on the main motion. I'm sorry, there is no main motion, so we are seeking a
Move to approve.
Second.
okay, motion from Mr. Volin to approve, second from Mr. Gerker. Mr. Volin, would you like to speak to it further?
Yeah, I put this motion on the floor, frankly, so I could have another crack at the cue. Yeah, I just want to put out there that I feel like, do we need to move to extend 15 minutes?
Yeah, so note we are coming up on 11 p.m. I would entertain a motion to extend.
So moved.
Can you specify
For
that?
until 11:15.
Second.
Okay, motion to extend to 11:15. Second, motion by Mr. Volin, second by Ms. Park. Any objection? Okay, not seeing any, we'll move forward.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So I want to be really clear. I feel like I need to respond now because what I am not doing is failing to call for accountability. I think this actually. Are we doing okay? Yeah. Okay.
Sorry, we're having some tech issues. We have tech issues, so please proceed.
Okay.
We have not, in fact, voted on this item.
Yeah, I want to be very clear. I am not saying that we should not call for accountability. I think this item actually comes short of that. Because what I'm interested in doing is saying, okay, if there is travel stuff that happened in an official capacity, in addition to campaign activity, then I want to look at disciplinary action, such as a travel restriction for a year, or potentially look at, do we remove this member from committee a committee chair position or other representation on behalf of the assembly. I think that there's things that we can do that actually are not just symbolic, but actually address other activities that may or may not happen. Those accusations have been thrown out there to the public, but again, we don't know the set of facts that we're operating on. I don't think we have the full picture without that investigation happening. And so I guess for my part, I think that there's a different path here that potentially involves a reprimand. I also think a reprimand is a better word than censure, because censure has different connotations depending on what we're talking about, Robert's rules or, a federal understanding of what a censure means. And so I think there's a different path here that we can get to true accountability that doesn't involve interfering with the will of the voters and going the full removal route. And so people try to separate these, but I'm trying to take this all in context. And I think that we can get somewhere that creates accountability. Also, in terms of the conversations that leadership has been having, we've been really focused on the branch, the integrity of the branch, and looking at our travel policy. We acknowledge we need to rewrite that, essentially. We acknowledge that we've asked for an independent, a special audit of assembly travel. So there's ongoing work.
Point of information. I just want
What is your point of
to
information?
clarify that I don't know if you're speaking to this item.
I am speaking to this item. So what I'm saying is I'm speaking in support of a censure resolution that would actually be able to have disciplinary action. Okay, and I'm also speaking to the conversations that leadership has been raised in this debate by a member. So I'm responding to that.
Point of information. Just
What was your information?
just to clarify, you're talking about discipline in the context of a censure related to APOC or related to the potential misuse of public funds? Because those are separate. These are separate items.
So, sure. Okay, let's say an investigation's done and it's been found that there are assembly travel, issues. I was interested in bringing forward a substitute version of this that not only would have reprimand, but if there are issues with assembly travel, then suspending that travel. So layer it on to the censure resolution, or removal of representation from NACO, which is a position that this member holds. And so I think we're not able to get there is essentially what I heard in the work session. I couldn't bring forward that substitute version. That would not fulfill necessarily due process. And so, I guess we could take action on this and really constrain it to the private activity, but it is hard for me to separate these two things in the way that all of this has been rolled out in the public. So I guess, that is all that to say. I won't be supporting this item. We have another item before us. There's a version of that tonight that I think I can support. But I don't think that this does much other than what's already been done and addressed in the public via APOC. And I would like to see, paired with censure, if other accusations are true, that the underlying issues are addressed by leadership. So anyway, thank you, Madam Chair.
Sorry, go ahead, Mr. Handeland.
I would like to move Handelin Amendment Number 2.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Handeland to move Handeland Amendment Number 2, second by Mr. Gerker. Mr. Handeland.
Do I have the floor, Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, Thank you. So, I mean, this is, a pretty simple amendment, just asks for there to be some accountability on Member Martinez's part to produce a full public apology with it. And I kind of based that off of Member Baldwin Day's comments at one of the previous meetings, where I think that's really what we're, I guess, as it regards to the APOC portion, and when we saw it during the report or during the work session there, that was an option that we have to sit there and say, hey, if Member Martinez is looking to have this item closed, this would be, at least for the APOC portion, a way of closing it out.
Okay, I know we have a number of folks in the queue, so I'll ask, is this on the amendment, Mr. Presvidia? Mr. Presvidia, would you like to speak on the amendment, or do you want to be in the motion for the main? Or sorry, do you want to be in the queue for the main motion or for this amendment?
I'll speak to the amendment as long as I have the microphone. I don't support this amendment, and so that's it.
Ms. Baldwin Day on the amendment.
Thank you. While I would hope that this is an action that Member Martinez would take in whatever time, place, and manner he saw fit to do so, I do not support the inclusion of this requirement because I think it moves us into a different space in terms of censure. We are, with this amendment, requiring a particular action from a member, which I think moves us into the realm of censure with consequences or censure with punishment, which is not what this particular resolution was constructed to do. And I think that might get us into questionable territory legally, because now we have moved beyond a public statement of reprimand and we have required a particular action on the part of Member Martinez. And as I understood council's instruction to us in the work session last week, that is a different flavor of censure. So I would, for that reason alone, I'm not in support of this amendment. Secondarily, I'm also a parent, and I am not saying this to infantilize Member Martinez whatsoever, not in the slightest. But there is a difference between an apology that is rendered because one wants to and an apology that is rendered because someone else told you to. And so when one of my kids whacked the other kid upside the head and I told them to say they were sorry, I did not get the same kind of apology that I would have gotten had that person had my child actually apologized of their own volition. And so I don't find this particular amendment to be helpful in furthering the spirit of this censure resolution, and I will be a no vote. And I encourage my colleagues to do similarly. Thank you.
Mr. Gerger on the amendment.
It is on the main motion, but since I've also got the microphone, wondering if council would like to weigh in on whether this amendment moves us beyond just censure and into a different territory. I guess I had a slightly different interpretation from that work session than Member Baldwin Day.
Okay, we'll give the attorneys a minute. I think they're conferring. Okay.
Through
Please
the
proceed.
chair, as we just conferred, as you might have heard, looking at this, we don't think it's the assembly imposing a consequence or imposing a penalty. It is making a request and urging Member Martinez to make an apology, but there's no consequence contemplated if if he does not do it. It just says it does not consider this matter fully resolved, so potentially there would be some future assembly consideration of something else, which at that point could include potential disciplinary consequences. But I think as written, I don't see this as a disciplinary consequence.
Any further? Okay. Mr. McCormick.
I want to be on the main, not the amendment.
Oh, I'm sorry. If you don't mind putting yourself back in the queue. Mr. Johnson on the amendment, sorry.
Yeah, thank you. I am not going to support this amendment for two reasons. I mean, the first being that I think if somebody's going to make an apology or chooses to do so, that needs to be an action of their own volition. I don't think it is my right or anyone else's necessarily to try and compel that behavior. Even though I understand it's procedurally correct, I just find it sort of goes against what I believe the spirit of an apology would be. And again, it's up to the individual whether or not to make it in my mind. But I think this underlying item is, without the amendment, is a statement from the body about the body's beliefs and position on the conduct. And I think that it is not our place to, or it is not appropriate for us to compel anyone else to have to take a position on it. I think it is solely the responsibility of the members who are voting on this, and that it should be a statement of ours and not necessarily trying to dictate anyone else's stance or feelings. Thank you.
Madam Chair, point of information.
What's your question?
Am I allowed to withdraw my motion?
Yeah, I believe you're what?
Yes, I would like to do that.
Okay. So the mover has withdrawn the motion. We are back, therefore, on the main motion. And I will just check. I know I saw Ms. Silvers in the queue, and just checking if, Ms. Silvers, if you'd like to speak on the main motion. Okay, thank you. So next, I see the queue filling up again. So on the main motion, Ms. Baldwin-Day.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to move Baldwin-Day Amendment Number 1, please.
Second.
Okay, motion by Ms. Baldwin-Day, second by Mr. Handeland on Baldwin-Day Amendment Number 1. Will you speak to it?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, in the interest of factual accuracy, this is an edit to Section 3. So this is page 2, line 30, which rewrites the section to note that Member Martinez has in fact complied with the Commission's order and did so in a timely fashion. So we are removing the conditional and putting it in the affirmative. And I would ask my colleagues' support.
Okay, Mr. Brasseria on the amendment.
Main motion.
Mr. McCormick, main motion.
Main.
Okay. There's no one else in the queue then, so members may proceed to vote on this amendment. On a vote of 10-0, that amendment passes, so we are back on the main motion as amended. I have Mr. Presvedia in the queue.
Thank you, Chair. I feel pretty clear about where I stand on this censure. I fully respect the right for this body to choose to censure or not. And I also just want to say that I'm very cautious and sometimes concerned when I hear folks say that, I've heard from the community and the community feels this way and that's why I'm going to vote this way. I think we have to take responsibility for the votes that we take. You can listen to the community, you can gather information, you can do all the research you possibly can, but ultimately you have to make the decision as to whether you want to move forward with something like this or not. So I just want to be clear that I feel like that I've gathered that information, had the conversations I need to have, and done the research that I need to. And I feel pretty clear that APOC ruled and APOC penalized, and that was fully within their purview to do that. And that's, from my perspective, outside of the purview of the Assembly. Again, we've talked about the next item being a different conversation about what's happening within our purview, but APOC ruled, APOC penalized. And the second thing that I'm concerned about is the precedent that we set, that what someone does outside of their role on the assembly, that we begin to judge those things and use the censure power. I'm concerned about the precedent of that, and for me, this does not rise to the level that I'm willing to vote for a censure. I would vote for a censure for something that I felt like it rose to, but for this, I feel like it's been ruled, it's been penalized. The public has seen it, and it feels outside of our purview, and it feels like that we have to be very cautious with this power that we have to censure. It's rarely done. When it is done, it needs to be something extremely significant, and for me, that this does not rise to that level. So I will be a no vote on the censure.
Next, before I turn to the next person, I do want to note that if members wish to continue this, we will need to extend the meeting another time.
Move to extend to 11:30.
Second.
Okay, motion to extend by Mr. Boland to 11:30, second by Ms. Baldwin Day. Any objection? Okay. Thank you, everyone. I know we are also going to be closing on the hour for this debate as well, so I will just make that note. Mr. McCormick.
I agree. I'd like to be cautious about using this power. There's a reason that it hasn't been done in so long. To the comments before about APOC, I mean, APOC is incredibly confusing, as we all know, and it's a shame that we have state laws that are so complicated that if you want to run for office, you basically got to hire somebody to help you not get in trouble with state regulations. We all sitting up here know that. It's a shame. I think we narrowly wrote this censure when we wrote in that we were not setting the precedence that any inadvertent or technical compliance errors warrant an action like this. As Member Baldwin Day read out of the investigation that the state, again, adjudicated and conducted, these were particularly egregious. All the quotes she said that are, quite horrific and lead to the erosion of trust in this body. So for those reasons, that's what rises this to the level of requiring a response from this body. And this is the mechanism. This is what the mechanism was built for. It is just a disapproval. Again, there's no consequences. And to that, maybe I misunderstood Member Voland earlier and inferred what he was not attempting to say. I hear him saying he does want to hold members accountable for these types of actions. But from my understanding in the work session, I'm not, what I heard from the attorneys was that we cannot impose consequences. So that's where I think these, and I understand you kind of see them together, I agree. Both are talking about loss of public trust, misuse of funds, different funds, campaign versus public funds, but I think that's where the division of these two resolutions come, is that the APOC violation has been adjudicated. It is, again, yes, private conduct that I'm not sure we can impose punishment for, so I appreciate your thoughts of wanting to go down that road and maybe combine things. I just think keeping them separate is going to be cleaner, but I'm open to exploring other routes with the other resolution we have coming forth. So I, of course, will be in favor of this and urge my colleagues to show the community we're paying attention, we value accountability and transparency.
Mr. Johnson.
I just very quickly want to state where I'm coming from on this, and I will say for my part, I think that the crux of this is that the testimony offered by the member to APOC was not credible. It's not that there was an APOC violation, it's that testimony piece. We, as a body, are vested with considerable power by the public and the municipality that we represent, and in order for us to do the job that we have been tasked with, it depends on the public having confidence in us as a body and as individuals. And there's an element of trust to that I think is absolutely vital to the health of this institution, which I stated before is more important than any individual member. And I believe strongly in that. And that trust depends on us being honest as public figures. And so I think when we see what for all intents and purposes appears to be a violation or a failure to conduct ourselves honestly, that, if left unchecked, potentially undermines the credibility of this body. And for that reason, I believe that this is an appropriate action. Thank you.
Okay, we have no further members in the queue, so I will, as stated originally, Mr. Martinez has the opportunity to speak at the beginning and the end of this item before a vote, before the final vote is taken. So I'll ask Mr. Martinez, if you would like to make a statement, you are welcome to, but you are not required to. Okay, the record shows Mr. Martinez has declined to comment on this particular item. So members may proceed to vote. The motion before us is a motion to approve AR 2026-191. Sorry, as amended.
Member Park?
On a vote of 8-3, AR 2026-191 as amended passes the body. The last item before us is AR 2026-192, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly submitting there's multiple S versions, so I'm going to read the original title, but noting that multiple of these have changed titles significantly. The original title, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly submitting an accusation document to the municipal clerk to initiate removal proceedings in accordance with Anchorage Municipal Code Section 2.70.030 and directing the municipal attorney to retain outside counsel to further conduct and further investigation to represent the interest of the municipality. I will note we have an S version, an S1 version, an S2 version, and some supplemental items that were submitted that are all in the record. Again, before we proceed with the queue, I will turn to Mr. Martinez and see if he would like to make a statement. Please come forward.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you to my colleagues for the opportunity to speak to this particular item. I am somewhat perplexed by the echo that was started off as a campaign expense issue, disclosed for APOC, has turned into a call for an open-ended investigation into all things big or small associated with me and my duties. And I just wanted to flag for folks, as I reviewed the proposed substitute resolutions, I do have a question regarding the scope of the contemplated investigation. And I welcome oversight. But I wonder, Assembly members receive the same office budget and exercise legislative discretion differently. Some of us prioritize staffing. Others prioritize research, constituent engagement, or travel for conferences and professional development. Those expenditures are made through established Assembly approval processes. My question is whether the proposed investigations are intended to assess the compliance with existing policies governing expenditures, or whether it contemplates evaluating the legislative judgment of an individual member in allocating an authorized office budget. If the Assembly believes current policies governing member expenditures are insufficient, is that appropriately addressed through an investigation of one member's legislative program, or through prospective standards that are applicable to all members? Wouldn't an audit of all members' individual accounts need to be examined to determine compliance with travel expenses reporting? And what about staff time paid by individual legislators in responding to emails or social media? Should the judgment of an Assembly member who chooses to use their staff for this purpose be subject to examination? Or should the nature and purpose of the responses be subject to examination by other members of this body, including whether or not the exercise responding to social media represents legitimate expenditures of municipal resources? And so I flagged that for us because what moved from a civil APOC matter at the start has evolved from outside campaign dollars into questions, allegations related to official duties. But the question about official duties, from my vantage point, had been misunderstood. Every member, and I think the public needs to be clear about this, every member has the same office allotment, and we decide how to use those resources appropriately. So as I see this particular item here, I wonder about those questions, whether or not we are singling out an individual based on allegations, or are we looking at a review of the entire branch's policies? Because I don't hire staff to answer my emails, for example. I do my constituent services directly. I do choose professional development and bring those particular things to the work. So I just wanted to pose that wondering. I am available with all the I's and T's dotted and crossed because I follow all municipal processes in delivering my work, but just legislative discretion and recognizing that we all have the same allotment, and what members choose to do is different. Each member gets to make that determination. And I just wanted to flag that for folks as you kind of investigate this and go into the level of analysis that we can use, and because I think an audit across the board might be more valuable, particularly because we don't have travel budgets. We have an office budget, and we get to choose how we do our legislative policies. And what is the scorecard for evaluation? I would hope that we can discover that as well, or maybe not. But thank you.
Okay, Mr. Martinez has made a statement. So next, I will ask, what is the will of the body?
Move the
S2
S2.
version.
Second.
Okay, I heard, in echo, I heard motion to approve the S2 version from Mr. Bowen, second by Ms. Silvers, or it could have been the other way. It was pretty much on the same time. So the motion before us is to approve the S2 version. I'm going to turn to Ms. Silvers.
Yeah, thank you. When I was drafting this version, what I thought of it was is a facts first version. And so we had a lot of stuff swirling on social media. There was some allegations, some partial information, and I really felt like we needed to get down to facts first. I see that the members from Eagle River and South Anchorage also drew up kind of a similar version, and I believe we're kind of converging on agreement. But I do think that there are some changes from my original S version that are important to maintain. At the same time, I also heard from the municipal attorney that sections 2 and 3 are important to their ability to conduct their fact-finding mission. And so the S2 version maintains those pieces as well. I'll give an outline of the changes from the S1 to the S2 version. First, it removes the whereas statements pertaining to the APOC violations and replaces it with a simple statement, questions have been raised regarding certain official travel. This change is so that the two issues are not conflated. That's responsive to constituents of East Anchorage who have pointed out that these are two separate issues, that the APOC violations are known, adjudicated, involve campaign funds, while questions have been raised separately about the use of municipal funds. This version also removes the predetermined outcome of automatically drafting a removal document at the conclusion of the investigation if any noncompliance is found. While members are free to bring a removal document back before the body to consider at any time, including at the end of the investigation, having a predetermined outcome is not appropriate for an investigation that aims for impartial fact-finding. I will say that in regards to the APOC violations, the opinions in my district span a wide range. Some people have said, yeah, remove. Others have said they knew about the APOC accusations when they voted, and they chose Member Martinez as our best candidate. These constituents ask that we respect their votes. Others have said that they are disappointed and have lost trust, but they believe that the decision should remain in the hands of the voters. One thing that most people do agree on is that we do need facts rather than speculation. The other change, I changed the tone throughout the document to one that is more objective and removed speculatory or charged language such as superfluous and fraudulent, and replaced with terms more appropriate for a document calling for an impartial investigation, such as compliant or non-compliant. Because I think that that is the core of what we need to know, is if it's compliant or non-compliant. And while these changes are geared to ensure impartiality, my intent was to keep the substance of the kind of the investigatory requests largely unchanged. The fourth thing it does is it adds a request for a systemic review of the policies and deficiencies of municipal travel policies. And the reason why I added that in there is because somebody approved Member Martinez's travel. And so I think it's important to remember that it was approved travel, and if it was non-compliant, I think that we need to have this review to look at our policies more closely and see if they lead to non-compliant travel. And then finally, this version allows the municipal attorney flexibility to retain outside counsel to conduct the investigation. So those are the changes between the S1 and the S2. So I ask that you support the S2 version, and thank you.
Before we proceed, I want to note it is 11:26. If members intend to extend this discussion, then I'm looking for a motion to extend.
Move to extend the discussion to 11:45.
Second.
Motion by Ms. Baldwin-Day to extend to 11:45, second by Mr. Gerker. Any objection?
I would say I'm getting concerned that we have to end the meeting at midnight, and I'm not sure with this being laid on the table and for discussion that we're going to have time to finish out this discussion. I don't know if there's a more appropriate time to, as this was laid on the table and we're just sitting here talking about all the revisions between the S1 and the S2, if there's more appropriate time to adjourn and review these and take it up at a later time.
That is a fair point. Right now, we're in the question of, is there an objection?
Can I respond to that briefly? So the version, the S2
Sorry,
version.
Ms. Silvers, before we get into that, Mr. McCormick, is this an objection?
So
to
I'm
extension?
objecting to, yeah.
Okay, then first we need to vote on extension of the meeting. Then we can take up this other matter. Okay, so to be clear, yes, the motion was to extend to 11:45. Second was actually Mr. Gerker, not Mr. Voland. On a vote of 9-2, the meeting is extended to 11:45. I believe, Ms. Silvers, are you done speaking to your item?
Yeah, I just wanted to state that everything in this has come from the S and the S1 versions, and so it's been out there. You've seen it since, I believe, Friday.
Okay, next I have Mr. Handeland.
I would move to substitute the S2 version with the S1 version.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion to substitute, or a motion to amend by substitution, swapping out the S2 version for the S1 version. So motion by Mr. Handeland, second by Mr. Gerker. Do you want to speak to that, Mr. Handeland?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we worked with the municipal attorney on this so that we would, to keep costs lower and have it be done internally, having the municipal attorney take and look at these allegations. So that was the main portion of this. The APOC portion has been completely removed from it. It is focused primarily on, or is exclusively on, just the investigation aspect of this. And so I would urge my members to support this. I think that it gives substantial teeth in our municipal attorney's ability to go on a fact-finding mission and get the answers. Because this is not something that I ran for office or was looking to do to try to be an investigator. And so I really would like to get the municipal attorney to have all the full resources to be able to get an investigation, get us answers, and then come back with some real recommendations based on those findings. Thank you.
Okay, I know there's a number of folks in the queue, so I'm going to run through and just see Mr. McCormick on this motion.
Yeah. So we're just on the substitution with the S1.
Yeah.
I appreciate the S1. As I was a little confused looking over the S2 in why we would hire outside counsel to do the investigation if we have counsel and we have a process already established to do the investigation. It seems like you use the mechanism or you don't. I guess I would ask the administration between the, is there, like, do we have, as we talked about in the work session, we talked about costs associated. Does doing outside investigation versus internal change that, the cost aspect that we heard?
Through the chair to Member McCormick, to clarify, this would be the municipal attorney's office doing the investigation, not the administration more broadly. So the administration, we don't contemplate would really have a role in this. Just to clarify, this would be something we are doing in our capacity as counsel to the assembly to help the assembly pursue its investigation. The S2 does also allow in-house resources, so I think it does give flexibility. I've consulted, knowing this was coming up, consulted with my staff, and we do have the capacity to do it in-house, and that would be our preference. It would save the municipality a lot of money and probably be faster than getting an outside investigator or attorney fully up to speed on municipal practice and laws and policies and all of that. So I do think the S2 would allow us to do it in-house. I believe that it was drafted also to contemplate use of our own staffing.
Okay. And then looking at the S2, when we say we are, it seems like we're just attempting to rewrite the process that we already have and taking out the ability at the end to vote to continue to take this further. I, again, think we just use the mechanism we have. When we hear back from the investigation, we're able to move forward with that information as we will. And I appreciate Member Handelin's efforts in all of this, extraneous efforts in that, you're not an investigator, you're one member. So I think it's appropriate that we, hand this off as, hey, we found something concerning. Let's move this to the next step and, no further. Let's see what an investigation with people who have the tools to do so have to say. So thank you.
Okay, and I'll note, I remember you were in the queue for this. So as I call on folks, just even if you do speak to the amendment, I can leave you in the queue for the main if you would like. Ms. Silvers.
Yeah, and so I just want to point out, I keep hearing people say that they'd like to keep the APOC violation separate from this investigation, but the whereas statements of the S1 version, the first 4 whereas statements concern the APOC. And so it does conflate those issues. And so, again, the policy here isn't matching what people are stating that their intent is. The S2 version does call for the investigation, the same investigation as the S1 version. What it does not do is it doesn't predetermine an outcome that at the end of the investigation, you're going to write up a removal document. What it says is, we need to see the facts first, and then we need to get back, and we need to discuss it, and we need to hear from East Anchorage constituents before we move to that step. Facts first, not a predetermined outcome first. Thank you.
Mr. Volmond, are you in for the amendment, or for, sorry, motion to substitute?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So, I share Member Silver's concerns about some of the language in the whereases in the S1. I also feel like the S1 at the very end, Section 3, does sort of drive at an outcome, or at least steers the investigation in a way. I mean, it even names specific people, including one who is not a resident of Anchorage, that would be subpoenaed. So I would much rather stick with the S2 version. And I'll just say that this S2 version is the platform, to me, that makes sense, getting the facts. And I wish that we could have taken action on this even before we took action on the censure resolution, because to me, what I'd like to see, I appreciate that this version does not even end in, specifically calling for removal. I want a menu of options as a body. I want a menu of disciplinary actions if warranted, as well as the ability to take no action if an investigation is done and the recommendation comes back from the municipal attorney and says, no, yes, this travel was approved via a process. And so I think that this is the platform that can really set us up for some thoughtful decision making. And so I hope that members will continue to support the S2 version. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Next, Mr. Gerker on this motion.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I would push back just a little bit that there's a predetermined outcome here. Page 3, line 20 says, if supported by facts. If supported by facts, there would be an accusation document. That's not presupposing that there's going to be an accusation document. It's saying if it is supported by the facts, if there's this investigation and it's warranted, there will be an accusation document. That is not a predetermined outcome. While I do really appreciate Member Silver's work here and the version she's brought forward, I do think that, and I think you're right, I think that we're all kind of working towards the same goal, but due to the Open Meetings Act, we couldn't actually go, hey, are you doing this? So we just kind of ended up here in this spot, right? And that's how we found ourselves with Member Johnson, Handelin, and I bringing this, the S1 version that I think accomplishes the same goals, but in a more robust way. I think the S2 leaves a little bit more to chance than the S1 does. I think it's an airtight call for an investigation that leaves no room for anything that could get left out. And so I do think this is a more robust option for us for doing this investigation. And I do encourage my colleagues to support the S1 version to initiate an investigation. Thank you.
Ms. Baldwin-Day on this motion.
Yes, thank you. I'll be opposing the motion to substitute because I believe that on page 3, starting at line 19, I believe this is the new section 4 in the S1 version. The request that our Department of Law would draft an accusation document setting forth the grounds for removal feels out of step to me when I look at the entirety of the removal proceeding. Because if that accusation is then delivered to the clerk and this body votes on it, and then there is a legal sufficiency determination, the same entity that wrote the draft accusation document will then be determining legal sufficiency, which seems like circular logic to me. So I would prefer that if there is at some future point facts established that would suggest that an accusation document ought to be authored, that would be something authored by us so that the Department of Law can make a determination of legal sufficiency on something they didn't write. And I feel I'm really uncomfortable with that suggestion that we would ask the DOL to draft an accusation document. So I'm finding myself much more in line with Member Silver's approach here that asks for an investigation, asks for the production of the facts, and then leaves the next steps in the hands of the Assembly to determine what, if anything, happens next. And that allows the Department of Law to make a future determination of legal sufficiency without having been a part of the document that was transmitted to them. So I will be a no vote on the motion to substitute. Thank you.
Ms. Gardner, I see you've gotten in the queue. Did you want to respond to this item?
Yes, thank you. Through the chair, Member Baldwin Day, I'd like to respond to just share my thoughts on the legal sufficiency review in case it's helpful, which is that I think it would be a very quick legal sufficiency review if it's a document where my office assisted in drafting. And it actually might be, in my view, a good idea to consult with the attorneys if the assembly were at any point now or in the future to draft such an accusation document, because it would not be great to have to go through an entire assembly process, have the assembly go through and vote on it and vote to submit it and then have it fail at legal sufficiency. So I don't think there's any conflict issue in having the attorney who prepared it also conduct a legal sufficiency review, because there's no distinction of interest there. But I think it would be a more efficient process to consult with the attorneys prior to drafting.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Thanks. Before I go on, I know the queue is getting long. We are yet again 5 minutes out from the end of our meeting. We have an option to extend to midnight if we choose. If we do not do that, this item would, I conferred with the clerk, it would roll to the meeting of August 4th. So I think the question before members is, do we spend some more time and try to bring this to resolution tonight, or do we want to take this up in 2 weeks? So I would entertain a motion to extend if anyone is interested.
So moved. Extend till midnight.
Okay, motion to extend to midnight.
Second.
Second by Mr. Perez-Verdia. Objection? Okay, let's get this done. Next, we have Mr. Perez-Verdia in the queue on the motion.
Thank you. I do have a question for the municipal attorney. Does the S1 and or the S2 version, do you contemplate that would gather information beyond the one member, and would it give us information about the system around it in terms of the failures of the system, and or would it give us information about the travel expenditures of other members, or is it just focused on the conduct of that one member and not giving us more systemic information?
Through the chair to Member Perez-Verdia, I will note that internal audit is also separately doing a broader review of assembly travel. And so we will be looking, if we are directed to do an investigation, we will be looking at that report from internal audit as well. And I expect that depending on how the investigation goes, if we identify some, gaps in policy, we would, I think, be inclined to call them out in a final report. So I think that if we discover issues that are not specific to the member but are broadly existing within the branch's policies or procedures, we would feel like we had a duty to report on that. So yes, I do expect it would include anything like that came up.
Thank you. Would you be reporting on the travel expenditures for any other member beyond the one that is being focused on?
I can't speak with specificity yet because I haven't looked at all of the records, but I do think that there may be a need to look at other member travel to see what the normal practice was within the assembly. So if there are corollaries or analogs or examples that are useful to compare to, that might come up.
Thank you. I'm concerned about the S1 version for some of the same reasons that other members have shared. We did just pass a resolution, and in that resolution it says that the Assembly considers the matter closed and contemplates no further action arising from the conduct addressed. So what's before us is essentially a launching of an investigation based on some allegations that I'd like to know more about, but I'd like to know more about that for a broader scope. And so I'm concerned about the S1 version because it conflates the previous item and this item. So I would prefer to be working with the S2 version. And I will just also say that I think this is an opportunity for us to gather broader information about a failure of our system, in addition to the conduct of one person. So I'd like the members to contemplate the possibility of expanding this investigation beyond just one person. Thank you.
Next, Ms. Park on the motion to amend.
Thank you, Chair. I am also concerned that the S1 version includes the description of the APOC matter. And so, as other members have mentioned, it does conflate the two. I'm also very concerned that due process be followed to its utmost capacity, and that we owe it to the public and to Member Martinez to gather all the facts before taking any further action. And so I will not support the S1 version. I do support the S2 version. Thank you.
Ms. Scout, on the motion to amend.
Yes, I will not be supporting moving forward with the S1, and despite there being no members in the queue after me, I would like to call the question on the amendment before us.
Okay, motion to call the question on this amendment by Ms. Scout, second by Ms. Silvers. Is there any objection to ending debate on this motion to amend? Okay. With no objection, then we will vote on the, that is the same as voting on call to the question, if everybody voted yes. So we are voting now on the motion to amend by substitution, substituting the S2 version with the S1 version. On a vote of 4 to 7, that motion to amend by substitution has failed. We are back on the main motion. And we have a number of folks in the queue, so I apologize. I should have been managing this better, but I'm going to run back through since they were all there before this motion was made. So, Mr. Voland.
Call the question.
Okay, there's been a motion to call the question by Mr. Voland, second by Ms. Silvers. Is there an objection? Okay, I see an objection, so we will vote on this call to the question. And just give 1 second for the clerk to catch up. On a vote of 4 to 7, the motion to call the question has failed. I will note we have 13 minutes left, so I will encourage members to be brief. Ms. Baldwin-Day.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to move to amend the S2 version on page 2, line 37. I would like to strike the word recommendations and substitute internal changes to assembly policies and procedures.
Okay, a motion by Ms. Baldwin-Day to amend page 2, line 37, to change the word recommendations to, can you repeat that?
Internal changes to assembly policies and procedures.
Thank you. That motion is.
Second.
And that motion has been seconded by Ms. Scout. Ms. Baldwin-Day, do you want to speak to it?
Yeah, I think I'm really moving along the lines of Member Perez-Verdia, wanting to understand if, as a part of this investigation, there are changes that emerge that ought to be made to really tighten up our policies and to ensure that we are, in fact, operating in the public trust. I would like to be made aware of those, and I think I'd like the language to be a little stronger than recommendations.
Okay, and I'll ask, just visually, because I know the queue is long, is there anybody who would like to speak to this amendment?
I'll just say I consider that a friendly amendment.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Voland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I support that. And as I've stated, I hope that members are hearing me. Leadership has asked for a special audit of assembly member travel. So we are looking at that. We're also looking at how can we change our policy. The statement that we heard this evening from Mr. Martinez, it actually, when I was first elected, it used to be the policy that it wasn't an unlimited budget for travel. It was about $11,000 for travel was the max. And so, we've been talking about, do we reinstitute a maximum spent on travel, and the rest can go toward an aid or toward, tools to do your job, an iPad or whatever. So there is work that is already being done, and I really want the public to hear that leadership is looking at how can we improve our practices, our policies, our procedures. We take it very seriously. So I support the amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thanks. Any other members on the amendment? Okay, not seeing any. I will ask, is there any objection to adoption of this amendment? Okay, seeing and hearing none, that amendment is adopted as stated. We're back on the main motions. I'm going to keep moving through the queue. Mr. Perez-Video.
Thank you. I'd also like to ask for an amendment. I would like to request that in all locations of this, the name Martinez gets replaced with assembly members.
Okay, there's a motion to amend in multiple places, but essentially replacing the specific name of member George Martinez with the phrase all members. Is there a second?
No? Okay. Okay, well, with no second, then I'll just say that I'm concerned that we're duplicating our efforts here. If we're already going to be calling for a full audit of all assembly travel and looking into whether we are meeting the requirements, like all of these statements, I'm wondering why we're conducting an investigation and doing a full audit. So that's one concern I'd like to voice. And second, I'm also wanting to make sure again that we are gathering the information about the system itself. And I appreciate the amendment by Ms. Baldwin-Day. I'll think about how I want to sort of adjust this more so it gathers some of that. But I think that's all my comment at this point. Thank you.
Point of information, Madam Chair.
Yeah, what is your question, Mr. Gerger?
Just to clarify, the audit that's been requested through internal audit is not specifically on whether the travel was good or bad, or was there any violations of municipal or misuse of public funds. It was more of, hey, was this request put in through the current existing process? Can you just clarify that is correct?
Yeah, very briefly. So yeah, the request that was made is looking at the time period between January 2025 and April 2026. And it is looking at the question of whether assembly member travel that was, what was requested and approved, whether it followed our procedures. And I think asking for if there's anything to flag anything that is improper, but really looking at that process. And so,
Right.
and it is not specific to one member.
Correct.
But it is specific to that time.
But it's also not looking at specific travel arrangements, like did you travel across the country to attend a virtual conference, for example? It's not looking at that. It's looking at, was his request put in on time, not was his request appropriate?
I think the wording is really, did it follow our policies and the approval process? So yeah, it is not necessarily passing judgment on the nature of that travel.
Point of order, can you give us those dates again?
Point of information.
Point of information, sorry,
Yeah.
for those dates.
Yeah, it's okay, it's late. I will restate, the request was January 2025 through April 2026, partly for the purpose of collecting a sample rather than going back and looking at, 5 or 6 years of data.
Okay, so I guess another point of information. So say a trip to New York in December of 2024 would not be covered under this?
Not for the purposes of internal audit. At that time, when I made the request, it was, I believe, early June, and so not all of the information that is out now was out and available to me at that time. Thank you.
So, okay, thank you.
Okay, I believe, Mr. Presidio, you still have.
Yeah, no, I'm done. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Park. You were in the queue. Would you like to speak? Oh, I'm sorry. May turn in.
Point of information, which amendment are we on?
Thank you. We are on the main motion, and also because of the queue stack, I guess, folks may be in here who intended to speak and did not intend to speak on the main motion, so just clarify when I call on you. Okay, next, Ms. Scout, did you intend to speak on the main motion?
Yes. I'd like to get the municipal attorney's reaction to a potential amendment, which would be to remove lines on page 1, lines 28 through 34. What I heard earlier was that we have the internal capacity to conduct this investigation, and I think if we do move forward with this proposal, I'd like to make sure that we make some change to this proposal to ensure that we do not go beyond our internal capacity and add additional costs through this process to the municipality. Would love your reaction.
Through the chair to Member Scout. Right now, the page 2, section 1, lines 2 through 7 do allow us to do it ourselves. So I don't know that an amendment is necessary. This gives us flexibility. I will say if any kind of like looking at all member travel closely goes forward, we will need a lot more time and may need some additional resources. But this would just give us flexibility. So let's say we suddenly have a bunch of attorneys who are out and we need some help, we could pull somebody else in. So I don't mind having the flexibility. We don't expect or plan to use it, but it doesn't hurt to have it.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Just a point of information, was that a motion or did you?
No,
Okay.
I was getting reaction to a potential motion, and it sounds like it's not needed, so.
Thank you.
Nothing further.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I was making sure we were tracking who was speaking. We have 4 minutes left. Mr. Handeland.
Yeah, I was hoping to speak a little bit more substantially on the actual main motion here, but we're really running out of time, so I would call the question.
Second.
Okay, I heard a motion to call the question from Mr. Handeland, second from Ms. Silvers. Any objection to that? Okay.
A point of information, will Member Martinez get the opportunity to, do we have to call the question and then allow him to speak? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, so if there's no objection, and then I do note we have to end our meeting at midnight, so I will ask if Mr. Martinez would like to make a final statement. You are welcome to.
Did you ask if there was an objection to the calling the question?
Yeah.
Yes, I object.
Okay, so then there's objection. We need to vote on the motion to call the question, and then I will also let members know what happens basically if we do not take a vote in the next couple minutes, and that is this will roll to our August 4th agenda by default. So just to state that. So there's been an objection, so we will vote to call the question, or whether to call the question.
Point of information, Chair.
Yes,
If
Mr.
we call the
Johnson.
question and the vote is to call the question, but then the clock expires before we take action, when this comes back before the body, will there be opportunities again for members to debate it? Or because we've called the question, will the only action we have when it comes back on August 4th will be to immediately vote?
Yes, if we call the question now, if this motion passes, then there would be no further action unless Mr. Martinez would like to make a statement, but that would have to be at our next meeting.
So if it comes back on August 4th, there'll be no debate if we close, if we call the question
Yes.
tonight? Okay,
Yes,
thank you.
And I have a point of information as well. With meetings going till midnight, we haven't done that very often. Do we have the obligation to have public comment? I mean, I understand like we have business to do, but we have no obligation to
No.
maintain public
No, in
comment.
fact, the
Okay.
charter says that we are not allowed to take any further action after midnight, so the
I just
meeting
didn't know if we
ends.
had to let somebody talk before, but okay.
Yeah, so the motion before us right now is whether to call the question on AR 2026-182. On a motion of 5 to 6, the motion to call the question has failed. I will note that we have 2 folks in the queue currently. So I guess I will turn to the next person, but knowing that we have about 30
Nothing from me.
seconds. Okay. Mr. McCormick, any final comment?
No comment, thank you.
Okay. So at this point, it is 11:59. I will note, as I stated, the debate on this item is not completed, so it will roll, this particular item will roll to our, and is midnight as of now, it will roll to our next meeting, regular meeting on August 4th. We will pick up where we left off. Thank you. And I will note this meeting is adjourned by the clock. Thank you.
Well, since we made it all the way to midnight.